Welcome to RIAT. It calls itself the world's greatest airshow, and with 250 aircraft from almost 30 nations, that's a difficult claim to dispute. Plains TV will bring you all the action from RIAT 2024 across 6 days of live broadcasting, from arrivals to departures and everything in between. This year's show marks 50 years of the F16, the most successful fighter in operation today. With over 20 fighting Falcons from 10 air arms expected, it will be one of the largest gatherings of F-16s ever at a public event. RIAT also marks the 75th anniversary of NATO with special flypasts on the Friday, and the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force with their CF-18 demo team due to perform all weekend long. We're looking forward to seeing several RIAT flying display debuts this year, like the F15 Advanced Eagle making one of its first public appearances. Also RIAT first-timers, Germany's relatively young EF2000 and A400M solo displays. They'll be joined by numerous familiar favourites, 2 more Typhoons, 3 Gripens, the Spanish Harrier, Italian C27, German NH90, Patrouille Suisse and Midnight Hawks. The static participants are too numerous to mention, but the B-52, F4, CC150 and Elise will surely go down as highlights. Watch it unfold with Plains TV. A very good morning everybody and welcome to RAF Fairford. It is the first day of arrivals here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, the first of 6 days of live broadcasting. We are going to be with you from the first arrival through to the last departure with an asterisk. The last departure assuming that they all go on time and leave by the end of Monday afternoon. Sometimes there are a few that dribble out late. But yes, from the first arrival, certainly, and the first arrival is expected in around about 8 minutes' time. And I saw some questions about a timetable for today. Yes, we do have a timetable today. My goodness, it is very, very busy. We have an awful lot of movements, and then in the afternoon we've also got quite a large number of practice flights and validations as well. This is the busiest Wednesday schedule that I can remember seeing in the last few years, and we are going to start off with a Royal Saudi Air Force C-130 Hercules. That will be our first movement of RIAT 2024. Which we are expecting, as I said, in around about 8 minutes' time. It's the first of quite a few Saudi C-130s. I believe they've got 4 of them shuttling in and out to support the deployment, not just of the Saudi Hawks, but also some of their static display aircraft, an F15 SA from the Royal Saudi Air Force, which we are expecting to see arrive later on. Other early movements over the next hour or so, we're expecting to see a Royal Navy Wildcat, King Air, 2 King Airs in fact. We've got some of the Canadian arrivals, the CC177 Globemaster, the CF-18 is expected in around an hour's time. We've got Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4, more Saudi Hercules movements. We've also got coming in quite early today quite a lot of the showcase aircraft. Now those are the aeroplanes that are being provided by companies that sponsor the show, and they all sit in the central area of the show. Round off to my left, I'll explain a little bit about the geography of Fairford fairly shortly. This is the hardest point for aircraft to reach once the static display starts filling up. It's also where the VIP chalets are. So this is where the biz jets and the showcase aeroplanes must go, and they must get in first in order to get to their parking space. Other early arrivals, we're expecting to see the Conair S2 Turbo Firecat, that's a derivative of the S2 Tracker, and it's coming to us from France, a civilian-operated aircraft making its RIAT debut, and some other interesting movements fairly early on. We've got Draken Europe in their L159E Honey Badger, as they call it. It is very busy, movements around about every 3 or 4 minutes for the first hour. Things do get a little bit quieter around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. The gaps stretch out to maybe as much as 5 minutes between aircraft arrivals. I hear an aeroplane above us in the circuit, but there's some low cloud around, so I can't see it. Then things get very, very busy again around lunchtime, and from lunchtime onwards. I know there will be some interest about not so much the arrivals, but the rehearsals and validations that are taking place. I've got the list in front of me, and I'm just sort of scrolling down to that point, which is on page 6 or 7 on this enormous list. The first validation of the day will be at 3 p.m. That will be the Royal Jordanian Falcons. We've also got the Saudi Hawks going up for a practice flight. We've got the Canadian Hornet practicing today. We've got the Embraer KC-390 practicing for what will be a Friday only performance, and then there's another period of arrivals, and then a last block of practices and validations right at the end of the day, starting at 5:50 and continuing until 7 o'clock, and that will include the German contributions, their Eurofighter EF2000, the Airbus A400M, the Black Cats with a 2-ship display, only their second 2-ship display of the year, and indeed their second 2-ship display in the last few seasons, because they've been down to a solo, if that, for the last few years. And then we're in for a real treat. The very last thing to happen today will be a pair of displays by the Spanish Navy Harrier, and that is because they have 2 display pilots and they both need to go up and practice their routine. So we're going to see back-to-back Harrier displays from the Spanish Navy. See, SB 1975 says there's a Herc behind me. Somewhere in the murk, yes, there is a Herc. It's 3 minutes out according to this schedule. However, this is something that was written last night, and it doesn't always hold true, known colloquially as the sheet of lies by some, because there are aircraft arriving from all over the world today, and yes, they are not going to be perfect to the minute with their arrival times. Now, if you're new to Planes TV, welcome. We are here with a relatively large team, and I'll just introduce you to who we've got. On the main camera, we've got Ian. We have Andy at the moment on our number 2 camera, our wide-angle camera. In the trailer, we have Andrew, who is pressing all of the buttons to bring all of this to you and mix the footage and the audio. We've also got in there, providing a bit of extra situational awareness for us, Matt, who is a new addition to the team this year. And Matt is being a spare pair of hands. He'll probably have a shift on camera, a shift doing vision mixing, but for the time being, staring at flight radar and giving us some updates in our ears as to what exactly is going on. Adrian is going to join us later on today, and I'm hoping that he's going to speak to us on the stream as well. He has prepared his top 10 favourite air shows ever in a list, so we will hear about those, I hope, if we get time. And then we also have Lee joining us tomorrow, and he will be running around the aircraft parking areas, getting some lovely close-up footage of pilots crewing in, crewing out, aircraft taxiing. So you won't see him on the live stream, but in some of the subsequent material that we output at the end of the week, yeah, you'll be seeing some of Lee's material as well. So, a relatively large team. And we are going to be here for 6 consecutive days of live broadcasting. We'll be live for over 55 hours, possibly even as much as 60 hours. Today and tomorrow, we are doing the arrivals and rehearsals and validations. Today's and tomorrow's streams will be free to view on YouTube, where there will be adverts, and they are also being broadcast on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, ad-free. Then we get into the airshow proper. Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be exclusively available on watch.planestv.com, and then following on from that, we are back on YouTube for Monday departures. If you would like to sign up to watch the airshow proper, we have a discount code available. Head to watch.planestv.com and use the code RIAT24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months. The offer is for new subscribers only, and I must add, the offer expires on tomorrow night, midnight on Thursday. So if you would like to avail yourself of that discount code, then please do so before the start of the air show on Friday, before the end of our broadcast on Thursday, better still, and that will get you access to our full live broadcast for the next few days. Now we've cut to camera 1, and I'm wondering if he's picked out an aircraft. We have a Wildcat coming to us from 815 Naval Air Squadron of the Royal Navy, of course. It's the first of several Wildcats that we will be seeing over the course of the air tattoo, because this example from 815 Squadron appearing on static display, but we also have a pair from 825 Squadron, the Black Cats that I mentioned earlier. We will see them performing a display practice later in the afternoon. And I see, as always, you guys in the chat are better informed about what's going on as we are, because we are in the middle of a field and we don't have great connectivity or information. So I am told by David in the chat that the Wildcat is in first, then the first of the King Airs, and then the Hercules. And Brandon asks, is Ben Donnell on this year? Yes, he will be. You're stuck with me for today and tomorrow. My name is Adam. I don't think I introduced myself earlier. Hopefully any Plains TV regulars will have already known who I was. But yes, when it comes to the air shows proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we will be handing over to Ben Donnell and Mark Manwaring, and they will be talking you through all the action. A very, very full and varied flying display. 7.5 hours of action coming up on the 2 weekend show days. Is a little bit shorter on the Friday, 4 hours on the Friday, but it's not just about the official flying display on Friday, because we're also expecting some high profile arrivals coming in after the flying display on Friday evening, and some of those will be real highlights, I think, of the week. We're going to see some aircraft coming in. I'm not quite sure what's been made public and official, so I'm going to be a bit cagey about it, but there is a real star item coming in on the Friday and giving us a missed approach on the way in, I understand. The weather here, we're expecting decent weather today. Low cloud base at the moment, as you can probably see. It is, I would say, broken but becoming scattered, and there is a little bit of sun filtering through. The temperature is quite pleasant as well. The wind is low, so we are expecting a good day, and fingers crossed it should stay dry, not just today but also tomorrow and Friday as well. And I haven't been brave enough to look at the weather forecast beyond that point, because it's a frightening thing looking at the weather forecast for RIAT for the very first time. Here comes the first of the King Airs. And then, very shortly, expecting to see the first of our Saudi C-130 movements of the day, of which there will be numerous. Some speculation about the possible arrival time of the US Air Force B-52H Stratofortress. We are expecting to see that today, I believe, at some point mid-afternoon. And yes, let me mention some of the arrival highlights that I kind of skipped through earlier and failed to mention some of the real stars of the static that we are expecting to see at some point today. We are expecting to see the Greek F4s. No, I apologise, we're expecting to see the Turkish F4s today. We're expecting to see the B-52, the Spanish F5s, Saudi Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport, and some of the rarer F16s as well. It's a very long list and I haven't been able to fully digest it, I'm afraid, but if my memory serves, we're expecting to see the Moroccan and the Jordanian F16s today, both of which, of course, are RIAT debuts. A quick mention must go to our new Plains TV channel supporters who joined up over the course of this morning before we started live broadcasting. Charlie Talbot, Chris Goodhead, Daniel Griffiths, Lucas Matthews, Rita Chowdhury, Kelly Cruz, Chris Mallard and Aaron Matthews. Thank you very much. And it is our channel supporters on YouTube that encourage us to get out and do some of these free YouTube live streams in addition to the ones on our streaming service watch.plainstv.com. JDS Aviation Adventures asks, do we know if the Saudi Hawks are bringing their brand new display jet for static? As far as I know, no they're not. So what he's referencing there is the Saudi Hawks are transitioning to a new aircraft very shortly. They currently fly the Hawk Mark 65 stroke Hawk Mark 65A, which is roughly analogous to the Hawk T1 and T1A respectively. Next year they'll be taking a year out as they transition to the Hawk Mark 165, which is roughly analogous to the Hawk T2. And they'll be returning to air shows in either very late 2025 or in 2026, flying that new aircraft type, which is a bit larger, more powerful, and comes with a very attractive new paint scheme as well. Brandon asks, will there be music to the aircraft displays this year? That is not something that we are au fait with. It's not our decision. It's any music is added by the commentary team here at RIAT themselves without consulting us. However, I'm afraid we do, for copyright reasons, broadcast a clean music-free feed regardless of what they do. So if you're coming in person, you might get music. We don't know. But if you are going to be joining us on watch.plainstv.com for the live broadcast, then no, this will be aircraft sounds and commentary only. So, about to touch down. The first of our heavy arrivals. Here comes one of the 4, I believe, Saudi C-130s supporting the deployment of the Saudi Hawks to RIAT, and we'll be seeing them arriving here in a couple of hours' time ahead of a validation at around about 3:30 this afternoon. Something I am going to explain, because I know it is so often a talking point during these RIAT arrival broadcasts. You are all looking at flight radar at home and seeing things and wondering why we aren't showing them yet. And the reason is because there is a small delay on the stream for technical reasons. So yes, you will spot something land perhaps a minute or two before we show it to you. And we always get a number of comments in the chat from people saying, guys, it's on final, film it now. Yeah, we can't see it yet. It's probably a good 5 miles away at the point that you see it about to touch down on flight radar. So that is why that happens. We're expecting a second Saudi Hercules in fairly short order, in perhaps 20 minutes or so. Both of these aircraft coming from number 16 squadron and number 4 squadron, who are between them the Saudi C-130 squadrons, and both of them contributing to the support effort here at RIAT this year. A large Saudi contribution. The Saudi Hawks, the A330 multi-role tanker transport on static display, the F15 SA on static display as well. Now this is going to be a RIAT debut when we see it arrive, and in fact the Air Tattoo, I believe, will be the first air show in the world to feature 2 versions of the F15 Saudi Advanced, the F15 Advanced Eagle, I should say. One of those variants being the Saudi Advanced and the other being the QA Ababil from the Qatar Emiri Air Force, but flown here by Boeing test pilots, and that will be participating in the flying display. We'll be seeing the F15 QA arriving later today. Not performing a practice or validation today, but perhaps rehearsing tomorrow. We shall see. Another point that does come up in the chat, and I see Kenzie has referenced it. He says Royal Air Force C17 taking off from Bryce Norton. We are very close to Bryce here, and we do see Bryce traffic in the circuit at Bryce, relatively close to us. And yes, there are always a few moments that we see something big on the horizon and get a bit excited and maybe put a camera on it, or maybe we're smart enough to realise what's happening before we get all of you excited as well. A lot of the time it is just Bryce traffic. Remember, it's a weekday. Bryce is fully operational. It's a very busy base. So there are movements coming in and out of Bryce all the time, and it can sometimes look like they are heading our way. More often than not, they are nothing to do with us, I'm afraid. We are expecting to see a Royal Air Force Globemaster on static display, and indeed it might even be arriving today. I can't remember. But it's not coming imminently, not in the next hour or so anyway. We will be seeing a Globemaster fairly shortly. That will be the Canadian example, coming from 429 Transport Squadron at CFB Trenton. Actually, I was at Trenton a couple of weeks ago and probably saw this very C17, C177 as they call it, and that will be here on static display and also providing support to some of the other Canadian aircraft here. Plus, it's bringing a Bell 412 inside it for the static display, and that Bell 412 coming from a test and evaluation squadron, about which I shall talk more later, as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme dedicated to flight, test and experimental aircraft. So given we seem to have a quiet moment, let's talk a little bit about Planes TV. If you're not familiar with us, we live broadcast air shows, that's what we do, but we also have our own streaming service. We've got a very extensive archive, a back catalogue of programmes stretching back somewhere in the region of 30 to 35 years, and we'll be playing a number of excerpts from that archive over the course of today's broadcast. And indeed, let's take a look at one of those clips now. It's a bit of a mystery. I don't know what we're going to see. I've made about 50 of these things. You're going to get some archive action from Planes TV. Let's see what we show you.
It's this sort of sight for which Great Warbirds has become famous, and you probably couldn't see this anywhere else in the world.
A superb and evocative routine by the four fighters, all with their own Duxford connections.
So what we can see now is the Saudi C-130 taxiing down the parallel taxiway to the runway on the far side of the airfield, and we are a bit limited as to what aircraft we can send down that taxiway at Fairford at the moment. And that's because of the construction work you can see going on at the far side. So the C-130 is the largest aircraft that can go down that taxiway. Anything bigger than that will have to backtrack on the main runway itself. So when we see the likes of C-17s, if they need to head down to the eastern end of the airfield after landing, they will be backtracking, and thus around those C-17 movements on the schedule, there is a little bit of extra time built in, longer periods when nothing is happening, and that is to allow for those potential backtracks. Well, it's nice to see so many people in the chat just as excited as we are to be back here at Fairford as we watch this Gulfstream G700 about to touch down. Tina excited to see the arrivals. Ian saying the best way to build up to RIAT for me. And Chris is worth saying thank you to as well, doing a wonderful job moderating the chat, congratulating us on reaching 100,000 subscribers. So another of the showcase aircraft arriving there, a Gulfstream G700 operated by Gulfstream Aerospace, and shortly to take up its position roughly in the centre of the static display. And I promised earlier, didn't I, that I would talk a little bit about the geography of Fairford. So we are beside the main runway, or the only runway, around about the midpoint of that runway. At the left-hand end as we look at it, that is the western end. And the right-hand end as we look at it is the eastern end. There are entrances to the static display at 3 points along the runway, 2 off to our left and 1 to our right. Sorry, 1 to our right. And then the other geographical feature of this airfield worthy of noting is off to our right-hand side on the far side of the runway, where the Saudi Hercules has taxied off to. That is what we call the northeast loop, and that is an operational side of the airfield used exclusively by some of the flying display aircraft and their support aeroplanes. We are very lucky here that we are facing north, and thus we'll have the sun behind us for most of the day, and it does feel like a bit of a rare treat sometimes to be filming at an airshow that is not backlit. We do spend quite a lot of our time at backlit locations. I hear the Canadian CC-177 is starting up at Bryce Norton in preparation for its flight, very short flight over here to RAF Fairford. I'll be interested to find out whether it does have that bell still in the belly or not. Arrivals that we are expecting then over the next few minutes. We are slightly overdue for a Royal Air Force Typhoon from 12 Squadron, and very shortly we are also hoping to see another Saudi Hercules arriving in support, and then in about 10 minutes time, if we are running to schedule, then the Turbo Firecat, the derivative of the S2 tracker, arriving here as well. And I did say that we had Matt in the trailer on Flight Radar. Actually has been very, very busy running around troubleshooting and fixing some of the technical challenges that have arisen over the opening minutes of this stream. So yes, situational awareness at the moment is a little bit lacking, and that's why I apologise. I keep turning away from the camera and looking over my shoulder. That is the direction from which the arrivals are coming. So scanning the sky as I hear someone in my ears just inform me that something has been cleared to land, but I didn't catch what it was. Bert says, shout out to the marshallers on these busy days, filling the puzzle to fit everything in the correct space. Indeed so. And equally as worthy of mention is the air operations team here, led by Peter Riok, who about a month ago shut themselves in a room for what they call the longest day, and that is when they looked at the likely arrival times of all of the aircraft, the preferable positions for their static display, and worked out exactly what order things had to arrive in and where they would park and how they would get to where they are going to park. It is an absolutely mammoth effort, because you not only need to consider the arrival plan but also the departures plan. Some of these aircraft need to get away very early on the Monday because they've got long flights home coming from perhaps North America or the Middle East, and they need to head off fairly early in order to hit a certain window at their destination airfield. So it's a hugely, hugely complicated plan, and one that has been meticulously crafted. They're going to have a very tricky day because, as I've already mentioned, things aren't going to go exactly according to this schedule. We see the second of the 2 King Airs that we're expecting to see this morning now about to touch down, and everything that does arrive not quite at its designated slot time could potentially cause a headache for the air operations team and the marshallers here, working out how exactly they are going to get it to its parking space when the clear route to that position may have closed up. So this aircraft, the Beechcraft King Air B-350, and it's coming to us from Maitreya. Maitreya. Any viewers from last year will remember they contributed a KC135R Strato tanker to the static display. They are a civilian aerial refuelling contractor, among various other roles, it must be said. They participated in RIAT for the very first time last year as part of the Sky Tanker theme, marking 100 years since the first successful aerial refuelling. That was a major theme of last year's show, and a very well represented one. Some very memorable moments last year, and the ones that spring to my mind, as well as that Maitreya KC135 on static display, a third-hand example, ex-US Air Force and then ex-Republic of Singapore Air Force, and then painted in a lovely Maitreya paint scheme. We also had some brilliant flying display contributions from the German Air Force, their A400M in tanker configuration, flanked by a pair of Tornadoes. And then in addition to that, we had a lovely display on the Friday only by the French C135 FR on its final British airshow appearance. Chris Hill asks what flight paths the aircraft take to the air tattoo, and lives along the Sussex coast, and wondered if there'll be any chance of seeing things fly over. Well, I imagine that far out the aircraft will be just arriving on standard airways, of which there are dozens, if not hundreds, of possible routes and permutations, so it's just going to be a case, I think, of keeping an eye on flight radar and keeping your eye to the sky and seeing if you get lucky. Once they get closer to the show, they'll be handed over to Bryce Radar, based over at Bryce Norton, a few miles away, and they will be vectoring the aircraft in towards us. Yes, there will be some standard routes once you get very close to the airfield, but probably not that far out, I'm afraid. Speaking of Bryce Norton, we have just heard that some elements of the Canadian contribution have now taken off and are heading in our direction. We are expecting to see that C-177 Globemaster, one of 5 C-177s operated by the Royal Canadian Air Force, coming from CFB Trenton, as I have already mentioned. But now, backtracking, is the Gulfstream G700. A question from Brandon, 2 questions in fact. He asks which jet trainer was displaying last year to the Enya music, and will it be here again this year? What you are thinking of is the Swedish Air Force SK-60, which did do an absolutely balletic performance at the air tattoo last year, with its Sanders smoke pods under the wings as well. Some extraordinary manoeuvres. The slowest slow roll I think I've ever seen from a jet at an air show. A partial rolling circle. That's a fairly extraordinary thing to see from a jet. Some lovely dirty barrel rolls as well. A really, really brilliant display. It won the King Hussein Memorial Sword for the most precise and polished flying display at the show. It will not be here this year, and that's because the type no longer exists in active military service. We went out to Poland 3 weeks ago, and we filmed the type's last ever airshow appearance in military hands. That was at Antidotum Airshow Leszno in Poland. A brilliant display. It flew at sunset. It looked incredible, flown by Nils Schildstrom, as it was here at RIAT. It also flew a combined aerobatic sequence with the 2 Alpha Jet A's of the Flying Bulls. Now, if you want to see that, I'm afraid the type has now retired. It won't be at the Air Tattoo this year, but if you are a member of our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, you can either choose to watch our coverage from the Royal International Air Tattoo last year. We have a 2-hour edited highlights programme, which includes every single aircraft that performed in the show. Or you can re-watch our live coverage from Antidotum Airshow Lejno. It'll be the Saturday broadcast if you want to watch the SK60. So I believe what we've just seen is the Pilatus PC-7 coming to us from Pilatus themselves, another of the showcase aircraft that will be taking their position in the central part of the static display, as backtracking the runway in front of us is that Maitreya King Air, which will need to be clear of the runway fairly quickly in order to make way for this PC-7. Good to see a few surprise additions on the movement sheet in front of us, and one that is already over Belgium on its way to us that we didn't know that we will be seeing is a Turkish Air Force A400M, I suspect only here as a support aircraft and not staying on for static, but who knows, I might be surprised. And we knew that we would see a Turkish KC135 in the support role, but we did not know about this A400M, and that is here to support the two fast jet contributions that the Turkish Air Force are making to the show, namely the F16 Solo Turk, which will be appearing in the flying display, and their F4 Phantoms appearing in the static display, both of which we are expecting to see arriving today at around about lunchtime, if I'm not very much mistaken. Ben Holmes asks, where are the red arrows? We're expecting them today as well, and if you give me a moment to hunt through my list, I will try and get you an arrival time for them. We're not seeing a practice or validation from them. We'll be seeing several red arrows movements tomorrow as they depart to go and perform a display elsewhere. But if you want to watch the red arrows, they are flying on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We will be broadcasting on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. However, those days will be exclusively available on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. If you would like to sign up, a reminder, we have a discount offer available. Use the code RIAT24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription to watch.planestv.com. The offer is valid for new subscribers only, and it is valid until midnight on Thursday. If you are a member, that will get you access to all 6 days of live broadcasting. That includes our arrival broadcasts advert-free. They will have the occasional advert on YouTube, I'm afraid. Plus, of course, the main show days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. You'll get access to all of our upcoming live broadcasts as well, including the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show, and you will also get access to our 30 to 35 year back catalogue of archive airshow programmes stretching back to 1989. And while we watch this Pilatus aircraft touchdown, I shall try and get that red arrow's arrival time for you. Stand by. Time 1700 for the Red Arrow's arrival. Meanwhile, a very interesting arrival from our right, which is the Turbo Firecat. What a sight that is. The Firecat is a derivative of the S2 Tracker, which was a carrier-based anti-submarine warfare platform developed in the early 50s for the US Navy. Over 1,200 trackers were eventually built in various versions, both for anti-submarine warfare and for utility work. It was also developed into the C-1 Trader transport aircraft, which I believe is either in its final year of service or has just been retired. Developed into the E-1 Tracer AWACS as well. Many former military aircraft then found use in civilian service, converted to fire bombers by Conair, where the type was renamed the Firecat. And that was developed by fitting a fire retardant tank in the torpedo bay under the fuselage and making the aircraft lighter as well by removing all military equipment. It entered service with the Canadian authorities in 1978, and a further 14 were then delivered to France in 1982 as firefighters operated by the Sécurité Civile. And later France chose to upgrade their Firecats with the installation of turboprop engines rather than piston engines. They also fitted underwing fuel tanks and a larger fire retardant tank. They were retired in 2020, but we've just seen an example which has been taken on by a civilian group called A3A. They've recently restored it. It made its first post-restoration flight in October 2023, and this is the type's first attendance at a British air show, at least in civilian hands. SB 1975 asks, is that F-18 off to the Mach loop? If you're referring to the Royal Canadian Air Force CF-188A Hornet, yes, we believe that is the plan, and as far as I know, it's due to arrive here in around about 20 minutes, according to the list. Meanwhile, we have just spotted in front of us in a very non-standard arrival procedure, but presumably that's because of its short transit flight from Bryce, only a few miles away, what I imagine is the Canadian C-17. You might wonder, why am I saying CF-188 and CF-177 instead of C17 and F-18? There is a good reason. I'll explain in a moment. So the reason for that rather unusual designation is to fit in with the Canadian aircraft serial numbering system. The initial C at the front, that just designates that it's a Canadian operated aircraft, so the F-18 becomes the CF-18, the C-17 becomes the CC-17, and then the extra number, that is because in the Canadian serial numbering system, each aircraft receives a 6-digit serial. The first 3 digits identify the aircraft type, and the second 3 digits identify its specific airframe number within the wider fleet. So if you've got an aircraft like the C-17, that's only got a 2-digit aircraft type identifier, so the Canadians simply take that last digit and double it up. So C-17 becomes CC-177, and then 3 more digits to identify the specific airframe. 001 to 005, I assume, although I don't actually know that. They do operate 5 of these C-17s. They're all based at CFB Trenton, and they are all of the extended range variant with an extra fuel tank fitted between the wings. The first 4 were delivered in the mid-2000s, and they introduced what was pretty much a new capability to the Royal Canadian Air Force, which was strategic airlift. Now, the Royal Canadian Air Force was somewhat unusual up until that point, in that it didn't actually have a strategic airlift capability. It relied on other friendly air forces to support it, or it chartered civilian aircraft like the Antonov An 124 when there was a great need. But this wasn't really sufficient to meet NATO requirements, and as such the aircraft purchased a number of C-17s, 4 of them initially, to fulfill that strategic airlift requirement, and then around about 10 years ago they decided to add a 5th aircraft to the fleet as well. They've been very busy supporting NATO operations in the Middle East and also undertaking humanitarian missions as well. If you're not sure what I mean by strategic airlift, by the way, there's 2 types of airlift. There is strategic airlift and there is tactical airlift. Now, tactical airlift refers to those really specialised missions, often in combat environments. You might need to get cargo into a very specific place, perhaps not a well-prepared airport, or you might need to deposit paratroopers in a very particular place. There's a great deal of flexibility and manoeuvrability and precision required. Strategic airlift is more about moving big amounts of stuff on a regular basis, and that's what the C-17 is very good at. We're seeing the Turbo Firecat on the taxiway heading over to its parking space. But we're also looking out for other aircraft. We hear that there is a Juno in the area out to our north, so we'll bring you images of that as soon as we get eyes on it. RAPH Models references the Canadian CC-150 Polaris and says it's all grey painted. Yes, it is. So the Canadians operate 4 CC-150s. They had 5 of them the last time they sent one to RIAT a couple of years ago, but unfortunately one of them has been written off. Of those remaining examples, some of them are painted grey. One of them is painted in a sort of retro scheme, and then one of them is in the sort of VIP conveyance scheme, a rather swish red, white and blue livery. But only some of the CC-150s are fitted out to work as tanker aircraft, and it needed to be one of those tankers that dragged the C-17s over the Atlantic, so that very much limits what aircraft can participate here at the Air Tattoo. The VIP configured aeroplane in red, white and blue, for example, is not configured as a tanker and thus could not be used on this mission. That's why we're seeing a grey aeroplane here at RIAT. Danielle asks, what is the £2.99 membership? Can you watch RIAT at the weekend? Yes, I appreciate this can be a little bit confusing. So that is YouTube channel membership. That is just an inexpensive way of supporting these free streams that we do. No, it won't get you access to our live broadcasts over the weekend. In order to see those, you will need to head over to watch.planestv.com. That is our streaming service. It is typically £12.99 per month. However, we do have a discount code available, 20% off if you use the RIAT code 24 between now and midnight on Thursday. And once you're a member, that will get you ad-free access to today's live broadcast. It will get you exclusive access to the air show proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. It will also get you access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back 30 years and our upcoming live broadcasts as well, most notably probably the Duxford Battle of Britain air show in September. So I can hear we have spotted various aircraft. In fact, there is a Juno coming over the Northrop Grumman hangar, which we will get a camera on very shortly. The Canadian C-177 is still flying around in an atypical circuit pattern for Fairford. It looks like it's going to come over the top of us for a second time. Good to see the Juno and Jupiter represented here at RIAT, part of the military flying training system here in the UK, that joint military-civilian partnership, who have contributed, I believe, one example of every single type that they operate for the static display. Juno and Jupiter for rotary training, but we'll also be seeing the Prefect, the Phenom as well, the Hawk T2 and the Texan T1. And the noise that you might have been able to hear there is, if we didn't show it to you, and we may not have done, we just had an A400M passing directly over the top of us. Here we did show it to you. I don't have a monitor out here, I'm afraid, so I'm not quite sure what you're all looking at. But we believe what we're expecting to see is the Canadian C17 next to land, then the second of the Saudi C-130s, and then I'm told a French contribution, support aircraft, I presume, for the two Mirage 2000s that they are sending over to us. And that will be Qatar CN235. Now we are in build mode here at Fairford today. All around us the VIP chalets are being constructed, the seats laid out, the sound systems tested, so you might see and hear a few unusual things over the course of the broadcast. It's been relatively benign so far, but some big stacks of garden chairs and umbrellas have just turned up to our immediate left-hand side. You might spot them in the shot on occasion. And I might have misspoken a moment ago. Angus Cooper says, ooh, 2 Mirage 2000s. That's an interesting addition, as there was only one on the list. If there's one on the list, we're only expecting one. I don't know anything different to what was on the list. Yeah, that was me misspeaking, I'm afraid. Sorry to make you excited. And question as well, no Gripen E this year. No, there is not. Transport South UK says, is that the Red 10 heli? It is the type of helicopter that Red 10 sometimes uses, but no, that is not Red 10 arriving. In fact, I'm not sure we're going to see Red 10 now operating by helicopter at all, because the entire Red Arrows fleet, including Red 10, will be physically based here at Fairford. On approach now, the Canadian C-177. And this aeroplane, as I mentioned earlier, it may or may not have a CH-146 Griffon from the RCAF engineering and test establishment. They might have taken, I'm not sure, I'm out of the loop, they might have taken the Griffon out of the C-17 at Bryce in preparation to fly it over separately. But I imagine more likely it's probably still inside this C-17 and will simply be rolled out to take its position in the static display. And this aircraft comes to us from the 429th Transport Squadron. Another interesting comment from Angus that I'm going to pick up on. I was mentioning the Gripen E earlier. He says, I think this year is the first time that all three Gripen displays have been at RIAT at the same time. I don't know if you're right or not, but I would say the phraseology of all three Gripen displays, let's add the qualifier European, because South Africa and Thailand have Gripen displays, but there's kind of 4 European Gripen displays, because the Swedish Air Force have 2, one provided by F21 and one provided by F7. So this C-17 will be parking up towards the left-hand end of the showground, in that half of the showground, and thus we're not going to see it backtrack. It will simply taxi off the runway at the left-hand end, we are told, over the radio, to take its position in what will become quite a large Canadian-themed area in the static display. CC-177, CC-150, CC-295 Kingfisher, that'll be a very interesting participant, CC-130J Hercules. I suspect a CF-18 on static. I don't know if we're getting a static example, if we're just getting the flyer and its spare. We shall see soon enough, I suppose. The Griffon that is in the C-17's hold will be there as well, and some historic Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft as well, including the de Havilland Vampire of the Royal Norwegian Historic Flight. Mark Isaac asks, what time roughly will the Dragon Lady be arriving? It won't be. The Dragon Ladies, the U2s, are based here at Fairford. A detachment that is based here long-term, and they will be bringing one of their aircraft over for the static display on the weekend, but before that it will be performing a roll demonstration on the Friday, what, as far as I know, is the first participation of a U2 in a British flying display in something like 25-30 years. And what you can hear now, I imagine, our mics are fairly directional, and we hope that they're not picking them up too much, but a forklift truck has arrived in our area and is just in front of us, moving some garden furniture around. So if you do hear the sound of vehicles and clanking and clunks, then that is what that is. The site is in build mode. It is being constructed all around us. Next, we are expecting, I believe, to see the second of the Saudi C-130s. PC-24 also due in very shortly, and then we have the first of our fast jets. This feels like a milestone moment, in fact. The first of our fast jets will be arriving very shortly, and that will be a Typhoon from the Royal Air Force. Typhoon that we are expecting to see is indeed coming to the Royal Air Force from number 12 Squadron specifically. And I think Matt said he did have eyes on, but we will stick with these more imminent movements first, with another of those Saudi C-130s about to touch down. And Avra Valley Aviation asks, does anyone know if the Qatari C17 that is in the vicinity is attending? Yes, it will be. We're expecting to see that land at some point fairly shortly. Part of a large Qatari contribution to mark the 50th anniversary of the Qatar Emiri Air Force. That C-17 will be bringing an NH-90 in the hold. We'll also be seeing some Qatari Hawks in the static display. Plus, of course, also from Qatar, albeit flown here by Boeing test pilots, the F15 QA in the flying display. We won't see it practice today, but we will see it arrive. We are told that the Royal Air Force Typhoon will be very shortly arriving for a run and break. And here it comes, the first fast mover, the first of many, many fast movers. We've got something like 13 Fastjet solo displays at RIAT this year. That doesn't even include the statics. But here, the first Fastjet, and this is going to be difficult to film, we'll probably lose it as it flies straight overhead. And RIAT has well and truly begun. How many Typhoons are landing, asks Jaden. Well, just one for now. However, we are expecting to see more examples than I could care to count. That will include the RAF statics, RAF flyers, German flyers, Italian flyers, Italian static as well, I think. Some other statics that I'm forgetting, and probably the most special of the Typhoons is the Royal Air Force Typhoon T3, which is being used to test and evaluate the new active electronically scanned array radar that will be retrofitted to the Royal Air Force's Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons as part of their next major upgrade package. That will be arriving, I understand, on the Friday. Fairly unusual to see a twin-seat Typhoon out and about. I remember we had one here in 2022 as part of the training theme, which was the primary operational theme for RIAT that year. Chris asks why everything looks a bit hazy, and quite simply that's because it is a bit hazy, especially out to our right hand side where we're looking into sun. Yes, it was very, very foggy here until not long ago. When we arrived, we came onto an airfield where there was perhaps 100 metres of visibility, if that. I remember at one point as we drove onto site at 6 o'clock this morning, the Fairford Eye just appearing in front of us, invisible, and then suddenly, as we got close, it was there, looming into the murk. Things started to clear up about an hour and a half ago, but it is a gradual process, and while the sun has now come out, the visibility is still not wonderful. There's visible haze with the naked eye between us and the tree line down by the runway threshold, and given that we're trying to show you aircraft that are perhaps 5 times further away than that, yes, you can perhaps understand why things do look a little bit compromised. French CN-135, expected very shortly and currently on final approach. Possibly about to be interrupted by vehicle movements here on the ground as the showground is being built, and yes, the microphone's picking some of that noise up as well. We apologise, there's nothing we can do about that. That is the nature of being at RIAT before the air show has begun. But here comes the CN-135, quite an interesting aeroplane because it was developed jointly by Spain, CASA in Spain, and also by Indonesia as both a military and civilian project. You can go and fly on these things out in Southeast Asia. There's a couple of airlines like Merpati that operate them. Wasn't produced in enormous numbers, but Airbus Defence have since modified it into a larger, stretched version, the C295M, and that is rather more common. We'll be seeing a number of those here at the Air Tattoo this year. What you might hear over the next few minutes is a bit of disturbance sound-wise, because we do have construction workers in very close proximity to our microphones at the moment, and we are going to try and move them. So while we move the microphones and wait for something else to happen, we're hoping the PC-24 will be in very shortly. We are going to show you a little taster of the flying displays that are coming up in the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Here comes that PC-24, a relatively new bizjet from Pilatus, and a very capable aircraft. It may look like a normal bizjet, but this is one that can operate from short and austere runways. address a couple of questions in the chat, and comments as well. Commander Shadow says, disappointing there isn't a tornado flying display this year despite it being its 50th anniversary. I'd say disappointing but inevitable because there is no nation providing the noon. And some comments about the sound as well, and someone saying just leave it be, we don't mind the construction noise. Trust me, you would have done when there was someone or multiple people having a conversation about chairs and tables and rigging things, and it would have been as loud as me. They were that close to the microphone and probably about to bang pegs into the ground as well. No, it would not have been pleasant. We did have to move it, I'm afraid. We are imminently expecting the arrival of the CF-18s. I imagine two of them, one of them hopefully being the special paint scheme aircraft, which has been painted up to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. That will be our primary flying display jet. Meanwhile, another Canadian aeroplane backtracking the runway now, the Canadian CC-177. Here comes the Canadian Hornet in for a run and brake. And a non-standard arrival there, so apologies for losing that aircraft as it passed over the top and then behind us. That is not the normal arrival procedure. Out in front of us, and I'll show it to you. It looks like it's going to develop into something interesting. There is a Voyager or perhaps a KC-30 or an A330 multi-role tanker transport, depending on whose it is. It's probably an RAF Voyager from Bryce, but if it is a RIAT arrival, then as that gets a little bit closer, we will show it to you. Told a large number of aircraft currently holding to our east, and a very busy period awaits after the arrival of the CF-18. Next, it looks like we'll be having the Qatar Emiri Air Force C17 Globemaster, and I think we're getting the special paint scheme aircraft in the colours of Qatar Airways, but we'll talk more about that in a moment. Let's get the CF-18 on the ground, just the primary display jet here at the moment, and at the controls will be Caleb Roberts. And what a lovely paint scheme that is. We'll see the top surface on Friday, Saturday and Sunday when the aircraft performs its displays. And you will see that there's a very nicely thought out motif, technological progression as you work from the back of the aircraft to the front, really telling the story of 100 years of Royal Canadian Air Force history. With sort of cogs and mechanical patterns at the back, then it evolves into binary code and then computer circuitry at the front of the aircraft on those leading edge route extensions. We will be seeing a CF-18 display practice later today, although I understand we'll not be seeing the colour jet used for that practice. It will be rather the grey spare jet. Still some visual interest though, because the Canadian Hornets have a false canopy painted on the underside, which does look rather interesting. In the case of the special scheme display aeroplane, there's a false canopy as well, but it's in a tartan pattern, which is rather interesting. And I've just got eyes on our next arrival from the right. And I see Ian has spotted it as well and is swinging his camera around in that direction at the next opportunity. And this, I would suspect, is the Qatari C17. It comes to us from number 10 Squadron at Al Udeid. Qatar operates a fleet of 8 C-17s, the first 4 of which were delivered in the late 2000s. In 2015 they decided to purchase a second batch of 4, giving a home to some of the surplus C-17s that Boeing had built without having first secured a buyer. The C-17 that we see today is painted in the colours of Qatar Airways. And why is that? Well, an official reason hasn't been given, but there have been some comments by personnel at the Qatari Ministry of Defence, and they've said, well, this aircraft is used primarily for humanitarian and diplomatic purposes, more often than conventional military purposes, and as thus the nation of Qatar wishes to attach its brand to that. Inside this C-17, I believe, is a Qatari NH-90 NFH, the NATO frigate helicopter, which is one of 28 NH-90s that Qatar has ordered. Their fleet is split between the NFH naval variant and the TTH tactical transport helicopter variant. We'll be seeing an NH-90 TTH in the flying display this week, that one in the hands of the German army. Deliveries to Qatar of the NH-90 in both variants commenced in 2021, and they are due to complete next year. What a simply glorious paint scheme that is, and so clean and so shiny as well. That's the other thing that struck me as it passed us on the runway there. A real treat to see this aeroplane. As I mentioned earlier, it's part of the Qatar Emiri Air Force 50th anniversary contributions here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, a large number of them appearing on static display. And there's another Qatari aircraft that I failed to mention earlier, which is somewhat interesting. When I was listing the Qatari types we'll be seeing here, we are expecting to see a Qatari Typhoon, albeit one that is still operated by BAE Systems, because it hasn't actually been delivered yet. So, yes, a big Qatari contribution for their 50th anniversary. I wonder at what point we will see a Qatar Embraer Air Force flying display here at RIAT. They do have a relatively new national aerobatic team, I mean new within the last 10 years or so, flying 6 Pilatus PC-21s, and they've got coloured smoke under the wing, a mix of white and purple, and they, from what I've seen in pictures, look rather spectacular, but they are yet to perform at an international air show. Be lovely to see them here one day. There's something that has been spotted with the naked eye off in the distance. Forgive me as I swivel my chair and have a look to see what it is. It's a very distant speck, that is what it is. More details shortly, as soon as we get a handle on it, exactly what kind of aircraft is coming towards us. And I'm going to bring up my timetable for the day, which was written yesterday and will not hold true as the day goes on, but it could well be a Royal Air Force 45 Squadron Phenom T1. Yes, that looks like a possible Phenom candidate just by size alone. You all have the advantage not just of flight radar, but also on occasion of having our long lens cameras showing you what's going on. I can't see what you see, unfortunately. I just have the Mark 1 eyeball to try and identify what is going on, and a list of movements that is probably approaching 20 hours old at this point. But if this is a Phenom, and I believe it is, then this is what the Royal Air Force use for multi-engine training, replacing the King Air. Possibly our quietest arrival so far, barely audible as it rolls down the runway in front of us in its attractive training scheme. An aircraft based on the Phenom 300 business jet, one of the very, very light biz jets, and it kind of offers a hybrid between the small size and low running costs of the fast turboprops like the TBM and the PC-12, but also the slightly higher cruise speed and slightly higher service ceiling that you will find available in the larger biz jet. So a kind of hybrid design, a compromise design. All aircraft are compromises ultimately, but a compromise there between size and cost and performance, but one that has proved very capable in the multi-engine training role, and that's the sort of thing that you will learn asymmetrical flying on, for example, training to deal with scenarios where one engine, you're in a multi-engine large transport aircraft, and one of them has failed, and you've now got more power on one side of the aeroplane than you have on the other. And Phenom has vacated the runway, or has it? No, we're backtracking along the runway. My view is now obscured by an ever-growing pile of garden furniture, so I have no visibility to my left at all, as forklift trucks shuffle it around and move it all into VIP hospitality enclosures out to our right. BAL says you need a tablet with ADS-B on it so that I can see what's coming in. I have a tablet. I'm using it to see what you are saying and also to see the running order for the day. And also I must confess I do have some notes on here because I'd love to pretend I'm very, very clever, but all of the things I'm telling you, I have had to research some of it and write it down, I'm afraid. Morgan says, we ain't due a Turkish A400M, we're due a Turkish KC135. Well, as far as I can remember from the movement sheet in front of me, I think we're due both, and the A400M is a surprise edition. We didn't expect it until we got this list late yesterday night. We got hold of it at about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock last night, although I believe it was completed a few hours before that, 5 or 6 hours earlier. Yes, it looks like that is a surprise edition. Whether it is a pure support aircraft or whether it will be staying on for static display, that is a question that I cannot answer. And good to see John Seymour has arrived as well, saying, hi folks, great to see the arrivals. John a long-term supporter, and he did send us an email last night saying how much he was looking forward to the show. John, thanks for your message. We received that while we were very, very weary at about 10 o'clock at night, trying to force down some dinner after a really long day setting up our trailer and our broadcast setup here. So apologies for not replying to you. We were absolutely knackered, and we needed to get to bed fairly quickly because we were up at about 5:30 today in order to complete our setup before going live shortly before 9 o'clock for the first arrival. And we did have eyes on something, but it's just gone into cloud. There is an aircraft on final approach that I can see, however, so let's see if we can work out what that might be. I mean, I know, BAL, that you say I need a tablet or a phone on a clipboard with ADS-B, but there is something to be said for the fun of seeing a shape on the horizon and saying, what is that? What have I forgotten from this enormous running order and arrivals list? What could that be? Occasionally, it serves as a bit of a surprise. Some little gem that slipped through the cracks of my memory. And after this landing, we've got two aircraft that, as far as we can tell from ADS-B exchange, we do have Matt in the trailer monitoring ADS-B exchange, even though I can't. He says that at the moment it's 50-50 between the arrival of an A400M and a Texan T1 performing a run and break. But here, I've finally been able to work out what it is. It is the Falcon 20 of Draken Europe, formerly Cobham. Originally developed as a business jet, but it actually spawned an entire family of business jets to the Falcon 20, all bearing the Falcon name. But it's been used for over 30 years to provide electronic warfare adversary training to British and NATO forces, initially by Cobham. They've now been bought out by Draken International, and they are known as Draken Europe. They're based at Bournemouth and Teesside, and the aircraft provide adversary air, EW training, target banner towing for gunnery training as well, and the aircraft carry underwing pods, as you will have seen during that arrival. We aren't allowed to know what's inside those pods because it is classified, but they apparently allow the aircraft to simulate various enemy threats or to interfere with radar systems. And it looks increasingly like the Texan T1 is going to win the race to the airfield as it arrives now from the right for a run and break. Yes, it's definitely going to win, isn't it? I've just spotted it with my eyes, and it will be overhead very shortly. Another aircraft from the military flying training system, in addition to the Juno HT1 that we saw arriving earlier. The Texan T1 is the British designation for the Beechcraft T6 Texan II, which is itself the American license-built version of the Pilatus PC-9. We'll be seeing a PC-9 in the flying display, courtesy of the Slovenian Air Force. Ryan Evans, I see, joining us on the chat, and I'm sad to see that because Ryan sent a message earlier on saying that he had a slipped disc in his back, but he hoped that he would recover in time to be able to spend the week at RIAT. And I'm sorry to see, Ryan, that you haven't and that you are joining us from home instead, but I very much hope that our live coverage will provide some solace and still keep you to an extent in touch with the action here at RAF Fairford. And according to the list in front of me, we are very close to the arrival of our first aerobatic team of the week. Actually due to arrive 2 minutes ago, the 8 Hawk Mark 60, it says Mark 66 here, I think it should be Mark 65. The Hawk Mark 65 for the Saudi Hawks, it's the Finnish Midnight Hawks flying the Mark 66. I suspect a small typo on the list. Interesting comment about paint schemes, by the way, as we see the Texan has just rolled past us, and it's in a black paint scheme. Now, as a training aircraft, they are painted intentionally in high conspicuity paint schemes, the easiest scheme for other pilots to identify in mid-air during training scenarios, so as to avoid any air prox incidents. Now, you might wonder, why hasn't the Air Force decided on one high conspicuity paint scheme? Why is it that some of the aircraft, the Texans and the Hawks, are painted black, along with the Junos and the Jupiters, predominantly black as well, whereas other aeroplanes, the Tutor and the Prefect, are painted white? Why is that? Why can't they just identify one scheme that is best and apply that to everything? Well, the answer is that the black scheme is best, but you can't put that on a Tutor or a Prefect because they're made of composites. They would actually get too hot, and it would start to cause the skin of the aircraft to bubble and degrade. So that is why they have been painted white. There is a Tutor that was painted up in a kind of test scheme, very much similar to the old Slingsby Fireflies, and that's got a yellow top side and a black underside to try and get as much black on there as possible, because the underside isn't typically exposed to the sun. That aeroplane still wears that scheme. It's one of the 2 display aeroplanes being used this year by the Tutor solo display, which we won't be seeing at RIAT. They are having a weekend off, but it's a lovely paint scheme to see if you do get the chance to witness it. On final approach now, that surprise addition to the movements list, the Turkish Air Force A400M, and in the not too distant future we will probably be seeing their KC135R Stratotanker as well. Engines RK asks, does anyone know where this C-17 is going, referring to something that's been spotted on flight radar, an SAC heavy airlift wing aircraft nearing Southend. We are expecting to see an SAC C-17 here at RIAT, so I imagine that you have spotted the aircraft that is heading for us. I think that this year we've got more C-17s here at the Air Tattoo than ever before. 5 or 6? Gosh, I'd have to go through and count. I imagine it's also the first time, if you exclude these Saudi C-130s that are shuttling in and out all day, and we'll see a departure fairly shortly. If you exclude those support aircraft and only include static display aeroplanes, I think it might also be the first time that the C-17 has outnumbered the Hercules. Someone with a bit more time and brain space than me sitting at home would like to go and check those claims, then please do see how many C-17s are coming, see how many C-130s are coming, and if you really want to, pour back through the archives and see whether there have ever been this many C-17s before. I've mentioned it many times before today, and you will hear me mention it many times again, I'm afraid, if you stick with us for the full 10 or so hours that we're going to be live. But if you would like to watch our weekend live broadcasts of the airshow proper, you will have to subscribe to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. We've got a 20% discount code currently active. It will remain usable until midnight on Thursday, so if you want to avail yourself of that discount, head over to our website, watch.planestv.com, and use the code RIAT24. That will give you access to our upcoming live broadcasts over the weekend, future live broadcasts as well, and also to our archive of programmes stretching back over 30 years. And here we have a little VT that will introduce a few clips, randomly selected, of the sort of thing that you can see on our streaming service.
Source operates 10 jets, and this is their Vampire and Venom 4-ship display. These are 4 very capable test pilots flying these aeroplanes, and it does show.
So I hope that you will head over to our streaming service, check it out, enjoy some of that archive content. I noticed in the clips we just showed you, we had some Spanish Harrier action from here at RIAT in 2019 when they mounted a 2-ship display. Well, they've become RIAT regulars over the past few years, and if you've missed the big news from earlier on in the broadcast when I shared details of the practices and validations that we are expecting to see today, we have some Harrier action coming up in this program. Not 1 but 2 Harrier rehearsal flights right at the end of the program, bringing us up to about 7 o'clock local time this evening. The reason we're seeing 2 is because the Spanish Navy Harrier display has 2 pilots and they both need to practice. So very much looking forward to seeing that, which will close our action today. Now, something in the meantime, while we have a slightly quieter moment here that you might be wondering about, is exactly what happens if you are arriving aircrew here at RIAT. You're coming from abroad, there are customs and immigrations formalities to complete, and it just so happens that we have a little video about that. It comes, I think, from RIAT 2018, when we followed the crew of the Norwegian Air Force historic flight with their 2 Vampires as they arrived into the air tattoo, and here is a quick look at the process that they went through.
Each year, the Air Tattoo is proud to host a huge number of pilots and aircrews, all prepared to show off their flying and static displays to the public. Here we follow the pilots of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, Kenneth Visler and Jiri Mattila, as they lead us through their experience of the show.
I'm Kenneth Visler, and I'm display pilot with the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. So I'm flying lead pilot in the Vampire. For display pilots, and it's very convenient and very comfortable that everything is taken care of. That you don't have to arrange your own transport to the hotel, but everything is taken care of: accommodation, transportation, food, and all the information you need is provided over at the flight center. So they are really good people that make sure that all the crew, pilots and engineers and everybody is taken well care of.
Hello all, my name is Jiri Mattila, I'm coming from Finland, and in this air show I'm representing also the Norway, as you can see, Norway and Finland. My work is as a chief test pilot of the Finnish Air Force, but the rest of the time I will spend in air shows, of course, mostly here in the UK, flying with this lady, this Vampire, and with the other Vampire from the Norwegian Historic Squadron. This is my first time here in RIAT, and it's been very nice, and yesterday when we came here, it was very nice to have all the time some people was hosting us, and we was getting like signed in and getting to the beers and also to the hotel, and everything is working very well.
And after parking our aircraft, we were driven over to the aircrew reception, and it was a young cadet, a host, that was following us the whole time, and we got the accommodation information and all the travel times, and for the bus up and down to the hotel, and also the flying program today, when we were expected to display today, and all sorts of stuff was dealt with over there. And if you came from straight abroad, they even had immigration there. So it's taken care of even if you come from another country.
In this air show, it's so nice that because all the time the people are hosting us, that immediately after landing we get arrive with the car to the place, and getting signed in and getting all the lunch cards and our patches, and all the time there was one or two guys keeping watching us and seeing that okay, now you go next place, and then everything, and it was so smooth.
At the aircrew reception, there have all offices like MET, flight planning, and also the flying control committee, and they briefed us through all the restrictions and all the display lines and the crowd areas and everything regarding displaying here at Fairford, and also minimum altitudes, distance to crowd, and areas to not overfly, etc.
And it was so easy to come today for the display briefing, because pretty much all was clear already yesterday.
The display today, it was a really good day to fly. I think the display went fine. It was a huge crowd to see, and it's a very long crowd line here at Fairford. The weather was very nice. It was no turbulence, no wind, and the cloud ceiling was high enough for us to do the full program, including the loops. So it just went as planned, and we are very happy with our display today. A great pleasure to be invited here to fly for RIAT 2.
It was great to see all the people here, and seeing that people are exciting that seeing these old aircraft flying here. And this aircraft is from year 52, and so it's 65 years old, and still it's a very good fighter. And after landing, it was nice to see people was making this. And of course, I'm making this back, and I'm very happy.
Yes, we have really enjoyed our stay here at RIAT this weekend, and we would love to come back again next year. And we enjoyed the whole process with everything at the International Air Tattoo, all the aircraft, all the display, and all the spectators that came over to see this and to learn about old aircraft history.
We're cutting that VT because here come the Saudi Hawks from the right-hand side for a run break. What a fantastic sight. And Joe Curry talking about a remark I made earlier about Hawk Mark 66s and thinking I was referring to the Midnight Hawks. No, I was referring to these guys who are flying Hawk Mark 65s and 65As. There is a very minor difference between the 65 and the 65A. It concerns the smoke system primarily, and also some of the avionics in the aircraft. the last time that we'll see these Royal Saudi Air Force Hawk Mark 65s at RIAT, because at the end of this season they will be taking a year out, swapping to the larger, more powerful, more modern Hawk Mark 165. And those new jets have a very attractive new paint scheme as well. We'll talk more about that later, and indeed more about the Saudi Hawks in general later, because they will be performing a practice display. That'll be around about 3:20, if I remember correctly. It'll be the second of our displays today, as opposed to arrivals. So as the Saudi Hawks clear the runway, you can think ahead to some of the other movements that we are expecting fairly imminently, and that includes the SAC C17. Also, we have a Greek C130, which is not all that far away. That's no doubt acting as a support aircraft. Some of their static display contributions. Whether or not it's also staying on static display itself is not information which I am privy to, but it looks like before any further arrivals we're going to get a departure of the French Air and Space Force CN-235 that we saw arriving here at RIAT not all that long ago. And that is a short takeoff. Lucas asks, are the viewing village stands up yet? Yes, they are. And in some of our wide shots you might be able to see them out to our left-hand side. Miller says, what time is the Phantom landing? We are expecting a pair of Phantoms today. Expecting a pair of F4Es from the Turkish Air Force, and they are on the list, scheduled to arrive at 12:08, around the same time as the two Turkish F16s from Solo Turk, incidentally. BAL says, I like the Saudis, but the colour scheme with the white stripe looks too much like the red arrows. It's an interesting story around the Saudi Hawks colour scheme. It wasn't actually supposed to look quite like that, but a mock-up model that did not represent the final scheme was presented to a senior member of the Saudi government or royal family, who then approved what was on the model, rather than what was actually being worked on. So a very hasty redesign and procurement of new paint was required in order to realise what had very suddenly become the new official paint scheme. GVM asks why that CN235 was taking off. A lot of these support aircraft don't stay for the weekend on static display. They are here to drop off personnel and equipment and then to head back off on task. And in some cases there might simply not be space for them here at Fairford. In other cases it might be that those aeroplanes have other missions to attend to. And Joran says the Canadian was good through the loop, hoping the grey one also comes. Yes, I'm sure it will, not least because the CF-18 practice display that we expect to see later today is slated to use that grey aeroplane, I understand. Taking to the runway to our right, one of the two Saudi C-130s that has so far arrived here. And this aeroplane was one of our very first arrivals this morning. It was actually the first scheduled arrival on our list. It's rolling now to take off, one of a fleet of Saudi aeroplanes shuttling back and forth between here and Waddington and potentially other places. One of our camera operators has just said, I think he's driving back. That is a very low takeoff, isn't it? So after that impressive departure, we now have another large aeroplane arriving from our right, and I think this will be the Greek Hercules, which again, a bit like the Turkish A400M, we didn't know to expect until we got this list through late last night. This, I assume, is a support aircraft, may also be here on static display. So we think the next movements will be the Moroccan Hercules arriving, followed by the arrival of a Royal Air Force Atlas C1. And then we've also spotted on radar the Royal Jordanian Falcons in the area. We just spotted the Hercules out to our right hand side, but we'll continue for the time being to show us the Saudi Hawks as they taxi past, because the Hercules is still quite some distance away, and it will be probably a couple of minutes yet before it touches down here at Fairford. There's some discussion and some questions about an aircraft marked as Russian flight radar. Yes, we've spotted it too. We believe that it might be a Hercules. It's not a Russian aircraft, but we aren't 100% certain. It's not following the Skyvan though. This is probably just a little bit of positional error being reported by the website, perhaps due to latency. It will be actually behind the Skyvan. The Skyvan is full of photographers from aviation photo crew. They are taking, paying passengers up for a ride to go and fly in close formation with some of these aeroplanes as they arrive into Fairford. Behind the Hercules we also have the A400M, which is now turned onto finals, and I can see it as a smudge in the distance. But first into land is this Moroccan Air Force C-130H. It comes from the singular transport squadron of the Moroccan Air Force. Morocco received 19 C-130Hs between 1974 and 1986. And today 16 of those 19 aircraft remain operational. That includes a pair of aircraft that have been converted to KC-130Hs the aerial refuelling capable variant, and one single specialist EC-130H used to collect electronic intelligence. Now this is yet another time where I find myself saying this is here primarily as a support aircraft, and I don't know if it's going to also be on static display. At the time that we last got our information, I don't think the team here knew either, but the primary reason for its participation here is to support the deployment of two Moroccan Air Force F16 CD Fighting Falcons 1C, 1D, we expect. And they are here as part of one of the main themes of RIAT this year, which is the 50th anniversary of the first flight of the F-16. We have a number of F-16s, probably one of the largest public F-16 gatherings of all time, and that will include a line of around 20 of them in the static display, stretching for over 200 metres, I imagine. And they will be lined up in age order, which will be lovely. I think the Moroccan jets will be the newest in that line. They are of Block 52 or Block 50 standard, 50-52. It depends what sort of engine they've got in them, and that is something that I don't know, I'm afraid. But either Block 50 or Block 52, age-wise, doesn't really make any difference. Fitted out with a conformal fuel tanks, all of the latest avionics of that time as well. And we've got two F-16s in the flying display. That will be the Solo Turk F-16C, which will probably be a Block 40, and then we've got a probably Block 15 or so Danish Air Force example, an F-16AM and F-16A, but which has been through a midlife upgrade program in the 90s. Well, our next arrival is now on final approach, and this is a Royal Air Force Atlas C1. That's the British designation for the Airbus A400M, and it comes to us from 70 Squadron, based just up the road in Bryce Norton, so another aircraft that has had a very short transit flight over to us. A400M is both a tactical and strategic airlifter. If you remember back to probably around an hour or so ago when I was describing the difference between tactical and strategic airlift, well, this aircraft can to an extent do both of them. It was originally designed to replace the C-160 Transal and the C-130 Hercules. It ended up being a bit larger than was first planned, and actually fits midway between the C-130 and the C-17 in terms of capacity and performance. The Royal Air Force has ordered 22 Atlas C1s. They're all based at Bryce Norton, and for the last year they have actually fully replaced the Hercules. The last Herculeses in British service, the C4 and the C5, were retired in late June 2023. And that was quite an operational challenge for the Royal Air Force, because at that particular point in time, the Atlas C1 didn't have full strategic airlift capability and wasn't able to take over from the Hercules in certain roles. The resulting capability gap has, I believe, largely been rectified in the time since then. We've spotted a smudge in the distance, but we can't really show you anything meaningful of it at the moment, and that should be the arrival of another C-17, yes, another. This time coming from NATO's strategic airlift capability. Operates under the Hungarian flag, though, given there is no such thing as a NATO aircraft registration. And of course this aeroplane is here as part of the NATO 75th anniversary theme, which is one of the big themes of the air tattoo this year. And the real celebration of that theme is going to be on the Friday. We're going to have a NATO flypast, which is going to involve, let me do some mental arithmetic, 1, 2, 10, somewhere in the region of 15 aircraft. That's the best I can do. Actually, the last time we were updated about the aircraft that will be participating in that flypast, it wasn't 100% certain, so I'm not going to ruin any surprises or share any information that might now have become out of date, because it was still subject to confirmation once the pilots actually landed here and briefed together and decided what they were happy to do. But yes, the idea is, I think, 4 waves. 2 of them involving a large heavy aircraft flanked by jets, and then some of them exclusively fast jets. And we'll be seeing that fly past on the Friday only. Should be quite a sight. Some quite interesting static display participants being involved in that fly past. They'll take part in the fly past, and then they will land and head over to the far left-hand end of the airfield as we look at it. The green zone, which is closed on Friday, and they'll be able to park up there, and then that zone will be opened the following day, and it will become part of the public showground area. Biggles asks, can you get live ATC online for RIAT? I'm afraid no, you can't, and actually the broadcasting of live air traffic control is not technically legal in the UK, so that is why we aren't bringing it to you. GBM asks, will the B-52 fly past? I very much doubt it. The turning circle of that aircraft is so enormous that if it were to do a run and brake and then circle back to land, it would use a hell of a lot of airspace and also take an awfully long time. So no, I don't know for certain, but my guess is that no, it will just be a straight-in landing. And speaking of straight-in landings, here comes one from the right, this being the C-17A Globemaster III of NATO's strategic airlift capability. They operate a fleet of 3 C-17s, which are based at Papa Air Base in Hungary, and thus the aircraft also wear the markings of the Hungarian Air Force. Hungarian Air Force roundel displayed up near the tip of the tail. But the operator, SAC, is an independent multinational organisation supported by NATO but not actually part of NATO. It's staffed by 145 personnel from 12 member states, and the aircraft provide a strategic airlift capability to SAC member nations and wider NATO allies that don't possess that capability themselves. It's the only C-17 unit outside of the United States that is qualified to use the full range of capabilities that this type possesses. And we can see the next arrival as well. Again, a very distant smudge at the moment. There's not an awful lot of point showing it to you because it's just a little speck hanging pretty much static in the sky. But I think what it probably is, from the best I can make out, is the Kinetic Avro regional jet. So this aircraft is here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme. It's a test bed aeroplane, and I will have to check my notes because I think we're expecting two aircraft, one RJ100 and one BA146, which are both superficially pretty much identical. And I'm afraid I'm not quite as au fait with the differences as I probably ought to be, so I'm diving into my notes now. But this is the kinetic example. This is the RJ100. They're sending a number of aircraft to RIAT from their 17-strong UK-based fleet. They're all due to arrive today. This aircraft is used for aircraft modification and flight test work. And note the interesting nose that aeroplane had. That is a mock-up nose from a generic jet fighter. And the reason for that is so that it can test fighter-style radars in flight without having to apply them to a real fighter aeroplane. Well, next up, and arriving fairly low for a run and break from the right-hand side, the 4 extra 330 LXs of the Royal Jordanian Falcons arriving for RIAT, which is the second show of their annual European tour. And now another Hercules on final approach, and another Jordanian aircraft in the circuit, complementing the Royal Jordanian Falcons. This a C-130H Hercules from number 3 Squadron in Amman. Jordan is one of 7 Middle Eastern air arms that operate the C-130. They have 3 C-130Es and 7 C-130Hs. Of those 7 C-130Hs, 3 of them are actually second-hand aircraft recently received from the US Air Force under the Ramp-to-Ramp program, which is an initiative under which the United States is transferring surplus C-130s to friendly air forces with relatively modest airlift capability. We were hoping that the C-130 participating here at RIAT will be one of those newly acquired US Air Force aeroplanes, and what I should have done if I've been really organised is taken a note of all the serial numbers for those newly delivered aircraft, but I'm afraid I haven't, so I won't be able to tell you if this is indeed one of those newly delivered airframes or not. But perhaps one of the good, kind people of the chat will be able to Google the serial number and confirm whether this is a new Jordanian Air Force arrival or not. And as it touches down, I would like to say a big thank you to Cooper Parsons for a £1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Cooper. Very much appreciated. special paint scheme as well. I did not expect that. How many times did these little guys have to stop to refuel before arriving? I assume that refers to the Royal Jordanian Falcons. They didn't, is the answer. They are shipped over to Europe every year aboard Royal Jordanian Air Force C-130s, but once they arrive in Europe for their annual goodwill tour, from that point they do transit everywhere. They've done one show so far, and it was in northern France, so they haven't had all that far to come. And it would not surprise me at all if they've made the journey non-stop. One of the advantages of the version of the Extra 300 they fly, the Extra 330 LX, as opposed to, for example, the Extra 330 SC, is that they are slightly more roomy inside, slightly more viable as touring aircraft rather than pure competition machines. Joseph Borg confirms it is a US Air Force, or an ex-US Air Force example. Thank you, Joseph. Good to know. As the last of these extra 330s from the Royal Jordanian Falcons touches down, and I'm afraid I'm going to do another plug for our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. That is where you will find our live broadcasts of the weekend air shows on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. They will be exclusive to our streaming service. The other important thing to note is that you can watch this arrivals broadcast on our streaming service, where you will get it ad-free. So if you want to sign up to that, there's a discount code available, 20% off if you use the code RIAT24. That will get you access to our 6 days of ad-free RIAT broadcasts. It will also get you access to our 30-year archive of airshow programs, plus all of our upcoming broadcasts as well. And one of our biggest upcoming shows of the year after RIAT is in September. It's the Duxford Battle of Britain airshow, and here's a little look at the sort of thing you can expect to see.
It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires.
But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35. While we were on that VT, I noticed a very kind action by, I apologise, I don't know how to pronounce your YouTube name, Arcanu? I'll go with that until I'm corrected, who has just gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you very much, that's extremely generous of you. And John Seymour says he's a subscriber to the channel, he shouldn't be getting ads. Yeah, but if you're watching on YouTube you will still get ads. But John, I know you're a subscriber to the streaming service already, so if you head over there you can watch exactly the same thing, advert free. But do stay with us on the chat here on YouTube, because this is where I'm monitoring all the back and forth. You can create a pop-up chat window without actually having the video live, if you so wish. So you can have the watch.planestv.com version of the stream on your big screen, but still have the YouTube chat active. We've just been told that something has turned on to final, but we don't know what it is, and there's a lot of discussion going on in my ear as we try and work out. Matt is standing out in front of me. He's got a scanner pressed to his ear, monitoring air traffic control. He's also got a tablet in front of him with ADS-B exchange on. Guys, do we know what this is? Do we know what this is? F5, Spanish F5s, brilliant. Could be wrong, he says. Well, let's hope he's not. Spanish F5s, one of the real stars of the static display this year. These technically known in Spanish service as the AE9, but more broadly in colloquial conversation we'll probably call them the SF5M Freedom Fighter. They come from ALA 23. Meanwhile, NH90 just over the threshold to our right hand side. Could this be the Qatar Air Force example, not arriving in the C17 as was originally planned, but instead coming in independently? That looks like a Qatari roundel to me. What a lovely surprise. So back to the F5s, an aircraft that began its life as a privately funded light fighter project intended to produce a high-performance, low-cost, low-maintenance fighter with a secondary ground attack role. It was intended to be used across NATO. It was first selected during 1956 as the US Air Force's next advanced jet trainer rather than as a fighter to replace the T-33. It was designated in that role the T-38 Talon. The fighter variant was not ordered for several years further. It got its first order in 1962. Both it and an improved model, the F5E Tiger II, have seen a great deal of export success and continue to be used globally. Spain has operated the F5 since 1970 as a fighter and as a lead-in fighter trainer. They also fly some of them as reconnaissance platforms. Today, only the twin-seat trainers remain in service, and they're due to continue flying until around 2030. Efforts are currently underway to find a replacement. There has been talk at some points in the last few years that Airbus may develop a bespoke training aeroplane called the Future Jet Trainer, which would be used to replace the F5 in Spanish service, but also the C101 Avio jets in the advanced jet training role. Redemption asks, is the stream a bit behind? Yes, it is. You're probably around a minute, but up to 2 minutes at a push, probably close to 1 minute delayed on the stream compared to what is actually happening here at Fairford. So if you notice a discrepancy between what you're seeing on ADS-B Exchange or Flight Radar or your flight tracking app of choice, that is why, and that's simply a technical limitation of what we're doing here. We are broadcasting not from a studio with high-speed internet and everything set up for us. We are ultimately in the middle of a field, and yes, we do our best to fit it out best we can. We've got our broadcast trailer on site, we've got multiple forms of internet connection, but we are ultimately in a makeshift studio, and yes, there will be a small delay as the footage makes its way via space to you. CC150 lining up at Bryce, says Ben Matthews. Fantastic. And the man asks, are the Spanish AV8s going to be at this year's show? Yes, they will be. And in fact, not only are we going to see them arriving today, but at the end of today's broadcast, from around about 6:30 to 7 o'clock, we're going to get 2 back-to-back Harrier display practices. Another question I spotted, which I thought was quite interesting, and I'm afraid I can't immediately see the name of who asked this question, but someone said, is this the UK version of RIAT? Sorry, is this the UK version of Oshkosh? And that was Jockey 1315. Not really, no, it's very different. So Oshkosh is fundamentally the showcase event for the Experimental Aircraft Association, which is a civilian body, and thus the majority of the aircraft are civilian. Yes, there are some military aeroplanes there. It's one of the biggest military lineups in the US, but it ultimately accounts for a very small percentage, probably just 1 or 2% of the entire collection of aeroplanes that attend the show. This is a very different event. You will see almost no civilian aircraft here. You can't choose to fly in, you have to be invited. This is a purely military air show, and it is the largest such air show in the world. So AirVenture, yes, it does have a healthy population of military aircraft, perhaps a couple of dozen of them over the course of the week. Here we're going to see over 200, and they're coming from somewhere in the region of 30, 31, 32 different nations. So a very different beast to AirVenture. Overall number of aircraft is of course far smaller. Oshkosh gets something like 10,000, of which 2,000 are show planes, and here we're getting 200, 250. But they're coming from a much larger range of military operators. Something else as well, Chris has mentioned it a few times about asking me to cut my mic when something noisy happens. When something noisy happens, it's not around me, it's over by our atmosphere mics out in the field. So poor old Andrew in the trailer has his work cut out for him doing multiple jobs at once, but if I just say now, maybe he'll pick up on me saying when there's something noisy on the Atmos mic, maybe he can drop it down a bit. There's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. But the site is in build mode. Since we have arrived this morning, the VIP chalets behind me have become populated with furniture, chairs, tables, astroturf and decking, and the sound system will be going in shortly. The fence line along the front of the showground will go in shortly, so at some point you are going to hear the sound of pegs and stakes being hammered into the ground, inevitably very close to our microphones. It's just a hazard of being here at Fairford on the arrival days. And Andrew quite rightly points out that unfortunately he doesn't get any warning of when a hammer is about to be hit. So yes, I'm afraid the volume levels are a little bit all over the place when some of that background noise is happening, and we're in our little pen, the microphone goes where it has to go, and sometimes there will be noise around it. I'm afraid that is just the reality of the situation today. But once we get into the air show proper on Friday, the showground will be set up, and I'll be handing over to Ben Donnell and Mark Manwaring, the official air show commentary team, and they will be talking you through the action. The microphones by that point will be allowed to move them out into the field in front of the spectators, so we'll be getting cleaner sound. All the construction noise will have finished, and there is some of that construction noise there. I hope that's not too loud. That, I suspect, is either fence pegs or fence poles or speaker poles being inserted into the ground just off to our right-hand side. Well, while we seem to have another slightly quieter moment, there's another... we could have an overhead. There is something coming on soon, I'm reliably informed. Do we know what it is? No, we don't know. But, I mean, this is all the fun of RIAT arrivals, isn't it? The jeopardy of not knowing what is coming and from where and when. And I'm really facing the wrong way for this, because the chances are that first sight of it is going to be over my shoulder. I'll try and keep tabs on what's going on best I can. Let's, because I know some of you will have joined since we started the programme, I do want to run through some elements of the schedule for today, and particularly a few key movements. We're expecting to see the Turkish fleet arriving fairly soon, including their F16s and F4s, but then the American B-52 arriving later today as well. We've also got not just arrivals, but display practices coming up over the course of the day. And if I just sort of move forward to that part of my movement list, I can tell you that we're going to see practice displays or validations from the Royal Jordanian Falcons, the Saudi Hawks, the Canadian CF-18, the Embraer KC-390, and that will be our first block of practices from 3 p.m. until around about 4:30 p.m. and then we have a second block which will be from 1750 until 1900, and that will include the German Eurofighter EF-2000, the German A400M, the two Wildcat HMA-2s of the Black Cats, and then those two consecutive practice displays, one of them technically a validation from the Spanish Navy Harrier. That is a product of the fact that there are two Spanish Navy Harrier display pilots, and they both need to go up and get a feel for the environs of RAF Fairford. What time is the B-52? Asks Owen Thomas. Very good question. I've got a list of about a million things in front of me, and I'm sort of trawling through it now to try and find out at what time the B-52 is coming so I can get an answer to you. I'll revisit that later, rather than staring down in my lap all the time. So we're currently playing an interesting game of how many leader vehicles does it take to escort an A400M. The answer at the moment is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I do now have a time for that B-52 arrival, 16:44 today. GVM asks, will the B-52 be static on Friday? We don't know that information. However, I would speculate that the answer is more likely to be a yes than a no. As a simple product of the B-52's size, they might try and get it down onto some of the larger bits of jet pan towards the middle of the showground. And those areas are open tomorrow. So on Friday, I should say. So if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I'd say the answer is probably more likely yes than no, but I'm afraid we don't get that kind of information. Theresa May asks, presumably not the Theresa May, asks, is the Portuguese KC-390 coming, is the KC-390 coming over the Embraer display, or is it the Portuguese Air Force one? Well, the Portuguese KC-390 was listed on the RIAT website as having been cancelled, although I do think I spotted it on the movement list for today. I'll have another trawl through in a moment's time and see if it is indeed there. So that aircraft was not going to be doing a display. It was planned to be static display only, but Embraer, who manufacture the KC-390, will be sending an aircraft for an air display performance, which will be on Friday only. I'm not sure it'll even be landing here, or if it is, it'll only be very brief. Because it's here for the Farnborough International Airshow as well, and I think predominantly basing out of Farnborough for its time. Certainly it'll be departing off slot. It might land briefly to take on some fuel before the start of its flying display. In fact, yes, I can confirm it will be the Embraer KC-390, scheduled to arrive at 1:20 before its validation display at around about 3:30. And I can't see a Portuguese example, so yes, it does appear that the website holds true and that aircraft will not be... Oh no, it does say here, 12 o'clock, Embraer KC-390 Millennium, Portuguese Air Force Escadra 506. Maybe it's uncancelled. Let's wait and see. Something's on final, I'm told. What have we got? I can't see anything. Well, as the Royal Air Force Atlas C1 crosses the runway and heads to its parking position, which will probably be in the RAF village, we might be about to see the Polaris, which did pass over the top of us. Yes, I have just spotted it. It is on long final, so that will probably be a few minutes yet. It passed over the top of us on its way from Bryce in much the same way that the Royal Canadian Air Force C-177 did earlier on this morning. This aircraft has been supporting the transatlantic deployment of the two CF-18s for the air tattoo. It's one of two aerial refuelling types that the Royal Canadian Air Force operate. They've also got a small handful of C-130s which have been fitted with aerial refuelling pods. The Royal Canadian Air Force operate two variants of CC-150, the standard CC-150, which is a transport aircraft, and the CC-150T tanker. This is a tanker variant, and you can tell so from the fact that it has aerial refueling pods under the wings. Hose and drogue systems, very much like you find on the Royal Air Force Voyager. One of 4 CC-150s that the Canadians operate. They had 5 a few years ago. One of them was written off in an accident. I think the breakdown is that 2 of them are tankers and 2 of them are pure transports. Of those pure transports, one of those is VIP transport. The aircraft actually former commercial airliners, A310-300s. They were all previously used by Ward Air and Canadian Airlines, but 5, as I mentioned, converted for military use in the 1990s. A modification that allowed them to conduct aerial refueling was then made in 2008. But it's an aircraft that is coming towards the end of its service career, because it is shortly to be replaced by the CC-330 Husky. I think it's called the Husky, that's right, isn't it? The CC-330, which is the Canadian designation for the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. Again, very similar to the Voyager flown by the RAF. They received their first examples very recently. I saw one of them over at CFB Trenton, which is the biggest Canadian Air Force base, their main transport base. I was over there a couple of weeks ago for the Quinte International Air Show, one of the big Royal Canadian Air Force centenary events. And the Royal Canadian Air Force centenary is a big theme here at RIAT 2024. We've got in the flying display the CF-18, which will be flying not just its solo demonstration, but also taken to the air alongside a Canadian marked Spitfire, but the large contribution of Canadian aircraft in the static display, which will all be parking up together in a Canadian-themed zone. And among the types that we are expecting to see there, CC-150, CC295 Kingfisher, CC-177 Globemaster, we've already seen that arrive, CC-130J Hercules, and also a CH-146 Griffon as well. Another sort of informal theme of the show has transpired to be the 50th anniversary of the British Aerospace Hawk. We've got all 3 aerobatic teams in the world that fly the T1 series Hawk, the Red Arrows, the Saudi Hawks and the Midnight Hawks, all taking part in the flying display here at the Air Tattoo this year. There has been some conversation in the chat and also on certain internet forums about the possibility of some kind of special flypast to mark that anniversary on the Saturday. Now, I don't think I am in a position to say anything about that, other than there has been a lot of misinformation about it. Expecting to see at some point fairly soon the arrival middle of the Turkish Air Force participants, in addition of course to the A400M Atlas that we saw earlier on. Does anyone know the time of the first rehearsal? Yes, 3 PM is the first rehearsal. That will be the Royal Jordanian Falcons, followed by the Saudi Hawks, and that block of rehearsals, which will then go on to include some other displays as well, the Canadian CF-18 and a few others that slip my mind, that will run for around about 90 minutes. So we've got a number of RIAT debuts taking part in the flying display this year. We've got the German EF2000. That's one that's going to grab a lot of attention, I think, quite different to the typical Typhoon displays that we're used to seeing. We've got the F15 QA Ababil as well, but then we also have the debut of the RIAT debut of the RAF's new F-35B Lightning roll demonstration from 617 Squadron. It's not the first time that a British F-35 has appeared in the flying display here at RIAT, because if we cast our minds back to 2016, there was a British F-35 flown by a British pilot, but part of an American squadron that performed a roll demonstration here. And at the time, we made a little video about that momentous moment. It was the first time that an F-35 had flown at a British airshow. Here's a little look back to 2016.
The F-35 is the 5th generation multi-role supersonic stealth strike fighter, which is a big deal for the UK and for the world. I'm an F-35 pilot based with the Marine Corps in South Carolina right now. We're embedded with the US Marine Corps 501 Squadron. There are UK, Royal Air Force and Royal Navy pilots and maintainers based down in South Carolina, working alongside the US Marines. And we've come to RIAT to show the airplane in the UK for the first time.
Pure piloting skill is actually relatively easy, to be totally honest. I mean, the aircraft is designed to take away a lot of the piloting inputs, so the computer does a lot of the stuff that maybe in the old airplanes you'd have to do yourself. The challenge is really operating the airplane, so it's really taking all the information that the airplane's giving you and actually processing that information and sending it out. The jet does a very good job at it. Generally, it's the grey matter in the middle here that's the thing that fails you, so that's really where the challenge comes in for pilots.
It's very special for us to be able to bring the airplane here to show off the vertical landing, the hover performance of the airplane. It's a shame we can't really show you the stealth aspects and the supersonic characteristics of the airplane. That's where she really shows her best, is downrange, operationally invisible to the enemy.
stoval characteristics, clearly, I mean that's the thing that we're really kind of concentrating on here, is showing the aircraft hovering, showing it doing the maneuvers within the hover and slowing down to the hover. We're also before that showing a bit of the incredible maneuverability of the aeroplane by doing some of the high-speed passes and some of the max rate turns as well. So we're trying to just show off a little bit of everything that the aeroplane can do. Sitting in the hover there, watching the right at crowd center, looking out over the crowd was incredible privilege, and yeah, definitely the highlight.
So that was, sorry, Mike was a bit far away from my mouth there. I've been eating some breakfast. First chance I've had. Yes, apologies about some of the sounds you might have heard on our microphone over the last few minutes. As I mentioned, the site is in build mode. There are lots of people milling around and doing jobs, and you might have heard a bit of some conversations that we did not intend to broadcast. We are keeping an eye out for action, but it looks like there is not much going on at the moment. So while we wait for more arrivals, and there is a busy period coming, then I would like to mention one aircraft that is sadly not going to be here this weekend. Unfortunately, in the last few days, we received news of the cancellation of the Polish Air Force Tiger demo team flying an F-16C Jastrob. We had hoped to see them in the flying display here at RIAT for the first time since 2018. Sadly, that will no longer be. However, we at Blades TV have just returned from Poland, from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, where we saw Tiger demo team flying on home turf, and it is a very impressive demonstration indeed this year, a new display routine for the 2024 season. And given that we can't bring you a live display here at RIAT, we do have a short piece showing some of the highlights of their show at Leszno in Poland. Apparently, we don't have that. Okay, we'll come back to that when we've found it. Right, we've got a different video clip lined up for you while we track down that Polish F16 clip. Obviously it's the 75th anniversary of NATO this year, and one of the aircraft that we're expecting to see on static display over the weekend and arriving on the Friday as part of the airshow is the NATO E-3 Sentry. And we actually have a clip of a NATO A3 from the darkest depths of our archive, all the way from 1990, performing at the airshow at Boscombe Down. Here's a look.
Taking off from the right, the NATO E-3A, flown by Lieutenant Colonel Moroccan Hercules. Built by Boeing in Seattle and then delivered to Oberpfaffenhofen, where it had all the mission avionics fitted by Dornier. Delivered to Geilenkirchen between February and May, between 82 and 85, 18 aircraft in total. And this squadron is the only squadron that actually belongs to NATO, and it's manned by 11 of NATO's 16 nations. Coming in now from the right with the gear down, what's known in the trade as a dirty pass, as you can see, it's that, it's smoke. It says NATO and OTAN. The OTAN bit is not just a mirror image, it's the French. Organisation de traité d'Atlantique du Nord.
So we were speculating earlier as to the status, or I was speculating anyway, as to the status of the Portuguese KC-390, which showed up on the RIAT website a few days ago as having been cancelled, but we've been watching one on flight radar advancing across Europe in our direction. There is one on the aircraft movements list in front of me as well, and we think now that the aircraft is on long final and it is indeed coming to Fairford, so that will be fantastic. The RIAT debut of a Portuguese KC-390. I'm also wondering if it's the RIAT debut of any operational KC-390. I can't quite recall if the examples that visited in circa 2018 were operational Brazilian Air Force aeroplanes, or if they were coming to us under the operation of Embraer, but wearing Portuguese Air Force colours. It was one of the two. Anyway, the debut of Portuguese KC-390s delivered very recently, and I think they've only got one at the moment, so we're quite privileged to see it here. This is, I strongly suspect, its first international outing for a foreign air show. A question that did pop up in the chat, why do we alternate with the F16 between Viper and Fighting Falcon? Viper is the informal nickname given to it by pilots, and Fighting Falcon was the official name. However, the latest version of the F16, the F16V, has officially been given the name of F16V Viper. There are also numerous other national names, so when I was talking about the Polish earlier, you would have heard me use the term Jastrob, which is Polish for hawk, probably mispronounced, and that is what they call it officially. I suspect in colloquial everyday speech it's usually still F16 Fighting Falcon or F16 Viper, but officially the Jastrob, and there's various other nations that have their own name for it as well. I see some cameras have just been pointed down towards our right hand end of the runway, and I can see the very distant landing lights of a Portuguese Air Force KC-390. It will probably take some time to get here still. We're also looking at two aircraft on downwind and wondering what they might be. They look like two fast movers. Fascinating. I wonder if this is our Turkish Air Force arrivals, and I wonder what will happen first, the KC-390 landing or these two jets performing either a landing or a run and brake. This is the excitement of RIAT arrivals. Dom saying fighter jets went over Bryce 5 minutes ago. Well, I suspect probably the same ones that we have just seen arriving downwind into the pattern, quite possibly heading over to the photo ship Skyvan for a bit of photography fun before joining the pattern to land here at RIAT. And another notable development, although it's some hours off yet, we have just been joined down here by a member of Saudi Hawk's ground crew, who is presumably, two members of Saudi Hawk's ground crew, presumably getting ready for their validation flight, which will be in around about 3 hours from now. So here comes the 390, a Brazilian multi-role transport, firefighting and aerial refuelling platform. It's got comparable capabilities and payload to the C-130J. Its cargo payload is 21 tons and it carries up to 80 passengers, 66 paratroopers or 2 M113 armoured personnel carriers. It can also carry a Black Hawk helicopter in its cargo cabin. One of the key differentiators between this and other transport aircraft of comparable size is that it has been designed to fly at unusually high cruise speeds for its class, Mach 0.8, and it's also been designed to function well in hot, high and dusty conditions. Despite those high-speed flight characteristics, though, it can also fly low and slow. It's got huge flaps and air brakes, which allow it to descend at up to 9,000 feet per minute. Portugal was the first export customer of the KC-390. They've placed an order for 5 aircraft, the first of which was delivered last year, and that's the one we see now. And it's operated by the newly formed Escadra 506, based in Beja. We are also expecting to see, at some point over the course of today or tomorrow, the arrival of a pair of Portuguese F16 AM Fighting Falcons for the static display. They are very rare air tattoo participants, and they will be forming part of what is known as the Viper line, the area at the far western end of the showground, where a lineup of somewhere in the region of 20 F16s will be lined up in age order, spanning 200 metres or so. And out to our right hand side, an aircraft movement on the ground as another Saudi Air Force C-130, it seems, prepares to take off. Actually, we've seen this before at RIAT. We're never quite certain when it's not listed on the movement list. Sometimes they're holding short of the runway to take off. Sometimes they're holding short because they've stopped north side to offload their support equipment, and then they are going to taxi across the runway and head to the static display as soon as there's a clear moment to do so. So I say it's waiting to take off. We don't know. It could surprise us. There's 2 options here. Should add, as has been picked up on by some of our viewers, the Portuguese F16s do actually show on the website as cancelled, just like the Portuguese KC-390 did, so I suppose there's still some uncertainty about whether or not we see them here. And speaking of F16s, 2 are arriving from our right hand side. We can also hear some jet noise high up in the sky above us. Can't get eyes on and see what's producing that sound. Turk, the primary display aircraft of the Turkish Air Force. Primary F16 display aircraft of the Turkish Air Force, I should say. They do, of course, have the Turkish Stars aerobatic team as well. And it'll be interesting to see what spare aircraft they have sent, because there is, or at least a few years ago there was, another F16 painted up in a kind of Solo Turk reduced paint scheme, which they used as a spare, and then at one point there was a spare Solo Turk colours as well, so we'll see what they have sent us, whether it is full Solo Turk colours or a reduced version, or if it's just a standard grey jet as the spare. That looks like full Solo Turk colours as well. Fantastic. Solo Turk displaying here for the first time since 2018. Part of a generous Turkish Air Force contribution at this year's show, because in addition to Solo Turk in the flying display, we also have, due to arrive fairly imminently according to the movements list, a pair of F4E Phantoms, and also their KC135R support aeroplane. And let's hope the Phantoms give us a run and break on their way in. Fingers crossed. We have aircraft on downwind. They appear to be fast movers, and this would coincide with the time at which we expect to see the Turkish Phantoms. Jamie McDonald asking about rivet joints, US Air Force static. He asks if the RAF rivet joint is just a fly past. Yes, correct. It will neither be taking off nor landing here, and it will be flying past on the Friday only. But our next movement, before we see those Phantoms, the departure of one of those Saudi C-130s supporting the deployment of the Saudi Hawks. Thank you to Philip Thorley, who's joined us as a channel member just in time to see the F4s. Kevin Mosseshaw asks, are they flying or static? They are static. Turkey, and indeed no nation, in fact, currently performs true F4 displays, but they are joining us on static display. There's going to be Hellenic Air Force F4s on static as well, and this is, I think, the first air show in several years to feature F4s from two different air arms, so quite a milestone, especially in this day and age. We are going to get a run and break, albeit a fairly high one. As they come in, we might lose them over the top of us because they are pretty much directly overhead. These two glorious F4E Phantom 2s from 111 Philo of the Turkish Air Force. Wonderful shape to see in the skies above RAF Fairford. course, developed as a long-range all-weather supersonic fighter bomber. It first flew in the late 1950s and became known for its exploits during the Vietnam War. It was originally designed for the US Navy, but it also served with the US Air Force and with 11 export nations. Impressive top speed of Mach 2.2, and it was also capable of carrying over 18,000 pounds of weapons. Turkey has operated the F4 in huge numbers over the years, 233 of them in total, starting in 1974. That has included both the F4E and the specialist RF4E reconnaissance version, which was retired in 2015. Turkey has upgraded many of its Phantoms via what was known as the Terminator 2020 program that built on previous upgrades and allowed the aircraft to carry the AIM-120 beyond visual range air-to-air missile. The Terminator upgrade also included fully digital modern avionics, a reduction in weight, and the ability to carry a variety of guided air-to-ground weapons while still retaining or enhancing their air-to-air capabilities. This will enable them to continue flying in Turkish surface and to remain operationally potent well into the 2030s. Here comes the first, streaming its drag chute. Don't normally think of Phantoms as quiet aircraft, but barely a noise, barely a whistle as they pass by us landing. Engines on idle, braking parachute streaming. What a sight. So, seeing as we have just seen some F4s, let's take a dip back into the archive. Let's go back to Alconbury in 1993, and this little clip opens with, I think, a very fortuitous line of narration about phantom withdrawal symptoms. Let's take a look.
Alconbury Air Tattoo in 1993, and the German Air Force rescues us from phantom withdrawal symptom. The German Air Force ordered the F4F in 1971 when it became clear that the Tornado could not be developed as an interceptor quickly enough. It was specially designed to German requirements with a Vulcan 20mm cannon. JG-74 retired their starfighters in 1974 and completed retraining in the Phantom in 1976 in the interceptor role. A significant upgrade in 1980 gave the aircraft a greater commonality with US Phantoms in terms of weapons capability.
Can't have too much Phantom action, eh? We thought we ought to bring that to you in a perfectly timed moment of downtime before the arrival of the Turkish tanker support aircraft, which is a KC-135 that you can see it on your screen now. It's just on final approach. An aircraft that's loosely based on the Boeing 707, albeit with a shorter and narrower fuselage. There's a couple of other aircraft types that sit between the 707 and this in the family tree. First entered service in 1957, and eventually 803 of them were produced over the course of a 10-year production run. In addition to the standard tanker transport role, it's also been modified into various specialised versions, such as the rivet joints that we were discussing a few moments ago, the signals intelligence aircraft, of which we'll be seeing 2 examples over the course of the next few days, one American, one British. Turkey operates 7 KC-135s. They've all been upgraded, much like the American examples, with CFM56 engines. They reduce the fuel burn by 25% and increase the range by 60%. Being retrofitted with a new navigation and radar system as part of what they call the PACER upgrade program. Do have some F16s arriving momentarily, and doing what I can to work out who's now. I see we were expecting a couple of hours ago to see some Jordanian F16s. As far as I can remember, we haven't actually had them arrive yet. It's getting to that point in the day, though, where I'm struggling to recall what has happened and what hasn't. So if I'm right and the Jordanian F16s are yet to arrive, then perhaps that is what we have on final approach now. Cliff Burgess watching from New Zealand, where he says it is bedtime. Yes, I don't think I could pull an all-nighter for an airshow live stream myself, but thank you for joining us for as long as you have done, and hopefully we will see you again tomorrow. Says the archive footage of the Phantoms is stunning. If you want to see more archive footage like that, we have our roughly 35-year archive much of it available on watch.planestv.com, our streaming service, and that is also the place to go if you want to watch our broadcasts on Friday, Saturday and Sunday from the flying display here. Here come two F-16s in the pattern. These aircraft coming to us from 336 Squadron of the Hellenic Air Force, based at Araxos. I think we're expecting to see one F-16C and one F-16D. Confirm that in a moment as we see the second jet roll by. And yes, indeed, that is what they have given us. Greece acquired its first F-16s in the 1980s, and since then they've ordered 4 further batches. They now operate 170 aircraft, the largest F-16 fleet in Europe. The oldest of those went through a major upgrade in the 1990s with structural modifications to extend their fatigue lives and new targeting pods. Now an even larger upgrade is underway, with 84 of the youngest Block 50 and 52 F-16s being upgraded to F-16V Viper standard. The first 20 F-16Vs have now been handed over to the Hellenic Air Force. The upgraded jets feature F-35 style large area displays in the cockpit, active electronically scanned array radar, and the Mark II joint helmet mounted queuing system. The upgrade program will be completed in 2027, giving Greece the most advanced F-16 fleet in Europe. Meanwhile, the F4s have taxied along the parallel taxiway to the right-hand side of the airfield. They will shortly cross the runway and head into the static display. From our left, meanwhile, the A400M Atlas of the Turkish Air Force is backtracking the runway and is presumably about to depart. So the departure back to Turkey, I assume, of that A400M. We have a short gap. There is a Finnish C295M on long final, but it's still a good 10 miles out or so. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to remind you, if you want to watch the air show proper, then please sign up to watch.planestv.com. That is where we will be broadcasting on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We've got a discount code available. Use the code RIAT24 and that will get you 20% off. However, the code expires at midnight on Thursday, so don't hang about too long before signing up. While you are a member of our streaming service, you will not only get access to our RIAT live broadcasts, you will also get access to all of our other live broadcasts and our archive of around 35 years of airshow programs. And here is a little taster of the sort of thing you can expect to see.
The Model 400 of the pioneering 747 series is the latest and best-selling model from Boeing. What that means for the fare-paying folks like us is cheap air travel.
What a lovely formation of Swedish jets opening that piece from European Air Shows 2010, and makes me cast my mind back to RIAT a year or two ago. When was it that we had the trio of Swedes? Was it last year or the year before? It was 2022, because they arrived in the sun. Nothing on the Friday arrived in the sun last year. It was horrendous weather. Yes, RIAT 2022, we had Lansen, Draken and Viggen arriving in formation, and then each doing a low approach and a low overshoot, and that was terrific fun. But here, a Finnish Air Force C295M arriving in support of the Finnish National Aerobatic Team, the Midnight Hawks, about whom we shall talk more in a moment. At least I think that's the question, and the answer is no. That is a replica Bristol box kite. A Blériot is a monoplane, whereas the one we just showed a biplane configuration. An aircraft design of around about 1910. The Bristol box kite. That's plus or minus about 3 years of 1910 anyway. But that particular example, a replica built for the film Those Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines, and it's still flying at Shuttleworth air shows today. Here come a trio of helicopters from Kinetic, from the Empire Test Pilot School. And what we see here, I think, an H125, an AW139 and an A109S. All in the Empire Test Pilot School's very attractive paint scheme. We're going to see the stylised red tails as they come level with us. Given that they come from the Empire Test Pilot School, they are here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, celebrating all things to do with experimental aviation, test flying, and so on, marking 100 years of military flight testing here in the UK. Jack asks, do the Italians still have their Tornado display? No, they don't, and the last year of that was, I believe, 2017. In fact, the Italian Tornado is entering the twilight period of its service career. It is due to be withdrawn from service next year, replaced by the F-35. However, we do have various other Italian types joining us here, and that includes 3 display teams in the flying lineup. The C-27J Spartan, which will be performing its barnstorming solo aerobatic routine, complete with loops and, well, not loops, wingovers, but they make it look like a loop, and rolls, and they really are rolls. And then that will also be joined by the T346A Master and the F2000A Typhoon. All of those displays coming from 311 Gruppo, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, which is the Italian Air Force Flight Test Centre. Very apt to be having them represented as part of the flying display, again, given that pushing the boundaries theme. So we are looking forward to that very much. I hope you are as well. And always great to see the Italians here at the Air Tattoo. They are such staunch supporters of the show, and it's the third consecutive year that they have sent all of those 3 displays to us. Admittedly, last year the C27 didn't actually fly as part of the show because they had a technical problem. They were moved instead to the static display, so we are looking forward to seeing their welcome return. It has been in the past a double award winner here at RIAT, back in 2011, winning the As the Crow Flies trophy for the best display as voted by members of RIAT, and one of the Flying Control Committee nominated trophies as well. So a very, very popular performance indeed, and we're looking forward to seeing that. Missed this by a few hours. I'm afraid I haven't really had the brain space to look at my phone, but a special hello to Christophe Simon, who is a very popular Cap 10 display pilot here in the UK. He's just sent me a picture of him watching the show on television. Fantastic to have you with us, Christophe. A great friend of Planes TV. Has been on the show several times in the past. Old Buckingham Air Show came and spoke to us about his display routine, which is absolutely wonderful. He's just come back from his second consecutive award-winning performance at the RAF Cosford Air Show with a brand new display routine for this year. Lovely guy. Christophe, thank you for joining us. So looking ahead to some of the other movements that we're expecting fairly shortly. We will soon, according to this list, be seeing the Italian C27 that I mentioned earlier as it arrives. German Army NH90 is also due in shortly. Then the arrival in 20 minutes or so of another Saudi C-130, one of several shuttling back and forth in support of the Saudi Hawks deployment here. And then, on the subject of Hawks, in a little over 25 minutes, we will see the Hawk Mark 66s of the Midnight Hawks. Yes, Hawk Mark 66s, not the usual Mark 50, what is it normally? 51s? It escapes me. 50 something anyway. But they flying different aircraft today. And this weekend, in fact, they will be flying ex-Swiss Air Force Mark 66s in a very attractive red and white paint scheme. No smoke winders as a result. They normally have Sanders SCSG 5A smoke pods mounted under the wings. That's not feasible in these second-hand ex-Swiss aircraft. But a bit of visual interest from the rather atypically colourful colour scheme which they will be exhibiting. spotted an A400M over in the distance on the right-hand side. But as I alluded to earlier on, there is a fair amount of Bryce Norton traffic where they do have A400Ms operating on a fairly constant basis, or Atlas C1s I should say, given they are in Royal Air Force service. And they have been giving us a couple of false alarms today. There was a Voyager earlier on which got me a bit excited, but that was just Bryce Norton traffic. It's very, very close, as the crow flies, perhaps 10 miles to Bryce Norton. So we do see aeroplanes in the Bryce circuit, and sometimes think that they might be destined to land here, which is not always the case. Morgan Galley asks, when do the F15 QA Aberbills arrive? They are due in today. And the arrival time that we have been told to expect is at around about 4:30. Luke asking when we will see more Typhoons arriving. Well, the German Air Force will be arriving with a pair of Eurofighter EF-2000s at 2:40. They are the next Typhoons that I can see on a brief scan through this movement sheet. And we will be seeing them perform a validation display this evening as well, just before 6 PM. So make sure to stick with us for that. Discussion as well about the F-15s from Lakenheath, which will be here on static display, not flying, and the reason for that is quite simply that the US Air Force does not have an F-15 demonstration team at the moment, but we're not doing badly for F-15s this year. We've got F-15Es, F-15 QAs, F-15 SAs, two of those types appearing on static, one of them in the flying display, and each of those types coming from a different nation as well. There's some terms that I've been bandying about that I perhaps haven't explained if you're an air tattoo novice, and those are to do with practices and validations. I've also used the term rehearsal at times. It's sort of technically incorrect. I'll get onto that in a moment. So there's two things that are happening today when it comes to practice flights. One of them is a pure practice. It is a pilot going up to rehearse their routine, familiarise themselves with the area, and they are called practices. They're sometimes written down on the list here as validation. As rehearsals. Rehearsal as a word technically does not have a regulatory meaning in military aviation authority regulation anymore. But practice regulation, practice and rehearsal. We'll use those words interchangeably. The other one that I've been bandying about is validation. Now that is functionally different to a practice. It looks the same to us, but aircraft coming from nations where we don't recognise their method of granting display authorization need to fly for the Flying Control Committee here and be signed off as being fundamentally safe to perform in front of a crowd at a British airshow. So a validation is kind of like an exam. Of course, it also serves the purpose of being a practice flight as well. The validations have to take place when the showground is sterile, so they are all happening today, while the RIAT grandstand, the big blue grandstand that you might have been seeing from time to time out to our left, is empty. The RIATers at the moment are all down in the park and view enclosures at the extreme end of the runway, just outside the official showground. Tomorrow, the RIAT spectators will be allowed into their grandstand at Show Centre. There will be no more validations because the showground will then have members of the public in it, and everything that happens from that point on will be a practice stroke rehearsal. Plus, of course, lots of arrivals continuing to come in at a reasonable pace, although we're having a quiet patch at the moment. We are expecting to see quite a few more arriving shortly, and probably next to arrive is the NH-90 NATO frigate helicopters, tactical transport helicopters, the variant that we're about to see, which are coming from the German army. They will be performing in the flying display here at RIAT this year for the third consecutive edition of the Air Tattoo. And we did spot them on radar. They're not a million miles away. And as we wait for the arrival of these NH-90s and whatever other joys are in store for us over the next few minutes, we're going to take a very short break with the commentary. We'll be back in around 5 minutes or so. Until then, enjoy the sights and sounds of RAF Fairford. So just turning towards us from the right hand side, the two NH90s of the German army. And let's see which end of the showground they have been assigned to park at. If they're parking at the eastern end, then we can probably expect them not to come much closer to us than that. But if they're parking at the western end, then they will hover taxi down the runway and we will get a very good view indeed. These helicopters come to us from the 10th Helicopter Transport Regiment of the German Army, one of 14 military operators of the NH90. Deliveries of the TTH variant began to the German Army in 2006, but their operational debut didn't come until 2013 when 4 were deployed to Afghanistan in the medical evacuation role. Since then, Germany has chosen to order more NH90s, but this time the navalised variants known as the NFH Sea Lion. The first German Sea Lion made its maiden flight in 2023, and deliveries are expected to begin at the end of next year. It's a very interesting helicopter, and we didn't get a very good look at the shape of its hull as it passed down. We saw the side profile of the helicopter instead. But when we see it displaying, for it will be displaying in the show on the Saturday and the Sunday, we'll get a good look at the shape of the underside of the aircraft, and you'll see it's got a diamond-shaped hull, made of composite material as well, and the method of construction along with the shape of the fuselage mean that this helicopter has, by a considerable margin, the lowest radar cross-section in its class. And on final approach, our next arrival will be a C-27J Spartan from the Italian Air Force, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, which is the flight test centre for that air arm, also known as 311 Gruppo. The C-27 being an improved version of the G222, but it's been re-equipped with a glass cockpit and uprated engines. It first flew in 1999 and was introduced to the Italian Air Force in 2006. It's primarily a tactical airlifter, and again I go back to that discussion earlier about the two primary types of airlift, tactical and strategic. Well, this is tactical, which is more to do with those really unusual, high precision and potentially high risk missions to often some quite unusual places, unprepared airstrips for example. For that tactical airlift role, the C-27 has been designed to have excellent manoeuvrability, good stall performance, and for example at maximum takeoff weight it requires only 500 metres of runway, which is half that of a C-130J. In the transport role it can carry 60 troops, 46 paratroopers or 11 tonnes of payload. That's almost exactly half the payload capacity of the C-130J, which stands to reason because the C-27 is fitted with the same type of engine as the C-130J, but only 2 of them. So it follows highly logically that its performance is almost exactly half. However, it's worth saying that the Italian Air Force has expanded its C-27 capabilities beyond being a mere tactical airlifter, and it's recently developed, for example, a new variant called the EC-27 Jedi, which is a dual-role aircraft. It can be used for transport missions, but it can also be fitted out with a roll-on, roll-off modular electronic warfare suite. Those EC-27s have been built from standard C-27Js, and they are fully interoperable with the rest of the Spartan fleet. Currently, there are 2 of them in service. Now we have yet another type from the military flight training system, and this is a Prefect T1, the successor to the Tutor T1. At a glance, you could be forgiven for thinking that the Prefect is just a modernised Tutor with a new glass cockpit, but no, it's far more than that. It's got hugely more power. The Tutor has a 180 horsepower piston engine. The Prefect has a 456 shaft horsepower turboprop, and that means that compared to the Tutor, it cruises more than twice as fast, it climbs nearly 3 times as fast, and can operate 25% higher. In fact, it's so capable that some air forces are even using the Prefect for basic jet training. More aircraft from Kinetic now arriving. And there we saw their King Air, but also the Pilatus PC-21, the latest in the line Pilatus turbo trainers. And I'd like to give another shout out while we have this quiet moment with the Kinetic aircraft in the circuit. We've got a Spanish C295 on approach, but I'm just going to interrupt that action just to say a big hello to our friends from Antidotum Airshow Lejno. We were out there a few weeks ago, had a fantastic time live broadcasting the show, and they've just let me know that they are watching along today. Greg and Michal, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying it. Michal's going to be here in person in a few days' time. I hope he enjoys his first Lejno experience, his first RIAT experience. We've been told, I'm hearing in my ear, our spotter Matt has seen a formation of aircraft currently more or less in downwind. Now my guess is that this might be the Midnight Hawks. Kinetic is sending quite a number of aircraft from their fleet of 17. We've seen several of them arrive today, 3 of their helicopters already in, and also their fascinating Avro regional jet RJ100, fitted out with that fake fighter jet nose used for testing radar. All the aircraft are here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, marking 100 years of British military flight testing. And specifically, these 2 aeroplanes come from Kinetic's Empire Test Pilot School. They are used, among other things, to expose potential test pilots to the sort of scenarios that they might face when doing their jobs for real. Inbound to us now, we have picked out 5 Hawk Mark 66 of the Midnight Hawks. 4 of them being used for display purposes, the other being a spare. This, a team officially founded in 1977, although its history on an informal basis actually goes back a little bit longer than that. And if you're wondering why they're called the Midnight Hawks, well, that's because at the time the name was chosen, the team participated annually in the famous Midnight Sun airshow. I stand corrected, it's not 5 Hawks, it's 4 Hawks accompanied by an F-18C Hornet, which will be appearing on static display. So an interesting mix of aircraft there. We've got the Hornet, but the Hawks actually representing 2 different types of aircraft. 3 Hawk Mark 66s, which are the ex-Swiss Air Force second-hand models operated by the Finnish Air Force, but also another of their standard Hawk variants, the Hawk Mark 51s. It looked like the Hawk Mark 51 had Sanders SCSG-5A smoke pods mounted under the wings. That's something that the Mark 66s can't easily do, so we might be getting 1 smoking aircraft and 3 non-smokers come their display. I would assume, therefore, that the smoker is what we will see on Friday, and then we'll get the full team with the 3 non-smokers and the 1 smoker on the Saturday and the Sunday. Hawk has quite an interesting backstory because it shouldn't really have existed at all. Instead, the Jaguar was intended to be the RAF's primary advanced jet trainer. But by the time the Jaguar came to market, it had become a much bigger, heavier, more powerful and more complex aircraft than any trainer reasonably needed to be. It had also become quite a bit more expensive than originally intended as well. So Hawker Siddeley set to work designing something smaller and simpler, and that would, in due course, become the Hawk, a type that first flew in 1974. The Finnish Air Force was one of the first export customers for the Hawk. They ordered several Hawk Mark 51s, like the one that we saw with the smoke pods. But touching down there, one of the 66s. The Mark 51s were ordered initially in 1978. They were built under license by Valmet. And the reason for their acquisition is quite interesting. Finland was prevented at the time by the Paris Peace Treaty of 1947 from operating more than 60 combat aircraft, but they really wanted more. The Hawk was combat capable, but it was classified as a trainer. That allowed Finland to increase its combat capability without technically breaching the treaty. Despite being primarily used in the training role, Finnish Hawks can be armed with AIM-9 air-to-air missiles, rocket pods, bombs, 12mm machine gun pods, and a 30mm cannon. Further Hawk Mark 51s were delivered in the early 1990s, and usually it is those Mark 51s equipped with smoke pods that we see being used by the Midnight Hawks, but for RIAT this year they've given us something different, because in 2007 the Hawk fleet was supplemented by 18 second-hand Hawk Mark 66s that had been used by the Swiss Air Force, and that allowed some of the oldest Mark 51s to be retired. And these Mark 66s, as you can see, have been given a rather different paint scheme, red and white. So an interesting combination. We were told to expect 4 Mark 66s, but we've actually ended up with that combination of 3 and 1. Andrew Jacklin says similar colours to the old RAF training livery. Yes, I suppose so. At some point soon we're expecting to see, I think, the last kinetic aircraft of the day, which is a Grob 120 TP. Oh, we just saw that, didn't we? Oh, we're a few hours in now. I'm losing track of what has and hasn't arrived. A Prefect, Grob 120 TP, arrived, what, half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago? So next then on the movement list, we have an Embraer KC-390 Millennium. That's the example that will participate in the flying display. It's due to land in around 5 minutes' time, and then we will see it in a couple of hours, 2.5 hours or so, taking to the air to practice its flying display. It will then be returning to Farnborough, departing off slot. It won't land, and we will next see it on Friday. It will take part in the Friday air show here at the Air Tattoo, and then again depart back to Farnborough. I believe the aircraft on Monday will then be flying at the Farnborough International Air Show. There's 2 more jets performing an overhead join. But they are... Oh, they have just popped out of cloud. And they look very much like Spanish Harriers, but they're popping in and out of cloud, and we might struggle to get a camera on them. They're directly above us as well, and quite high.
Five years ago, you probably wouldn't have believed it, but today, the Harrier can arguably be described as a RIAT regular. The Spanish Navy is returning with an EAV-8B Matador 2 Plus for the flying display this year, meaning they will have attended 3 out of the last 5 Royal International Air Tattoos. By next year, Spain will probably be the last remaining Harrier operator in Europe. Long may their RIAT appearances continue.
Well, we look forward to seeing those Harriers later today, because The very last thing we see today, according to the movement list, is going to be 2 back-to-back Harrier display practices. Technically, 1 validation, 1 practice. They've got 2 pilots. They are both going to go up consecutively. But very shortly, we'll get a close-up look at those Harriers as they come into land. I should say Matadors, really, because the Spanish Harriers are known as the Matador, the EAV 8B plus Matador 2. It's a bit of a mouthful, but lovely to see them at RIAT. They've become regulars in recent years. They were here in 2019, then they came back in 2023, and now back for a 3rd time in the last 5 years or so, and an aircraft that we're not going to see out and about very much from now on, because the Spain is very shortly to become the last military operator of the Harrier. The United States will retire its last Harriers in the next couple of years. Italy will do likewise. Spain will keep theirs going until sometime around 2030, 2031. So not long to see these wonderful VTOL beasts, which I have now lost sight of, but I assume that they are somewhere in the landing pattern, and we will be seeing them touch down very shortly. And did I hear on talkback that some movement has been spotted around the Saudi Hawks? Someone misspoke. They meant the Midnight Hawks, which are taxiing back along the parallel taxiway on the other side of the runway. They'll head to their parking space. Saudi Hawks, I can see them actually. They're off to the right-hand side, and they are not showing any signs of life at the moment, which stands to reason because it is a couple of hours to go until their practice display. There's now quite a glut of aircraft that are either due very shortly or which are slightly overdue. But probably nothing for the next 5 minutes or so. But coming up in the foreseeable future, listed to arrive in the next hour or so, we've got a Spanish Navy citation which is supporting the Harriers. We've got the Harriers themselves, of course, which I imagine might have been flying over the top of us actually to just go and play with a Skyvan for a bit, which could be why they've disappeared from sight. We've got our first Gripen of the show, which will be from the Swedish Air Force. Then a very interesting aircraft for the Pushing the Boundaries theme, which is the Airborne Laboratory BAE 146. Due in around half an hour, we've got a very interesting aeroplane, which is the Saab 340 from Cranfield University. We'll definitely be talking more about that when the time comes. In fact, let's talk a bit about the Saab 340 now, because it is a very interesting aeroplane, and I'm slightly jealous of the fact that Ian, who's currently manning our main camera, 18 months or so ago, went off on a bit of a jolly and went for a flight in it, and he produced a short video that explains a little bit about what the aircraft does. We'll see it ourselves arriving here at RIAT in around half an hour's time. But until then, here's a look at Cranfield University's Saab 340.
In the first instance, we will take a look at the short period oscillation, and I will count the pilots in. 3, 2, 1, go! That was a great one. Is everybody okay at the back? Thumbs up, lovely.
Hello. My name is Joseph Brown. I'm one of the pilots here at the National Flying Laboratory Centre at Cranfield University. So this is our flying lab aircraft. It's a Saab 340, built in 1998, third from the last on the production line. We bought it officially in 2019. It's been heavily modified into the flying lab aircraft that you see in front. Things like the phugoid you wouldn't necessarily come across in the commercial aviation world. So the aircraft gets pitched up, slowed down from its trim speed. The pilots release the controls and the aircraft returns to its trimmed angle of attack, and then it starts hunting the speed. If it's an unstable aircraft or one with a very rearward CFG, you can get it so it diverges and becomes greater and greater and greater.
So we will now take a look at the long period pitch mode, or the phugoid mode. In this case, the pilots will raise the nose of the aircraft to about 20 degrees, and when they are ready, they will release the stick. We will observe what happens. And the controls are released. So as the controls are released, the aircraft attempts to regain that trim speed. It does that by pitching nose forward, nose down. As the aircraft accelerates through the trim speed, we'll have an increase in lift, and this will cause the aircraft to pitch nose up. As the aircraft pitches nose up to try and attain that trim speed, it will start to decelerate, and the aircraft will continue to pitch up and down, trying to regain this trim speed.
Dutch roll as well. That was really a demonstration to show you the importance of the yaw damper system in the aircraft. The yaw damper is designed to stop it from starting in the first place.
Okay, the motion is starting now. The pilots are moving the rudder pedal from side to side. Out of the window, you can see the circular pattern drawn by the wingtips against the horizon. And the pilots will stop oscillating now.
It's very interesting flying. No two flights are really the same, and it's not a typical airline style roll. It's very interesting.
What a fascinating aircraft and a fascinating mission, and I am still slightly sore not to have been invited on that trip. I'm sure Ian enjoyed it. Oh, it's nice work if you can get it. Well, two aircraft have just appeared out to our right-hand side. And with my Mark 1 eyeball that has an optical zoom of 0, I think this looks like the two Harriers, but it's a bit hard to say at this point. Aircraft that to an extent can trace its roots back to a French engineer, Michel Wibeau, who was one of the first to conceptualize VTOL jet engines. The concept first realized with the Harrier and then improved with the Harrier 2 by the Americans. That's what we see here. And both of them with special tail schemes as well. That's fantastic to see. A reminder, I know I've mentioned it already today, but although we are broadcasting for free on YouTube today and tomorrow for RIAT arrivals and practices, if you want to watch the airshow proper, then you will have to head over to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, and sign up for membership there. If you would like to do that, we have a discount code available. You have until midnight on Thursday to use the code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription. For as long as you are subscribed to us, you will get access to all of our live broadcasts advert-free, and in addition to that, access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back somewhere in the region of 35 years, and here is a little look at the sort of thing you can expect to see.
The team was first established in 1992 with the Mi-24 Hind, an aircraft that has a lot of commonality with the Mi-28.
MB-339 of Frecce Tricolori, one of the few jets able to perform the next maneuver, the solo pilot upstand into the sky, 2 rolls, 2 spins, and then silence.
Here comes the support aircraft for the 2 Harriers, a citation from the Spanish Navy. Molly asks, what is the filming location? And okay, this is an opportune moment to talk about the geography of Fairford for anyone who's joined since about 10 o'clock this morning when I last ran through this. So we are roughly midway down the runway. We are directly between the VIP hospitality chalets, which are about 10 yards to our right hand side, and the Friat grandstand, which is about 100 yards to our left. This is very close to show centre, about midway point of the runway. As we look to our right hand side, we are looking towards the eastern end of the airfield, where there is one taxiway off the runway into the static display, but there is also an area known as the northeast loop, and that is where a lot of the flying display aircraft are parking, over on the far side of the runway next to the Northrop Grumman hangar. Then there's two big hangars as we slowly move our view across to the right. Two big hangars, the Northrop Grumman hangar and the BAE Systems hangar. Then there's a sort of construction area in front of us, and then as we sort of pan the view round to the left, over on the left-hand side, we've got the RIAT grandstand, and then beyond that, a couple of runway intersections with options for aircraft to taxi into the west-hand end of the static display. There's also a small handful of flying display assets parked down at the extreme right and left on both sides of us. Certain aircraft will be heading in specific directions, so the F16s, for example, will be all parking off down our left-hand side in what's being termed the Viper line. That is a celebration of the F16's 50th anniversary, a big line of somewhere in the region of 20 F16s, about 200 metres long, all lined up in age order. Most of the RAF aircraft parking down at the extreme right-hand end of the showground as we look at it in the RAF village. But as a general rule, what we're seeing at the moment is the static display filling in from the middle outwards towards the edges, because those aircraft parking in the middle have to taxi in first, because as aircraft park, they are effectively blocking the taxiway. So a very, very careful parking plan has had to be created by the air operations team here, led by Peter Rioch. About a month ago, they had what they call the longest day, where they lock themselves in a room and say they're not coming out until it's all done, and they work out in what order the aircraft need to arrive in order to park them where they need to be, and for there to still be an accessible route to get them there. The other very important thing, not just about arrivals, it's about departures as well. So certain aircraft need to be able to depart early, and thus that needs to be taken into consideration. So if you've got something that needs to depart early, you probably can't have it arrive first and park it somewhere in the middle of the showground. It has to be positioned somewhere with easy access to the taxiways. Lovely run and break by 3 Saab Gripens from the Swedish Air Force, and I believe that of this trio, one will be in the static display, one will be in the flying display, and then one is the spare aircraft for the flying display. An aeroplane built with Sweden's very particular requirements in mind, and specifically what I'm referring to is their doctrine of dispersed operations. Sweden has always built their combat aircraft such that they can be operated from highway strips, short runways, potentially icy ones as well, and with minimal facilities on the ground, so the aeroplanes have to be easy to maintain. They have to be able to turn around very, very quickly, so the Gripen can land, be refueled, rearmed and take off again in just 20 minutes. It's also got exceptional short takeoff and landing capabilities by the standards of CTOL jet fighters. I don't think we're going to see that demonstrated today, given that it is a 3-ship stream landing, and also they are quite possibly aiming for a particular taxiway which isn't likely to be right down at the right-hand end of the runway, so they can stop much quicker than this. But even so, that's not bad. Getting down to a low speed pretty quickly. You can see the canard foreplanes tilted down for aerodynamic braking there. the angle of those four planes increasing the downforce on the aircraft and thus increasing the effectiveness of the brakes. It is Embraer's KC-390 next to land. In addition to the KC-390 from the Portuguese Air Force from 506 Squadron that we saw earlier on. I wonder, is this the first air show to feature KC-390s from two different operators? Might have happened at a previous Beja air show if Embraer has sent one of their demonstrators to this year's show. I don't think they did, but that would be the only possible candidate, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say this probably is the first air show to feature KC-390s from two different operators, even if only one of those operators is military. Photo for you asks a question. He asks what the reason is for aircraft turning right as they come in before landing, or some of the aircraft doing so anyway. I think what you're referring to, Photo for you, is what we call a run and brake. So some of the aircraft, they don't approach straight in, but rather they perform a fly past and then turn 180 degrees right, parallel the runway in the opposite direction, and then 180 degrees right to land on the runway. As you go around here, that's just because the KC-390 has not yet vacated the runway, so this aeroplane being sent to go around again. The reason for those run and brakes is twofold, and it applies mostly to fighter aircraft, which is why we're not seeing it from many of the other types. So the reason for that is because aircraft that are arriving in groups need to safely separate to equal spacing, or roughly equal spacing and safe spacing, to give time for the aircraft in front to decelerate to a safe and controllable speed. So rather than slowly stringing out over the course of a long approach, instead the aircraft come belting in straight over the top and then peel off at perhaps 2-second intervals, or whatever time spacing is chosen by the group in question. Some teams are faster, some teams are slower. Typically the big well-trained aerobatic teams will have minimal spacing of just a second or two between breaks, but some of the standard operational aircraft could easily leave anything up to 10 seconds. And then they'll turn through 180 degrees, gradually decelerate, maintaining the spacing that they set up for during the brake and the 180 degree turn, and they will come into landing in loose trail one by one. The other reason for doing those brakes is as a means of deceleration. So if you're flying a fast fighter and you're on your own, probably the fastest way to get to the airfield is not to bleed off speed slowly in a straight line, decelerate, and then perform a normal final approach. You're probably faster to approach the airfield at full chat and then do a high-speed brake and bleed off your airspeed through G and angle of attack over the course of a 180-degree turn. That will get you down towards a suitable landing speed, then deploy the gear, the flaps if you've got some, and come round again in a second 180-degree turn, rolling out on the runway centreline and coming into landing. The reason why we do it for an air show, the third reason we do it, in addition to those two, is quite simply for fun. Tom Grattan there in the American General AG-5B Tiger, one of our general aviation arrivals, of which we have 3 scheduled for around this point in time, but there's something rather larger on final approach at the moment, and that is a BAE 146, I believe. This another aircraft that's part of our pushing the boundaries theme, but the development of the aeroplane itself, well, it was a 4-engine regional airliner. It was developed to have excellent short airfield performance while remaining quiet enough to operate from regional city centre airports. In other words, it was an aeroplane designed to operate from places like London City. It was fitted with a full air brake in the tail. It was quiet enough to be marketed the Whisper Jet. Unfortunately, though, the type has been mostly retired from airline use. This example is from the Facility for Airborne Atmospheric Measurements, an organisation run jointly by the Met Office, the Natural Environment Research Council and several UK universities. It's capable of flying with up to 4 tons of scientific instruments, and it's completed 1,400 science flights across 30 countries and 5 continents, supporting over 120 UK and international science projects. In the past year, the research aircraft took to the skies to monitor methane emissions from Scottish wetlands, to improve summer storm predictions in southern England, to detect changes in the North Atlantic marine environment, and to test the use of blended sustainable aviation fuel. And on the same theme, we're also expecting very shortly to see the Saab 340 from Cranfield University, which is of course the aeroplane that we just showed you in that video. Ian went for a flight in. Also designed as a regional airliner, much like the Avro regional jet stroke BAE 146. But potentially before that, I've also just heard that there is a master in the area preparing for a run and break. I don't have eyes on, but perhaps we are in a bit of a race at the moment to see which of these assets is going to arrive first. Stand corrected, it's not the Cranfield Saab 340 on approach just yet, but rather a C295M from the Czech Air Force. This one of the very latest CN235s, as denoted by its winglets. I should say 295, not 235. And here we see an Italian contingent, 2 masters and an F2000. We'll be seeing both of these types in the flying display in Italian hands. They come from 311 Gruppo, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, Italy's flight test centre, as did the C-27 that we saw arriving not all that long ago. The T-346 Masters coming in first. This a training aircraft primarily, and indeed used by the Italian Air Force exclusively as a training aircraft, but it can do rather more than that, and Leonardo, who manufacture the type, say that it can take on many of the roles of the Eurofighter Typhoon, but at around only 10% of the cost per flight hour. The Typhoon itself, or the F2000A as the single-seaters are known in Italian service, is trailing the 2 Masters. Designed as a multi-role combat aircraft, but in Italian service it is exclusively used as an air defence fighter at the moment. interestingly, while these aircraft are currently operated by 311 Gruppo, they aren't permanently assigned to that unit. Because 311 Gruppo's aircraft are subject to considerably more stress and fatigue than is typical, standard aeroplanes from the fleet are rotated in and out of the Reparto Sperimentale Volo over a period of several years. And that is done in order to try and distribute the fatigue life as evenly as possible across the entire Master and Typhoon fleets. The unit is also responsible for providing all of the Italian Air Force's solo displays. Tiger Shark saying he remembers when the Yak 130 came to RIAT. Of course, the Yak 130 and the M346, or the T346, as the Italian examples have been designated, are very closely related. They actually started off in life as the same aircraft, but the two nations, Russia and Italy, eventually decided that they had slightly differing priorities, and thus the project was split in two. But now it is back to the theme of F-16s, and we have actually 4 F-16s that are visible at the moment, 2 that have just passed through the overhead, and another 2 that are on final approach. Gear up, he's going around. I'd love to tell you whose F-16s they were, but we don't know. We tried to zoom in on the roundels. Ian did on the main camera anyway, and I was hoping that he, with his superior optical zoom, would be able to identify what nation those F-16s came from. We are expecting Moroccan and Jordanian F-16s at some point today. I think a Belgian one is due at some point fairly soon as well. Mike Mers asks what time the practice displays will start today, and the first of those is coming up at 3 p.m. So 1 hour to go. It'll be the Royal Jordanian Falcons and the Saudi Hawks opening our practice and validation sessions. We've got 2 practice and validation sessions today. The first of them starting, as I said, at 3 o'clock, and it's about 90 minutes. And then there's another one late in the evening starting somewhere in the region of 5:30. Other items that we're expecting to see validate or practice will include the German Eurofighter EF2000, the Spanish Harrier, and the Canadian CF-18. Next to land, and on final approach out to our right hand side at the moment is the Saab 340 from Cranfield University, which we were watching that video of not that long ago. Swedish designed twin engine turboprop regional airliner. It first flew in 1983 and was in production until 1999. For a time in the mid-80s it was the best selling commuter airliner in the world, but today it has been largely withdrawn from airline use. Cranfield University operate a single Saab 340B. It was acquired fairly recently as a replacement for their Jetstream, and they use it as a test platform and a training platform as well for flight test engineers. They call it the National Flying Laboratory Centre. The aircraft acts, as you saw in the video, as a flying classroom, if you like, and a laboratory which can be used either to test clients' equipment or to analyse potential future airborne equipment, plus to train students, with over 1,200 students flying on board the aircraft each year as part of their degree course. And the instruments on board provide the passengers with real-time data about aircraft performance, allowing students to act as flight test engineers during real flights. There was what sounded like a little bit of reverse thrust from the engines there. Those F16s we saw going around are still in the area, but they've been doing a very large circuit. But we now have 2 aircraft on final approach, and I would wager these are 2 F16s. So this aircraft coming to us from the Moroccan Air Force. They ordered a total of 24 F-16Cs and Ds of the Block 52 variant in 2008. The first were delivered in 2011. Morocco intends to keep their aircraft up to date, and they are planning to upgrade them to the F-16V Viper Block 72 configuration. The upgraded jets will feature F-35 style large area displays in the cockpit, active electronically scanned array radar, and the Mark II joint helmet mounted queuing system. In 2019, an additional 25 new build F-16Vs were also ordered, and we're very pleased that this is the first time that a Moroccan F-16 has appeared at the Air Tattoo. These jets will be taking part in the Viper line that we've already described, that big line of 20 or so F-16s down at the far left-hand side of the showground. Good to see F-16s with those conformal fuel tanks mounted just above the wing roots. They do look the business. They carry 2,200 litres of additional fuel, allowing for a roughly 40% increase in range. They do carry a small performance penalty, but a much smaller one than an external centerline tank would carry. In fact, the CFTs carry 50% more fuel than a centerline tank, but only induce 12% as much drag. Plus, unlike a centerline tank, the CFTs don't affect the F-16's maximum load factor, which stands at 9G. These are the two F-16s that we saw performing that missed approach earlier, and I think the reason for that very wide landing pattern that took them some distance from us might be because there's a GA aircraft, possibly two GA aircraft, in a smaller, tighter holding pattern just off to our northeast. So that could explain why they were sent quite so far away. These F-16s coming to us from the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. One F-16AM and one F-16BM. They come from number 1 squadron at Azraq. And Jordanian F-16s, like the Moroccans, are making their RIAT debut this year. They too appearing in the Viper line. Indeed, this is the first time that Jordan has sent any kind of fast jet to the Air Tattoo for a quarter of a century. Jordan received their first F-16s in 1997, second-hand from the US Air Force. They were later supplemented by deliveries of second-hand upgraded MLU jets from Belgium and the Netherlands, making for a total fleet of 79 aircraft. Most of those ex-American jets have now also been put through a similar midlife upgrade. And while they're all rather old airframes, Jordan remains committed to the F-16 as a platform, and it last year signed a contract to acquire new-build F-16V Vipers. Out to our right-hand side, a Tecnam P2006T from the Royal Air Force Rapid Capabilities Office. Technam has also been ordered to do a go around because I suspect the runway is still occupied, although I can't actually see out to our left at the moment because of some vehicles that are parked in my way. And approaching from the right hand side, we now have yet another visit from a Royal Saudi Air Force C-130. Plus we have a Hawk coming in for a run and brake very shortly, so all systems go now. Here comes the Hawk. We'll do our best, but it's actually flying behind us, so I'm afraid we won't be able to film this very well. It does get a bit tricky, I'm afraid, when they don't fly along the runway, and again it's braking left, which is interesting because the standard pattern is braking right. But we saw a left brake from the CF-18 earlier as well, and again, maybe the deviation from standard procedure is to do with these GA types. There's certainly a Technam which is in a holding pattern, which probably does conflict with the right-hand circuit for the runway here, so that is a very likely explanation for that, I would say. It is a Qatari Hawk Mark 165 that we are now watching, making its way round the landing pattern, almost identical to the Hawk T2s operated by the Royal Air Force, and that stands to reason because these aircraft are based at RAF Leeming and fly as part of a joint British-Qatari training unit. Qatar operates a fleet of 9 Hawks, all of which are based here in the UK, and deliveries commenced as recently as 2021. And I think that Technam, which has now been circling for quite some time, has now been given another chance to try and land here at Fairford. The aircraft quite high and fast, so what might be happening here is it could have been instructed to vacate the runway at the very far end and thus is going to land fast and long to reduce the amount of time it takes to taxi down the runway. So with the Technom on the ground, we're now going to take a quick look at the highlights of the flying display here at the Air Tattoo and remind you of the sort of thing that you can see if you join us on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So that is just a few of the flying display highlights that we can expect to see here, but the numbers are extraordinary. 6 national aerobatic teams, and I think we're currently on 13 fast jet solo displays. That's not really numbers that can be matched by any other airshow in the world. 7.5 hours of flying displays on the Saturday and the Sunday. The Friday's a bit different. It's 4 hours, but we're going to see a few things that aren't included on the weekend. Most notably, the NATO 75th anniversary flypast and the US Air Force U-2 performing a roll demonstration for what is, as far as I know, the U-2's first participation in a British flying display for somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 years. If you want to watch all of that, you will have to subscribe to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. But we do have a discount code available. Use the code RIAT24 and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. The code is valid for new subscribers only and you can use it until Thursday at midnight. So you've got until Thursday night to use that code, get 20% off, and that will get you access to the weekend's live broadcasts of the airshow proper. But don't hang about. Go and sign up now because we are also simulcasting this broadcast over on watch.planestv.com, and if you're watching it on the streaming service, you will get it ad-free. We are playing adverts out on YouTube. I say we are playing it. YouTube is playing it. YouTube is choosing the timing, so apologies if it happens at a terribly disruptive moment. It will do from time to time, I imagine, but there's nothing we can do about that, I'm afraid. However, if you want to watch it ad-free, you can go over to watch.planestv.com, sign up, use the discount code RIAT24 for 20% off. For the duration of your membership, you will get access to all of our live broadcasts advert-free, and you will also get access to our back catalogue of programmes, somewhere in the region of 100 programmes at the moment, but we've produced more than 300 programmes over the years, so we are slowly digitising things and adding them to that collection. We've got programmes dating back to the late 1980s, some really amazing airshow action, things that we simply don't see at shows anymore. And Adrian has just joined us. He's arrived from Bristol, picking up some equipment that we'll need over the next few days. He is the founder of Planes TV, and he, when he's not on camera, because he's just gone up on camera for the moment, when he comes down from that, he will come down and have a chat to us about some of his favourite memories from the past 30 years of air shows. Now, what have we got coming up in the next few minutes? I can't see anything on final approach. I should probably get my list of movements out, shouldn't I? Mike says, U2 roll demo, you aren't going to see it, it'll be at 60,000 feet. Yes, point taken. Roll demo is a technical term for the Military Aviation Authority. It's basically a middle category of display. There's three categories. There's fly past, there's roll demonstration, and then there's display. To do a display, you need to have some kind of display authorization, or you need to be validated by the Flying Control Committee here. A fly past, that is pretty much straight and level, passes down the runway. You can do up to 3 of them. Doesn't require a validation or a display authority. And a roll demonstration is a middle category, so it doesn't require validation or a display authorization, but it cannot be quite as complicated as a true display, and it must be built on operational maneuvers. So that is what we're going to see. Just because it's a roll demonstration doesn't mean we're going to see a U2 performing its roll at 60,000 feet. What we're actually going to see is a takeoff, a spiral climb, then a spiral descent, a low pass down the runway, a touch and go. And I understand the touch will be very long. It'll take into account pretty much the entire length of the runway here at Fairford, and then a landing. And those latter 3 passes will be with the aid of the U2's chase vehicles on the ground. So we are very much looking forward to seeing that. Like I said, an extremely rare airshow participant. And then following on from its flying display appearance, we will be seeing that aircraft moved over to the static display, and it will be on show for the public to get up close to on Saturday and Sunday, but it won't be flying over the weekend. Marius asks, has the Danish F16 arrived? The answer is no, not yet. I haven't actually seen it on the schedule for today, although I haven't fully taken it in. There's about 7 or 8 pages worth of aircraft movements listed. And some chat about the F-22 as well. Ras asks when it'll come to RIAT. Al Douglas says it was here a few years back. Now, when did the F-22 last come to RIAT? I think it came in 2016 and 17, but not since. We're talking about flying displays anyway. There might have been a sneaky static display appearance since then, but I don't think so. Mike says he was being facetious, but thanks for the explanation. Well, your facetiousness entertained me greatly, so thank you. And it also gave me something to talk about during this slightly quieter moment. But I have just spotted a little black shape on the extended centerline. It appears to be on base leg at the moment. I couldn't possibly tell you what it is, but let's get the list of aircraft movements out and see what we are expecting over the next little while. We're expecting to see a Socko arriving. That's an interesting little general aviation aircraft, which we'll talk more about when we see it. This might even be it, I'm not sure. Also coming up soon, US Air Force C17. And we're expecting a Belgian F16 soon as well. But they're saying looks like a Herc on the talkback. Ian reckons it's a J model. I would say that is a brave assertion to make when it is still a good 10 miles away. I do believe that it is Royal Saudi Air Force Hercules once again continuing those shuttles in and out to support the deployment of the Saudi Hawks. Kevin says no US demo teams flying overseas this season due to budget issues. No, there have been plenty of overseas appearances. The F-35 demonstration team was over here in Europe not that long ago. It was at Ila Berlin, but those overseas appearances, broadly speaking, being limited to trade shows. The A-10 has been abroad, in fact, as well. The A-10 did an international military appearance back in February. It went to Saudi Arabia for the World Defence Show, which looked like a rather fascinating event. And they've been up to Canada a few times as well. I was at the Quinte International Air Show in Canada a couple of weeks ago, and they had the US Air Force Viper demonstration team. I know it's not overseas, in that it's not over the sea from the United States, but it is nonetheless international. Question from Liam about what validations and practices we are due today, so I will read through that list again. The first of those is now only 35 minutes away. Today we are expecting to see in the first block, starting in 35 minutes, the Royal Jordanian Falcons, the Saudi Hawks, the Canadian CF-18, the Embraer KC-390, and then in the second block, which starts at 5:50, we'll be seeing the German EF2000, German A400M, the Black Cats, and 2 practices by the Spanish Navy Harriers. Spotter Matt says he has eyes on what appears to be a typhoon at 12 o'clock. So we'll try and pick that up and see what it might be. And Colin asks, are the Black Cats at RIAT? Well, not yet, but they will be. Will there be supersonic passes? Says Drake09. No, and there never are at air shows, at least not intentionally. The speed limit here in the UK is, just testing my knowledge, I think it's Mach 0.9 or 600 knots, whichever one is reached first. And Sam Smith says, is the U2 roll demo Friday only? Yes, it is. That's because on Friday afternoon, after its roll demo, it will be moved over to the static display. We will, of course, be live broadcasting that Friday roll demonstration over on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. Try and ascertain as soon as we can where that Eurofighter comes from. I'm hearing it is Qatari. So another contribution from the Qatar Emiri Air Force, although with an asterisk in this case, because while in Qatari colours and while destined for Qatari service, this specific aeroplane is still being operated by BAE Systems from Wharton because it hasn't actually been delivered yet. But nonetheless, taking part in our static display here as part of a special area marking the 50th anniversary of the Qatar Emiri Air Force. That area will also include the Hawk that we saw landing a few moments ago, the C-17 that we saw arriving this morning, also in that little Qatari zone, plus the NH-90. Qatar operates a fleet of 24. They ordered a fleet of 24 Eurofighter Typhoons in 2017. They're still being delivered, so they don't operate all of them yet. That was part of the agreement that also included a joint training squadron and a joint British-Qatari unit, number 12 Squadron. That unit was deployed to Qatar during the 2022 World Cup. It's based in the UK normally, to provide air defence for the competition. I believe that we've got the German A400M in the area as well. All of the German aircraft due to arrive within the next half hour or so, as they have to because of the requirement to land, complete the arrival formalities, refuel, and then validate later today at around about 6 o'clock local time. So I know if you've been watching us all day, you'll have heard all of this before, but we are plugging our on-demand streaming service today, watch.planestv.com. That is the only place you'll be able to watch our Air Tattoo live broadcasts on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So if you would like to sign up, head over there, watch.planestv.com, use the discount code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. The code, though, is only valid until Thursday at midnight. So head over there, sign up, use the discount code. That will get you access to all of our live broadcasts, advert-free for the duration of your subscription, plus also access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back to the late 1980s, and we have here a little taste of the sort of thing you can expect to see.
That delta and canard configuration that you can see chosen for the excellent high angle of attack manoeuvrability, and the combination of range and weapons carrying capability, and of course it has full fly-by-wire controls.
It was as good as anything that was out there. Obviously, the momentum of war means that technology leaps ahead, and the Mark 1 went on to the Mark 5. You look up and down the flight line, it was competing up against the Fury in its later days and fought against jets in the last analysis, and I mean, what a machine.
So just a little taster of the roughly 100 or so programs currently available on that service. We've recorded far more than that, and we are in a slow process of digitising them. If there's anything specific from our archive, anything that once existed on DVD but isn't currently available on the streaming service, let us know if you would really like to see it added to the service, and we will move that towards the front of the queue. We are working through things slowly, but it is a slightly painful process. We'll get there. And if there's anything that you particularly enjoyed and you think is worth recommending, drop a message in the chat. I'll read it out. Let me know your favourite programmes from the archive. Adrian, when he's free, is going to come down and do likewise. He's going to list his 10 favourite air shows of all time, and he's been doing this for a long time, so there's not much that he hasn't seen. So, what are we expecting in the remaining 25 minutes before the start of our validations today? Well, some movements I can see on my sheet that I don't recall having happened yet. We've got the Socko still due to come, an American C17, German A400M is apparently in the vicinity. We've got Swedish TP-84, now that's their name for a Hercules. It's only here in a supporting role for the trio of Gripens that we saw arriving earlier, of which one will be taking part in the flying display, and we are expecting to see the German Eurofighters arriving as well, the flying display aircraft plus the spare. Also some Saudi aircraft still to come, the F15 SA and the A330 multi-role tanker transport, and the Black Cats. They are also sort of in the vicinity somewhere. Whoa, if they all come in before the start of validations, this is going to be an absolutely chocker half hour, but I think getting all of those in is going to be a bit of a tough order. We'll see. Again, I'm hearing murmurings in my ears that that shapes have been spotted. I can hear something high above us, but I don't think it's anything that's going to cause us any imminent excitement, I'm afraid. A400 out of Bryce, I'm told. Yes, we do periodically. Bryce Norton is the Royal Air Force tanker transport base. It's about 10 miles over there, and it's very busy. It is very much active today because it is a weekday, and thus it is giving us the occasional bit of false hope that something large might be about to arrive. What time is the German Air Force Typhoon flying today? Asks Luke. Well, that is due to happen at 15:50. It will open the second round of validations. And non-league James Boyle says, does this airshow have any vintage planes in it? It's not really what the air tattoo is about. There are some vintage aircraft taking part in the static display, but are there any warbirds in the flying display? I don't think there are this year. No, I think the answer is no, there aren't. But that doesn't mean... Well, I suppose it depends on where you start. What counts as vintage? I mean, to me, I'm quite young. I would count an F4 and a Harrier as vintage, I suppose. They're still in military service. That might in itself disqualify them. F5s, there's an argument to say that they are vintage. B-52, this is probably one of the oldest aircraft here. It's not too long until we see that. 16:44, the B-52 is due. 2 hours to go. We do have a German Air Force A400M Atlas turning on to long finals. It's going to be a few minutes before it's really close enough for it to be worth showing to you. So during this slight gap, we're going to show you a little video of one of the display aircraft that we're not going to see practicing. Because it doesn't typically practice upon arrival to an air show. Like all the RAF display teams, it just goes straight into things. And this is the RAF Typhoon. Its clips recorded here at RIAT last year in last year's special livery, Blackjack. There's a new special livery for this year. But let's take a look at the sort of thing that we can expect from the RAF Typhoon solo display.
The display gets pretty noisy, so please ensure you have your ear protection. The lights are on, the revs are up, and it's foon time! The Typhoon's immense performance and manoeuvrability, coupled with its weapons capability, made it the clear choice for the RAF's combat air platform. The two EJ200 afterburning engines are burning 600 kilograms of fuel a minute. That means it can empty the whole jet in under 10 minutes of flying. Very soon you'll see, hear and feel the 40,000 pounds of thrust produced by the two mighty Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Royal Air Force Typhoon display.
So that is the sort of thing that we can expect to see 13 times over during the airshow proper. 13 fastjet solo displays here, but here something very different as we see a German A400M that will be participating in a flying display. And this is a RIAT debutant as a solo display. We saw a German A400M in the flying display last year, albeit performing with a pair of Tornadoes, a Tornado ECR and a Tornado IDS. But here come the two German EF2000s. And I very deliberately say EF2000, not Typhoon, because EF2000 is their German designation. And good to have confirmation, visual confirmation of what many of us suspected, that the primary display jet for the German Air Force EF2000 solo display will be the special scheme NATO Tiger Association aircraft. We'll get a better look at that scheme as the aircraft lands momentarily and rolls past us on the runway. Very rare flying display participant, although that is slowly changing. The German Air Force only set up an official EF2000 solo display team in the last few years, and even then they haven't got out and about very much. They only did 2 or 3 shows last year. This year it is 6 shows, and RIAT is lucky to be one of them. RAF 16 asks if there have been any practice displays yet. No, there haven't been, but there will be in 14 minutes, so stay with us. And something else caught my eye as well. Joshua Davis says he'd love to see a close formation Typhoon duo, a bit like Kuto Delta. Well, one exists. We filmed one here at RIAT a couple of years ago. RIAT 2022, the Austrian Air Force Quick Reaction Alert demonstration, which started off with the interception of a C-130K Hercules, but then evolved into a very dynamic aerobatic two-ship tail chase and tactical demonstration. Biggles noting that when the Eurofighter flies inverted, it dumps a bit of fuel on the top of its tail fin. Yes, so fuel is allowed to vent out of the top of the transfer line in order to relieve pressure on the aircraft internally. The transfer line has to be there in order to let air escape from the fuel tanks during aerial refueling. But when the aircraft turns inverted, it's not air coming out, it's fuel. Now, I can't remember. I have seen the Germany F2000 display. I don't think there's any sustained inverted flight or negative G in there. But certainly the Royal Air Force and Italian Typhoon displays will see that happening. As for the second part of the question, can it do dump and burn? Well, technically, I suppose in the right flight regime it's probably theoretically possible, but I think it's just too far away from the reheat for it to be in any way realistic. In the Gripen, the only way it's possible is by applying some rudder and kind of slicing the aircraft sideways in the knife edge to bring the plume of jet fuel from the venting point on the trailing edge of the wing up towards the jet efflux. So the Black Cats just arriving on the right-hand side. We'll be getting a two-ship Black Cats display and a validation later today. Meanwhile, from the left, here comes the German A400. Welcome to Gerald Sword, a new channel member. Thomas asks, can anyone explain what is happening to the Portuguese planes? We can't explain why things are happening, but we can partially explain what is happening, which is that all of the Portuguese Air Force aircraft were listed as cancelled recently, and then the KC-390 turned up anyway. We're not sure on the status of the F16s. Julie, I can unfortunately confirm that the Polish F16 is not coming. And Joe asks, are there any F-35s today, or is that tomorrow? I haven't seen any F-35s on the programme today. I could have missed them, but no, I don't think there are any coming today. Tomorrow we're expecting to see the arrival, I imagine, of the US Air Force, Norwegian and Royal Air Force static display examples, a nice mix of A and B models there, and then over the weekend we'll be getting the brand new Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning roll demonstration. We are getting very close now to the start of our first validation displays of RIAT 2024. 9 minutes to go. It will be the Royal Jordanian Falcons first to fly. Joe asks, has the RAF F-35 demonstration changed? Yeah, it has changed. It's changed from not existing to existing, if that counts as changing. New for this year. So very much looking forward to seeing that. Still quite a number of aircraft officially listed to arrive before the start of these validations in now only 8 minutes time, that including Swedish Hercules, Saudi contingent including an F15 SA and A330 multi-role tanker transport, so we will keep an eye out for those and see how many of them manage to sneak in time. Belgian F16 is now overdue, so fingers crossed for that. Now this is not the only airshow that we're live broadcasting this year, far from it. It's a very busy year for us. We're doing numerous events including well over half a dozen visits to Duxford. We were out at Anti-Dotum Airshow Lesno, live broadcasting that a few weeks ago, one of our favourite airshows ever. We are going to be up in Scotland fairly soon for the International Airshow, spelled AYR. It's an air show, but it's also a pun. How good is that? But always one of the biggest air shows of our year is the Duxford Battle of Britain air show. That will be exclusive to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, and what a wonderful event it always is. A sky full of Spitfires and Hurricanes, but some modern RAF contributions this year as well, in the form of the F-35B Lightning roll demonstration and the Typhoon FGR-4. Let's take a little look at the sort of thing that we can expect come the 14th and 15th of September.
It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires. But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35.
So that's the kind of action that we are looking forward to in September at the Duxford Battle of Britain airshow. If you want to sign up to watch that and this weekend's live stream from here at Fairford and everything else we do, and have access to our back catalogue, then do head over to watch.planestv.com, sign up using the discount code RIAT24, and don't be too slow about it, because that discount code expires on Thursday night. Gets you 20% off your first 3 months, and like I said, that gets you access to everything, all of our live streams, advert-free, including this one. It gets you access to the exclusive live streams such as Friday, Saturday, Sunday here at RIAT, Duxford Battle of Britain airshow, all of the old programmes. There was a question in the chat, Chris, asking, I think on behalf of someone else, where you put the code. It's just during the checkout process there is an option to apply a discount code. So simply type in RIAT24, it's all one word. The 2 and the 4 are digits, so yeah, it's those 6 characters, RIAT24, all capitals, and that will get you 20% off your first 6 months. 3 months. The Royal Jordanian Falcons have now started up. They've been given a leader vehicle to follow. And as far as we can tell, there's nothing showing up on radar that's due in imminently. I think air traffic control has been quiet, so we might assume at this point that the airfield has been closed to arrivals for this roughly 90-minute block of rehearsals and validations. And just to reiterate what we are expecting to see during this slot, we will be enjoying appearances from the Royal Jordanian Falcons, who will be validating, the Saudi Hawks, who are not validating but are practicing, the Canadian CF-18, who are validating, and the Embraer KC-390, who are practicing. What is the difference between those two words, practice and validation? Well, a practice is what it sounds like, but a validation, that is for an aircraft that comes from a nation that doesn't have a UK recognised display approval system in place, and the display just needs to be watched by the Flying Control Committee here to make sure that they're happy with everything that it's going to do, and that they're happy that it complies with all of the regulations. And after it's performed that validation flight, they will then sign a piece of paper saying that it's all good, it's passed the validation, and that it is safe to display in front of the public. So that is what that means. All the validations have to take place today, because they need to occur while the showground is empty and sterile. Tomorrow there will be a limited crowd in here in the big blue grandstand to our left, the RIAT grandstand, so no more validations can take place after that point. You might then wonder why we're actually seeing relatively few validations today. I think only about 4 or 5 of them, and the reason for that is because the Flying Control Committee team actually travel to other shows in order to seek out some of the display items that are going to be flying here at RIAT and validate them in other places. And that's simply because there is not enough time to validate everything on the Wednesday here at RIAT in between all of the practices, all of the arrivals and so on. It does get pretty busy as it is, as you've seen over the last few hours. And it's been busy, even accounting for the fact that we now have a fair old backlog of aircraft that seem to be arriving late. So if everything had come in on time, it would have been absolutely chocker at certain points today. But I think we are now showing you, we will be showing you very shortly, the Royal Jordanian Falcons, who are taxiing out to the start of the runway. And it sounds like there was some discussion about exactly how many were going to be taxiing out there, but no, it looks like 4 aircraft taxiing out. So, smoke on for the Royal Jordanian Falcons out to our right-hand side, and they are now starting their takeoff roll as we commence the first of what you might call the displays. Yes, technically a validation, but it looks to us like a display. And RIAT 2024 has well and truly begun now. Here come the Royal Jordanian Falcons. And just to allay any concerns about the commentary cutting out there, yes, that was intentional. We were having a chat, I was having a drink. I do need to mute my mic occasionally, otherwise you'll hear me glugging away on a water bottle from time to time. Yes, that does happen. I'm doing it from a switch in front of me. I promise it's fine. So the Royal Jordanian Falcons now into the air, and they will go through usually a short process of a minute or two in order to orientate themselves and set up for the first of their manoeuvres, which will be a quarter clover. They're in box formation, the classic four-ship formation shape. We call it box here in, actually at the moment, yeah, they are in box. A little bit difficult to tell with the perspective, the slot pilot hanging a little bit low, displaced vertically from the leader, and it looked a little bit for a moment like they were in finger four. But no, they're in box. Diamond formation as it's known in North America, but here in Europe we call it box. And they have a new display routine for this year, as they do every year. A few interesting modifications which we'll discuss shortly. There is that opening quarter clover, a loop but with a rolling component on the upline, such that the exit of the loop is 90 degrees offset from the entry, and now they've moved from the B axis to the A axis. The team was founded in 1976 at the behest of King Hussein of Jordan, initially with two Pitts S2A specials, and they were flown by the American pilots Dave Ram and Steve Wolf. The team flew various versions of the Pitts and Extra 300, but most recently settled on the Extra 330 LX from 2018 onwards. Now they move into Tango formation, the front three aircraft in line abreast. And they fly another loop. And here we're seeing a manoeuvre that has featured in the Royal Jordanian Falcons display before, but it was removed from the show last year, reintroduced this year. A half Cuban leading into a negative G push. Very uncomfortable, and they'll keep pushing into now something akin to a split S, pushing until they've gained enough height to then pull through back onto the A axis to pass from right to left. Interestingly, the aircraft themselves are owned by Royal Jordanian Airlines, but the team is now staffed by pilots and crew from the Royal Jordanian Air Force, most of them being former fighter pilots. Now another negative G push, but this time the team will push into an outside turn. Negative G, absolutely horrible. So I've been to minus 2.4, which is disconcerting and unpleasant, but if you go anything beyond that, I'm assured it just becomes almost unbearable. Even at minus 2.4, it felt like my eyeballs were going to burst. If you go much further than that, you start to literally see red, and that is because of the blood accumulating in the eyes. Here comes another quarter clover. The smoke is off, and that is for a very good reason. They're leaving the sky clear because they're about to draw something. And this will be for the heart. The team undertakes an annual goodwill tour to Europe each summer. They are RIAT regulars. This is the second stop of their 2024 tour. Jordan has always had a strong link to the air tattoo, hence the most prestigious award here is named in honour of their late ruler, King Hussein, the King Hussein Memorial Sword. Now, 2 aircraft from the left, 2 from the right for a crossover. Now into the first of 4 solo slots during the course of this display. As they demonstrate the capabilities of the extra 330 SC, of the extra 330 LX, I should say, a 2-seat version of this aeroplane. It's designed to be a slightly more comfortable tourer than the 330 SC, for example, which is a pure competition aerobatic machine, and with good reason, because these guys cover a lot of miles during their annual tour. Performs slightly differently to the SC. The larger wing gives it a lower stall speed. The higher weight carries a small performance penalty in other areas. But the headline stats still the same as the SC, 420 degree per second roll rate and a maximum load factor of plus or minus 10. While the soloist performs a very aggressive negative G push to the front, the 3 aircraft to our right are putting their smoke on and pulling up into stall turns. The speed bleeding away, kicking in the rudder, pivoting round their left wingtips. And as they come back towards us, 1 aircraft will roll inverted, that's the leader, number 3 will barrel roll around the combined formation. A slide off to open the second of the solo sequences, going into a torque roll, using the torque of the engine to rotate the aircraft even with no forward airspeed over the ailerons. And now the 3-ship for a downwards bomb burst. Another solo interlude from the front now, and the solo pilot is Sharif Hatouk. He's a former fighter pilot on the F5 and then a captain on the C295M. He joined the Royal Jordanian Falcons in 2016 and he's now their chief pilot. Holding that tail slide very nicely. And going into a flat spin as well. Lovely stuff. So as we follow the soloist, the 3-ship are pulling up into a half loop in front of us. And they are now running in inverted. They're about to perform a very challenging half slow roll. The soloist will fly across them any second now. Here comes the half roll, and next will be the Royal Jordanian Falcons' trademark manoeuvre, a 3-ship opposition brake called the Hashemite brake. Three-way opposition pass. Falcons 2 and 3 from the left and right. The leader diving through the middle. I say, that's the best I've seen them nail that three-way opposition pass. Fantastic. And we're about to see one of the most technically accomplished formation rejoins performed by any aerobatic team. The main formation turning in shortly to arrive from our left, the soloist continuing out to our right. They are both going to fly towards each other to perform an opposition pass. The main formation will pull up into a loop, the soloist into a half Cuban, and they will neatly slot together back into a 4-ship box formation as they exit these vertical maneuvers. formation, up into a loop in line abreast. Out on the other side, there goes the soloist. He's about to roll out. And slot into the back of that four-ship formation. And there we go. They're back in box formation. How neat is that? The leader for this display is Jamil Zayad. He's a long-standing display pilot who has been flying with the Royal Jordanian Falcons for over 20 years. He's been the team leader since 2005, and he's now also the director of operations. But now it is the wingmen for whom life is going to get very difficult during an extremely challenging slow roll. They're down at low level as well, pulling up slightly, and here comes the roll. And let's talk about the wingmen who are battling so hard to stay in formation there. Falcon 2 is Mohammed Abu Al-Jazar. He completed flight training in the USA in 2007 before flying the F16 for the Royal Jordanian Air Force. He has previously served as the team's safety pilot, but this is his first season as a display pilot. He's flying in the right wing position. Falcon 3, flying in the left wing position, is Faras Al-Khwatat. He is also a former F-16 pilot, and he joined the Royal Jordanian Falcons in 2021. As we come towards the end of the Royal Jordanian Falcons display, a welcome to Paul Graveson for joining us as a channel member here on YouTube. Thank you very much for your support. And now the team pulling up into another quarter clover. This will see them exit while flying more or less towards us, actually probably aiming slightly off to our left for the RIAT enclosure, which is their show centre marker. And this will be for their final manoeuvre, the Concorde Split. And that concludes the display by the Royal Jordanian Falcons. Our first airshow performance with an asterisk, yes, validation. But it looked to us like an airshow performance, and it was the first one of RIAT 2024. And how fitting to start with a team that is such a RIAT stalwart. I'm going to pose a question. To the good people of the chat who have greater research powers at their fingertips than I do, and ask, what is the last year in which the Royal Jordanian Falcons did not attend the Royal International Air Tattoo? Does anybody know? Can anybody find out? I reckon it was quite some time ago. You might have noticed the leader giving a blip of smoke just before touching down. That is for the benefit of the pilots landing behind him, as it gives them a reference point to judge what the wind is doing down by the runway surface. You'll notice the bigger teams like the Red Arrows will do multiple smoke blips when they land, so typically or perhaps Red 6 will do a second blip. Yeah, basically when the first smoke blip has blown away and isn't really telling the pilots anything useful anymore, that is when another pilot will take it upon themselves to replenish that smoke marker with a little smoke blip of their own. Well, we're scheduled to see the Saudi Hawks next, but it looks like before that we're going to get a departure from a Czech C295. The one with the rather interesting winglets that we saw arriving earlier. It's just about to take to the runway to our right-hand side. And indeed, there it is. Here to support the deployment of the Czech Gripens, of which one will be taking part in the flying display. From one Middle Eastern national aerobatic team to another, because as you can see, the Saudi Hawks are now taking to the runway in their Hawk Mark 65s. We saw them arriving in very attractive fashion earlier from Waddington, which they've been using as an interim base during their deployment. They also performed at the Waddington Families Day a few days ago, and they used Waddington as a location for practice flights and for their validation. So this is not going to be a validation display, this is merely going to be a practice. They're appearing at RIAT for the second consecutive year. We were pleased to see them here last year, becoming something of a pattern, because the Saudi Hawks have now appeared at 4 RIATs, 2011 and 2012. Oh no, I'm not sure they were here in 2011. They came to the UK, but I think they went home early. That could explain why we had 2 back-to-back visits to RIAT that year, to the UK by the Saudi Hawks at that time. Yes, this is their 3rd time at RIAT then. I'd forgotten that they sort of skipped one in 2011 because of their early departure. But it will be their last time here. This is the pertinent point that I was trying to get out before I got sidetracked by my own error. The pertinent point is this will be their last time here at RIAT flying the Hawk Mark 65, because at the end of this display season they will be swapping their Hawk Mark 65s for the Hawk Mark 165. It's more or less the equivalent of switching from the Hawk T1 to the Hawk T2. The new jets are slightly larger, mainly in terms of length, because they've got an elongated nose to accommodate additional avionics and sensors. They're also more powerful, they are heavier, and they have a new, very attractive paint scheme. The nose lights are on, and I think that means we will expect to see them rolling for takeoff very shortly. The power increasing. And now they roll, the first of our jet aerobatic teams, the first of 4 that we will be seeing here at RIAT 2024. Let's enjoy the Saudi Hawks. Now the Saudi Hawks will take a moment to reposition, to set up their display, to prime their smoke systems, and while they do so, we've got a short little VT that gives you a taste of what's coming up.
In Hawk's 50th anniversary year, RIAT 2024 provides one of the last chances to see the Royal Saudi Air Force Saudi Hawks before they upgrade to a new aircraft. The Saudi Hawks have flown the Hawk Mark 65, analogous to the Red Arrow's Hawk T1s, ever since their inception in 1998. But at the end of this season, they'll be taking a year out to transition to the newer, larger and more powerful Hawk Mark 165. It's a display packed with symbolism, this year featuring several scintillating brand new manoeuvres, and credited with holding the Guinness World Record for the largest aerial drawing, recognising the team's depiction of Saudi Arabia's national symbol, a palm tree crossed by two swords.
A new display sequence, much like the Red Arrows and the Patrouille de France. The Saudi Hawks do change things up from one year to the next, and it has been quite a big change this year. We are going to get, for example, some rather attractive new opposition manoeuvres, 3 versus 2 I think. And yes, I'm just consulting my sequence card. It is indeed 3 versus 2 opposition passes. The team are now out to our right hand side. We would normally expect a crowd rear arrival for the start of their display proper, but it's possible that perhaps they've changed this part of their display routine from last year, or they could be doing some recce passes, which we do see sometimes from the jet aerobatic teams, where they will just fly down the various display lines for a few minutes, pick out their visual reference points, get eyes on the display area. They're not in their final formation yet. The 2 outer jets are still a little wide, which makes me think we're not going into the display routine itself imminently. And while we wait for them to start, TTV Coningsby asks what time the arrivals finish. I saw someone else asking a similar question earlier. And we are going to be live until around about 7 o'clock local time. The arrivals will probably have finished before that, at least if we get even vaguely back on schedule. But there are some more rehearsals and validations right at the end of the evening. And the last of those is expected to finish at around about 7:05. And we will continue live until the flying stops. This is looking potentially a bit more promising. No, it's still not quite right. I think we're going to get another recce pass, at least one more. you can see on camera 2 there, what you could see before the camera angles changed, is the fact that we are still in build mode here at RIAT. That will explain some of the vehicle movements and some of the noises that you might have been able to hear over the course of today's stream. While we've been broadcasting live, the hospitality chalets out to our right-hand side haven't been built. They were already built, but they've been kitted out. The speaker system has been going in. Probably tomorrow we can expect the fence line to go in. They don't seem to be quite at that stage yet. Question from Ian Hartman while we wait for the start of the Saudi Hawks display. He says that he asked, did he see the Lynx going as a support aircraft? He wasn't aware that the Historic Helicopters Group was taking anything else to RIAT. Yes, it is coming as a support aircraft, but not as a support aircraft for historic helicopters, rather as a support aircraft for the air show organisers themselves. So we're quite used to seeing normally a Gazelle buzzing around over the course of RIAT Week and doing, among other things, aerial imagery of the showground, and I believe that is what Lynx is here for this year. Nice to have such a rare rotorcraft providing that service. Bit of extra enthusiast interest for us. The idea for the Saudi Hawks began in the late 1980s when several of Saudi Arabia's Hawk Mark 65s were fitted with a single coloured smoke system. These were later supplemented by new build Hawk Mark 65As with a tri-coloured smoke system. They were delivered in the late 1990s, but the team was officially formed as Number 88 Squadron RSAF in 1998. They made their airshow debut the following year to mark Saudi Arabia's centenary, and they began performing internationally in the year 2000 with a visit to Bahrain, followed by other displays around the region in places such as Al Ain. Their European debut followed in 2011 at Air Power Zeltweg, and they have since become regular visitors to Europe, displaying in Austria, the UK, Greece, Malta, Belgium, Poland and France. Now the smoke is on. And is this the start of some display activity, or is this a continuation of their recce flying? Well, we shall see. So what it seems we've done is replaced the normal opening manoeuvre with a formation present, and we're now starting the show from what is normally the second manoeuvre. 2 aircraft dropping behind, and this will be for the helix. Those 2 rearmost aircraft now starting to barrel roll around the rest of the formation. The coloured smoke comes on. Deagle says, looks like they're practicing with a missing aircraft. No, this is the complete formation. They are a 7-ship team nowadays. They used to be 6, but they increased to 7, probably around a decade ago now. It's been reported on occasion that their eventual end goal is to increase to 9, like the Red Arrows. Could be a challenge given the relatively limited production run of the Hawk Mark 165, which they will shortly be transferring to. And now a 360-degree present, complete with formation changes. There goes the change to arrow formation. Saudi Hawks have strong links to the Red Arrows. Former Red Arrows pilots serve as supervisors with the team. The current supervisor being Mike Ling. That means the Saudi Hawks display includes some very familiar manoeuvres, some familiar formations, and both teams do have a similar style of flying, although the Saudi Hawks very much have their own identity as well, and we'll see some unique Saudi Hawks manoeuvres later on in the show. So another formation change coming up. This time the formation will be getting narrower because the next manoeuvre, cloud base permitting, and I think the cloud base looks high enough, will be a barrel roll. They'll require probably about 2,000, 2,500 feet to do this barrel roll, and the formation change has indeed occurred, so I think they're going to go for it. The reason for this formation change is because the wider the formation shape, the harder it is to complete a barrel roll, and thus the 2 outermost wingmen have moved inboard to make life a little bit easier. And this is where things become a little bit unpredictable, because there is some scattered cloud around, and I don't think it is high enough for a high show. So it's now a matter of whether the team feel that the cloud is sufficiently scattered in order to permit some vertical manoeuvres. but they have changed into Vixen formation, which is the formation they will use for their first vertical manoeuvre, if indeed they go for it. No, it appears we are going for a rolling show today. So weather permitting, what we would see at this point, and what we hopefully will see during the weekend, is a unique Saudi Hawks manoeuvre, a manoeuvre that holds a Guinness World Record no less, which is the palm split. It holds the record for the largest piece of skywriting in the world. The 5 aircraft at the front of the formation will pull up to draw a palm tree. The 2 at the bottom will then create the shape of 2 swords, the Saudi national symbol, of course, the palm tree crossed by 2 swords. However, the cloud bases, it seems not high enough for that. They do seem to have gone for their rolling show instead of the full show, so what we will probably see instead is a manoeuvre called the detonator, which is very similar, except rather flatter in shape. Two aircraft now on each side, and it's not too difficult to guess what they're going to do next. They will be turning back towards us, lining up on the runway centre line for the first of their opposition manoeuvres. This is very similar to the Red Arrows manoeuvre that they call the Hana Pass, but in the Saudi Hawks it is known as the Avalanche. We'll stick with the 2 aircraft with the white smoke, because they are going to turn back towards us for another opposition pass. This will be for an opposing 180-degree turn called the Dragon. Next we look to the left 45, a formation of 4 aircraft running in towards us. 3 have put the smoke on already. The 4th now going on with a coloured smoke to barrel roll around them. And now the green smoke comes on as well. And this is the flag roll. The synchro pair 6 and 7 are now running in over the smaller hangars in front of us, flying directly towards us. We saw one heart already from the Royal Jordanian Falcons. Well, now we're about to see a rather larger one, courtesy of the Saudi Hawks. So we're looking out for 5 aircraft arriving on the right 45-degree line. They will pull up into twin barrel rolls, one flying... Oh no, we're doing a flat show now. This is just a fly past in line astern. That would normally be a manoeuvre called Python, twin barrel rolls. And as they depart, we now look left for the synchro pair once again for the mirror pass. So that's a new manoeuvre compared to what we saw last year from the Saudi Hawks, and another new manoeuvre coming up next from the front. 5 aircraft rolling out directly towards us. They are shortly going to split into a 5-ship and a 2-ship. These two pairs of aircraft, these two formations of aircraft will now complete 270-degree reversals to come back down the line of the runway from the left and the right for an opposition pass. And this really is quite a change in character of the display as compared to the one that we saw last year. And interesting to note that in the same season, both the Saudi Hawks and the Red Arrows have decided to introduce big multi-aircraft crosses like this, although two very different styles between the two teams. We can compare against the Red Arrows display, which we will see on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Two ship almost appearing to thread the needle, if you like, disappearing through the gaps. But from the front, two ship opposition break from the synchro pair. Hawk 7 rolling around Hawk 6 with a coloured smoke, now arresting the roll, and get ready for the split. Continue to follow these two aircraft as they perform derry turns initially and then repositioning turns to come back towards us for an opposing 360-degree turn called the ring. Again, a familiar manoeuvre, but with not the name that we are used to. Of course, the Reds would call this the carousel. Next manoeuvre will be from our front, 5-ship opposition break. But before we see that, forgive me for getting very, very nerdy about the Saudi Hawks and the Red Arrows here, but one difference between the two, when we see the Reds perform opposition passes, if they're using coloured smoke, then one aircraft will be red and the other will be blue. Always. They're always on different colours, and it's quite interesting to see the Saudi Hawks actually using the same colours as each other during the cross. Just a minor difference, but interesting nonetheless. And now you see on your screen the start of this opposition break. It's called the pincer, and the Saudi Hawks are, I believe, one of only 2 jet aerobatic teams in the world performing a 5-ship opposition break. Here they go. Another opposition house. So we'll stick the soloist out to our left-hand side, who's going to reposition to turn back towards us. Meanwhile, to our right, the 5-ship is over the Northrop Grumman hangar. That 5-ship Vic formation is now stepping down to form an inverted V shape. Meanwhile, the soloist with the red smoke on arriving on the left 45 and about to fly through the middle of that inverted V in the Goose. And that solo pass wasn't on the sequence card and rather caught us by surprise. It's all good fun, isn't it? It's practice day. It's practice day for them and it's practice day for us as well, because we are seeing this display routine in person for the first time this year. But now we come to the final manoeuvre of the display, and out in front of us, all 7 aircraft reforming, and they will roll out flying towards us for their last manoeuvre, called the Vixen Break. And yes, it is exactly the same as the Red Arrow's Vixen Break, save for the smoke colours. So what I think is happening now is the team are getting back together to perform a landing break. Some teams go from their final bomb burst straight into the landing pattern, but the Saudi Hawks all joining back up in what will probably be big battle formation, which is a big V shape, and they will fly along the runway much like we saw when they arrived at about 10 o'clock this morning, peeling off one by one into the circuit to land. So the Saudi Hawks in the landing pattern, and as they come into land, I think there's one thing I can clear up that I've seen being discussed in the chat, which is the arrival time of the Red Arrow. Someone noting that the NOTAM had them down to arrive at 5 p.m, but the arrival schedule has them down to land at 4 p.m. Well, that is very simply because the arrival schedule is in Zulu, as is standard for aviation operations. And 4 p.m. Zulu is 5 p.m. local time. So yes, the Reds are due to arrive at 5 o'clock today. In the meantime, the 7 Hawk Mark 65s of the Saudi Hawks now turning onto final approach, and we'll see that smoke blip system again that we saw from the Royal Jordanian Falcons earlier. Watch the leader, and just before touchdown, I would put money on it. Yes, there's the smoke blip. And given that this is a 7-ship team, I would not be at all surprised if one of the latter aircraft also drops a little bit of smoke on approach. And yes, indeed, number 6 giving us a second smoke blip on final approach as well, as I predicted we might see. And that'll be just to help out his teammate, number 7, coming in last, who will have lost the benefit of that first smoke blip from the leader. We were due to see the Canadian CF-18 validating next, although I am aware that a bit of a queue has formed with some arrivals that we are expecting to see fairly imminently, and I would imagine that those will occur before the CF-18 validation. And I'll be interested to see what happens with this validation, actually, because I understood the plan to be that they would use the grey spare jet, but I don't think that's arrived yet. We have seen a Belgian A400M in the hold in front of us at times during the Saudi Hawks display, but I think the first thing to happen will be the Czech Gripen, which I think I can see out to our right-hand side, and it looks to be commencing a run and brake. And here comes that Czech Gripen. I think we are expecting, hoping to see a special tail. Well, we'll find out very shortly. Or is this not a Czech Gripen? This is a Hornet. Well, I think that answers my question about what the Canadians will use for their validation, because it confirms that their grey spare jet hadn't arrived, because that is it. And on account of that, it would be logical to assume that the validation being due in only a few minutes' time, it is the colourful jet that we will see being used for that, unless, of course, the time for the validation has changed to accommodate the late arrival of the CF-18, which is possible. We're operating off a document that is not being edited live. It's not like our live broadcast from Lesno, where we were getting fed live updates based on an evolving, living spreadsheet from the flying display director. No, this is a document that was prepared yesterday afternoon, so it is highly possible that things have changed a bit. Lovely curved and relatively short final approach there from the Canadian CF-18. And this is the commencement of the display, I'm just told. A touch and go, and then we're going straight into the validation itself. So not what I expected, but great to see nonetheless. Here we go. starting in the typical style of Canadian CF-18 displays with a dirty roll from takeoff. Now, we've talked a lot about the F-16 today, and this is the F-16's 50th anniversary year, but it's perhaps worth noting that the development of the F-16 and the F-18 are very much linked. Both were competitors in the US Air Force lightweight fighter program in the 1960s, although the Hornet at that point was known as the YF-17 Cobra. And while the YF-17 lost that particular competition, it was a good aircraft. It piqued the interest of the US Navy, and they wondered if the YF-17 might be a suitable candidate to replace the A-7 Corsair and the F4 Phantom. And so Northrop set about modifying the design for this purpose. The design was enlarged, the landing gear beefed up, and it was fitted with a tailhook. Then it got a new name, the FA-18 Hornet. And it does look like we're getting the full Canadian display routine, which does start crowd rear. And next we expect to see a Cubanate, two half Cubans strung together. Well, perhaps not. Not quite the full Canadian display routine then. Quite an interesting aircraft aerodynamically speaking. Excellent pitch authority thanks to its enormous horizontal stabilators and its leading edge root extensions as well, producing excellent high alpha performance. This was one of the first fighters to have truly useful high alpha capabilities. And we see those demonstrated here in a classic Hornet manoeuvre, a square loop with lots of alpha being pulled during those hard vertices to the loop. And then topped off with a very high alpha roll as well. This performance made possible by the leading edge root extensions, which create vortices over the wing, allowing the wing to continue producing lift at extremely high angles of attack, much higher than would otherwise be possible. The Hornet also has the relatively unusual distinction of having a twin tail, where it was unusual at the time of its construction, which provides a far better roll stability during those high alpha flight regimes than was typical. Here, yet more high alpha flight, this time in at very low speed. The Legacy Hornet is now, the Legacy Hornet as it is now known, was produced in quite large numbers, a total of well over 1,000 aircraft for 8 different nations. Canada was an early adopter, the first export customer in fact, and they purchased 138 A and B model Hornets to replace a multitude of older types, including the CF-101, CF-104, CF-116 and so on. And in Canadian service it was designated the CF-188 instead of F-18. They are some of the oldest Hornets in service anywhere, so between 2001 and 2010 they were put through a fleet modernisation programme. The sensors, data link and communication systems were brought in line with the newer F-18C model. Sadly, that wasn't really enough. The Hornets are now overdue for replacement. Many are life expired, some have had to be withdrawn from service, and so the competition to find a successor was launched. That competition has been protracted and controversial, and as delays mounted, the Royal Canadian Air Force had to procure second-hand A and B model Hornets from the Royal Australian Air Force, 18 of which have now been introduced to Canadian service. Canada has finally settled on the F-35A Lightning II as the successor to their CF-18 fleet. The remaining Hornets will have to soldier on, or some of them will have to soldier on until around 2032, while Canada waits for those F-35s to be delivered and to become fully operational. So, still some time to go for these venerable aircraft. This is the first time the CF-18 demo team has visited Europe in 6 years. They previously appeared at RIAT in 2018 to support the RAF centenary. But this time it's a different centenary being celebrated, that of the Royal Canadian Air Force itself, which was founded on the 1st of April 1924. It wasn't the first Air Force in Canada. An air arm had been established twice before, most notably to participate in the First World War, but it was in 1924 that the Air Force gained its royal title and became a more formal military organisation. Well, touching down after a fairly brief performance, I wonder if that's perhaps a shortened version compared to what we might see later. And we did see the grey jet there, but the colourful aircraft is on the ground. It's not typically used for practice displays, so as to avoid putting any unnecessary fatigue hours on the airframe. We will, all being well, see that colourful jet on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, not just performing its solo display, but also flying with a Canadian-marked Spitfire for what I think the Royal Canadian Air Force are terming a victory flight. It's more or less the same sort of thing that the US Air Force call a heritage flight, the US Navy call it a legacy flight. Victory flight seems to be the term that the Canadians are using for similar such things this year. interesting to note, actually, a very, very different sequence to the one I saw in Canada 2 weeks ago at the Kinta International Airshow. Same pilot, same display, ostensibly, but totally different. Some of the same manoeuvres, but in an entirely different order, but also considerably longer as well. More crowd rear passes in the Canadian version of the routine, so I'll be interested to see whether that is what we get over the weekend or whether things change again. So we have identified a Czech Gripen out to our right hand side. We think that it is coming in, currently at 2,000 feet. And as I mentioned earlier, during that false alarm, an arrival that turned out to be the Canadian CF-18, we are hoping, we don't know, but we are hoping that this is a jet with a special tail scheme. When the Czech Republic joined NATO in 1999, they needed to replace their aging fleet of MiG-21s with a NATO-compatible aircraft. And following a competition involving the main Western fighter types, this is what they chose. And we have indeed got not just a special tail, but special spine and special canard foreplanes as well, which is lovely to see. That's not a scheme that I've seen before, so pleased to see that. Look, good, lovely stuff. And as I was saying about the history of the Gripen, following that competition, the Czech Air Force elected to lease 14 ex-Swedish Air Force JAS 39C Gripens. That current lease has been extended on several occasions, at the moment to 2027, and it includes the option to acquire the aircraft outright from Sweden at some point in the future. As part of that recent lease extension, the fleet was also upgraded to the latest MS-20 configuration. That's the same configuration currently used by the Swedish Air Force's own Gripens. Last year, the Czech Air Force placed an order for 24 F-35A Lightnings to replace both the JAS 39 Gripen and the L159 Alka. The Gripens are expected to remain in service at least until the early 2030s, though. The first F-35s will be delivered in 2031, and full operating capability will be reached, estimated, in 2035. Now, if you would like to watch our weekend broadcast here from RIAT covering the airshow proper, where we will see that aircraft among many, many others taking to the air in dynamic displays, then you will have to sign up to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. That, for as long as your membership lasts, will give you advert-free access to all of our live broadcasts, as well as our 35-year archive of airshow programs as well. If you want discounted access to that, use the discount code RIAT24 while making your purchase, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. That code is only valid until Thursday night, so don't hang around for too long. The other thing worth saying, you may as well go ahead and use it now, because if you're watching on YouTube, currently you'll be getting adverts at a time of YouTube's choosing, which may not be at a time of your choosing. If you're watching on the streaming service, if you remember, you're watching on the streaming service, you'll be getting an ad-free programmes. So that is a reason not to wait until Thursday night and to head over there and make that subscription now. I mentioned we do have archive programmes available as well, and we've got a little taster coming up now of the sort of thing that you can expect to see in those archive programmes.
And the centrepiece, which was undoubtedly this formation of 22 Eurofighter Typhoons forming a 100 in the skies over London.
Up to 112 people can be accommodated aboard the E-4B in mission configuration.
So that's the sort of thing that you can see on the streaming service. We've got over 100 programmes on there at the moment. We've recorded over the last 35 years or so somewhere in the region of 300 plus. A lot of them only exist in analogue formats, and there is a slow process of digitisation which we are undergoing at a pace. Yes, it is all happening, and if you've got any DVD favourites or any DVDs that you see in our online shop that are now out of stock and impossible to order and not available currently on the streaming service, then do let us know if you've got any particular favourites that you would like to be digitised with a high degree of priority and put onto that streaming service. Twilight Avenger saying, I have the subscription service with Plains TV, I'm getting adverts so it doesn't link with YouTube. Correct, it doesn't. If you have a member watch on the streaming service itself, that is how to avoid the adverts. So taxiing out to take its position on the runway, to our right hand side is the Embraer KC-390 Millennium, multi-role transport aircraft designed in Brazil, primarily intended to serve as a medium-size airlifter, but it's also capable of conducting aerial refueling, firefighting, and various other missions as well. While we've welcomed static KC-390s in the past, and indeed we have the debut this year of a static Portuguese Air Force KC-390, this is the first time that one has flown in the RIAT flying display. It comes to us from Embraer themselves. It's starting its takeoff roll now from the right hand side. Work began in the early 2000s, the original plan being to produce a high-wing, beefed-up version of the Embraer E190 regional jet. Over time, the proposed aircraft grew into something rather larger, a clean-sheet design closer in size to the C-130 than it was to the E190, and fitted with far more powerful engines than originally envisaged. Cargo payload is 21 tons, which is almost exactly the same as the C-130J. Inside, it can carry 80 passengers, 66 paratroopers, 2 armoured personnel carriers, or 1 Black Hawk helicopter. The aircraft has been designed with flexibility at its core. It's powered by the International Aero Engines V2500, which was chosen due to its proven reliability in extreme weather conditions and its resilience to dust ingestion. It has huge flaps and slats with up to 40 degrees of deflection, giving the aircraft a stall speed of just 100 knots and excellent short takeoff and landing capability. Its enormous spoilers also allow the aircraft to descend at up to 9,000 feet per minute without gaining airspeed. But while it can fly low and slow, this is also an aeroplane that can fly high and fast, a cruise speed of Mach 0.8, which is faster than any other mid-sized airlifter. The first KC-390 was delivered in 2019 to its launch customer, the Brazilian Air Force. They ordered a total of 28 examples, although the number has now been reduced to 22 due to the post-pandemic budget squeeze. Brazil has deployed them successfully in several interesting operations, transporting COVID patients during the pandemic years to relieve pressure on the very busiest hospitals, transporting humanitarian aid to Beirut, Haiti and Ukraine, and also airdropping supplies in Antarctica for the benefit of researchers stationed there. Only last month, Brazil deployed the KC-390 in the firefighting role for the first time. On Friday, the 28th of June, one example was deployed to the Pantanal region to combat wildfires there. For firefighting duties, the aircraft can be equipped with a modular device called the MAFFS, which can carry up to 12,000 litres of water and eject it from a hose that sits in one of the rear doors. Last year, the first export KC-390 was delivered. That went to the Portuguese Air Force, and indeed, as I mentioned earlier, we have welcomed a Portuguese KC-390 to the static display for the first time this year. And in the last few years, the KC-390 has enjoyed growing momentum on the export market. They've been purchased by Hungary to replace the An-26, by Austria and the Netherlands to replace the C-130, and by South Korea and Czechia. Several further nations are also considering placing orders, including Sweden, South Africa, India, Greece and Egypt. So while this may be the first time that we see a KC-390 in the flying display here at RIAT, it is very likely not to be the last. And that looked to me rather like a final pass. Approaching with landing gear extended, retracting that gear, applying the power, climbing away with a wing rock, and the aircraft, it will not land here, it will depart off slot back to Farnborough. And with that, we come to the end of the first practice and validation session. It is back over to the arrivals, and let's take a look at some of the movements that we are expecting to see in the coming hour or so before the next round of practices and validation begins. Now, this is all according to a list which is now coming up for 24 hours old, so I can't absolutely promise that things are going to unfold as listed here, but I believe, according to this list, we are expecting to see aircraft including a Swedish C-130, or a TP-84 as they call it, Czech L159, the two F-15 QA Ababills of the Qatar Emiri Air Force, albeit operated by Boeing here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, the arrival of F-16s from the Danish Air Force and potentially also from Belgium. That one is now several hours overdue. The B-52H Stratofortress from the United States Air Force taking its position in the static display, and the Red Arrows are due in a little over 20 minutes from now. All of those things are due to either have arrived already or be arriving within the next 20 minutes. Obviously, we're not going to see all of them arriving in quite such close succession, but it does bode well for a rather busy period to come. Another aircraft, which I might be able to see at the moment, it's hard to know if it's involved in the air show or not. We were expecting several hours ago a US Air Force C-17 arrival, I believe, and there is something that looks a lot like a C-17 on the horizon to the right-hand side. Who knows, it could be Bryce traffic, it could be heading our way. We'll find out soon enough, I suppose. And then other movements that we are expecting to see today, including Dutch NH-90, Lithuanian Mi8, German CH-53, American C-130J Hercules as well, and more movements from the Saudi C-130s. And in fact, I've just spotted a practice flight that has slipped my attention today thus far, which is that of the German Army NH-90, which is due to fly in a little under an hour. It'll be flying at 17:30, and that will theoretically end the arrivals window and move us into the final block of practices and validations. Does look like that C-17 is for us. No, it's turning off the extended centreline. It appeared to have rolled out, flying directly towards us on runway heading, but no, it's turning away. It may well be Bryce traffic. There are C-17s based at Bryce Norton. It's only about 10 miles away. It's a busy airfield, and we see things going in and out. And every time we see a heavy aircraft on the horizon, there's always that little bit of uncertainty. Is this for us, or is it Bryce traffic? And invariably, we get excited about the things that are Bryce traffic, thinking they're for us, and we ignore the things that are for us because we think they're Bryce traffic. But the joys of RIAT arrivals, eh? It wouldn't be fun if we knew what was happening. I'm told that the Saudi Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport is coming in as well. Now, when I listed aircraft earlier on, that were overdue, I missed that actually, and it might be accompanied by a Royal Saudi Air Force F15 SA as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that. It'd be lovely to see that on the ground. I believe it'll be the RIAT debut of an F15 SA. So yes, some interesting movements still to come. Let's take a look, though, as we wait and see exactly what is going to hit us over the next few minutes, at some of the highlights of the flying display coming up on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. This is just a taste. There are up to 7.5 hours of flying displays per day, and we're only going to showcase half a dozen or so acts here. But here are some of the highlights that we can expect to see coming up over the course of RIAT this year. So what have we got here? Intriguing shapes have appeared. F16s, says Ian. So what F16s are we expecting? Could it be... Now I thought we were due the Belgian examples earlier on, but the Belgian example singular, just one of them, so I don't think it's that. It is the Danish examples, of course it is, and this on the screen now is the new Dannebrog paint scheme, combining Dannebrog, the Danish flag, with motifs celebrating the 50th anniversary of the F16. And what a cracking scheme that is. Really looking forward to seeing that. Great. Lovely to have them on the ground. Probably the last time the Danish send F-16s to RIAT, because they are due to leave service next year, and we have a little package prepared to give you an indication of what is coming up from them over the next few days.
For decades, the 4 European partner nations of the F-16 programme have entertained us at airshows with some extraordinary solo displays. But Norway, the Netherlands and, most recently, Belgium all will no longer display, leaving just one. The Danish F16 was due to be a highlight of the flying display at RIAT last year, but technical problems caused the cancellation of 2 of its displays, and the third was hampered by poor weather. So we hope the team have better luck in 2024. Denmark's F-16s are due to retire sometime next year, meaning this could very well be the type's last appearance in Danish hands at a British airshow.
After some debate about whether or not we should show you this, because some in our team were convinced that it was Bryce Norton traffic and nothing to do with the airshow, we have decided that this C-17 is definitely coming into land at Fairford, and we may as well, therefore, show you pictures of it. And I imagine this must be the US Air Force example. Yellow stripe on the tail. Yes, the Americans do put stripes on the tails of their large transport aircraft. We were expecting an American C-17 a few hours ago, so it does make sense. And if it is indeed American, well, it's part of quite a large American contribution to the static display. KC-135, RC-135, C-17, KC-46, MC-130J, C-130J, F-16s, F-35, U-2, F-15E, KC-10, B-52. That's not bad for one Air Force, is it? The C-17 is the backbone of the US Air Force's strategic airlift force. The aircraft harks back to the McDonnell Douglas YC-15 demonstrator of the early 1980s, which won the CX contract in the US. The C-17 was originally developed by McDonnell Douglas, who then merged with Boeing in 1997. It's been designed to operate from short and narrow airfields, short and narrow runways I should say, utilising advanced blown air flaps which give it excellent stall performance for its class, and that enables it to operate from airstrips of only around 1,000 metres. Meanwhile, in the circuit, the two F-15 QA Ababiles of the Qatar Emiri Air Force, but they are coming to us under the operation of the Boeing company. F-15, arguably the most successful combat aircraft in the skies today. It's achieved a kill-to-loss ratio of over 100 to 0. Design goes back to the early 1970s, but these aircraft are far, far newer than that. The original F-15 became the F-15 Strike Eagle, and then that in turn relatively recently became the F-15 Advanced Eagle. The Advanced Eagle featured additional weapon stations, greater payload capacity, yet more powerful engines. The F-15E already had an engine upgrade, and then this one they were upgraded further. A pair of General Electric F-110s producing a combined 59,000 pounds of thrust, and for the first time on an F-15 it featured full fly-by-wire flight controls, giving the Eagle manoeuvrability that it had simply never known before. There are three variants of the Advanced Eagle. This is the first, this is the second. There was the F-15 SA initially, the Saudi Advanced, which we'll be seeing later on arriving for the static display. Then there's the QA, the Qatari Advanced, also known as the Ababil, and the latest iteration, the F-15EX Eagle 2. Having said that, the F-15 QA and the F-15EX are almost identical. The only difference really is in the mission computer and the electronic warfare stroke anti-jamming system. They both have different systems installed for that. Fitted with an Elbit anti-jamming system, these QAs, whereas the EX has an American electronic warfare system instead. Two very different aircraft in terms of their configuration there. The first one loaded up with dummy air-to-air missiles, and the second one flying in a clean configuration, even with its conformal fuel tanks removed, and they will be flying two different demonstrations over the course of the three-day air show, each operated by different crews. Now, we don't know on which days we'll be seeing the different demonstrations, but on at least one day we will get the bombed-up aircraft performing a display that is very photogenic with all of those munitions, or dummy munitions on, but slightly compromised in performance, and then we'll get the uncompromised version on at least one of the other days. Now, while those F-15s were landing, you might have heard another noise as high above us as the second F-15 touched down. We had a Czech Air Force L159 Alka, Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, entering the circuit, and that we think will be next in to land. This a modified combat version of the L-39 Albatross trainer. The most notable difference, aside from the extra weapon stations, is the elongated nose, which houses a radar unit. We have enjoyed some fantastic two-ship Alka displays here in the flying display at RIAT in the past, most recently in 2017. Sadly, that two-ship tactical display isn't active this season, but we do have one example on static display. And we're entering a fairly busy period now, because Dutch NH90 is to the north and heading our way, but also the red arrows are in the vicinity, and we've picked them up on the scanner, and Matt, our spotter, is listening in to them. There is also, out to our right-hand side, the shape of an A330 multi-role tanker transport. That might be Briar's traffic, but I think more likely it could be the Royal Saudi Air Force example, which we do know was not that far away 5 minutes or so ago, so it could well have arrived within visual range of us now. There's a bit of A330 confusion actually, because it turns out there's two A330s flying around at the moment. One is Briar's traffic from the Royal Air Force, but the Saudi example is in the area as well to our south. And Matt, our spotter, has just got eyes on the red arrows as well. They're quite far away for the time being, so we'll continue to bring you pictures of this L159 Alka taxiing in to take its position in the static display. Well, Bravo November asking if we're getting both F15 QAs displaying on every day, or if it's a case of getting one or the other. I believe it's one or the other, and the as of when I last heard, which was about a week ago when we spoke to the Air Ops team here, they had not yet decided which days would feature which kind of display. That kind of decision probably has been taken now. I suppose it's a remote possibility that, given there have been a couple of cancellations, we could maybe see the F15 displays doubling up, but that is pure conjecture on my part, and I would not put any money on it at all. Out to our right-hand side, we think we have spotted a Lithuanian Air Force Mi8. And indeed, that is exactly what it is, the Mi8 being one of the most successful helicopters ever produced. It first flew in the 1960s, but it's still in production today in highly improved guises, such as the Mi-171SH. Around 17,000 have been built across all the variants, and it's been operated by approximately 80 nations. Lithuania used the Mi-8T primarily for search and rescue, firefighting and organ transport duties. And this is almost certainly the last time that we will see one in the UK, because they are due to be phased out early next year and replaced by the UH-60M Black Hawk. As they are retired, some, perhaps all, of the Mi-8s are being gifted to the armed forces of Ukraine. Also out to our right hand side and arriving another rotary asset, which is the Dutch NH90, but we have a jet in the overhead. This looks like an F15, and I would say this is the Royal Saudi Air Force F15 SA Saudi Advanced. The F-15 has extended quite a long way, giving itself plenty of room for a long final approach, but about to roll out on the extended centreline to our right as the NH90 NFH clears the runway to our left. Saudi Arabia was the first customer for the Advanced Eagle, a modern derivative of the F-15E Strike Eagle with fly-by-wire, a digital electronic warfare suite, infrared search and track, a joint helmet-mounted queuing system, 2 additional weapon stations, and active electronically scanned array radar, among several other improvements. In total, the F-15 SA can carry up to 24 air-to-ground weapons or 12 air-to-air missiles. The Saudis purchased 84 of them, and they were delivered between 2016 and 2020. The F-15 SA was later purchased in slightly modified form by Qatar and the USA, who named it the F-15 QA Ababil and the F-15 EX Eagle II respectively. We saw those F-15 QAs touching down a moment ago. That was the first time that particular variant had landed here at the Air Tattoo. Well, now we're about to see the first landing of an F15 SA at the Air Tattoo, and it will be joined by another variant of the F15 family tomorrow, when I think we're expecting to see the arrival of some US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagles from the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath. Now, I don't know how long it's been since we last had an air show anywhere in the world with 3 variants of the F-15 all participating in the show, but it can't be something that happens very often. And following it fairly shortly afterwards, although not on final approach at the moment, but something nonetheless that we're expecting to see in the next 20 minutes or so, I would imagine, is its tanker support aircraft, the A330 multi-role tanker transport. But that F-15 coming to us from number 6 Squadron of the Royal Saudi Air Force, based at Khamis Musheit. Rosyfield asking if there are any practice displays happening today. Yes, we've already had some, and we're going to have some more in around about 20-25 minutes time. We're expecting to see a trio of German displays, the NH90, the Eurofighter EF2000 and the A400M, starting the second run of practices. We'll conclude with 2 back-to-back Harrier practice displays as well from the Spanish Navy. Worth reminding you that while we're seeing arrivals and practices today and tomorrow, the airshow proper will be taking place on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We'll be getting up to 7.5 hours of flying displays per day on the Friday and on the Saturday and the Sunday. Friday we'll have a shortened flying display with 4 hours of flying, but that will include some special only on Friday performances, the NATO flypast and the U2 roll demonstration, for example. We're also expecting to see some high-profile arrivals on Friday, immediately before and after the flying display as well, so that'll be good fun. If you want to watch on Friday and Saturday, we will be broadcasting exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. Right now, we are simulcasting. We're on YouTube with adverts, but we are also on our streaming service advert-free. On Friday, Saturday and Sunday for the airshow itself, we will be exclusively on watch.planestv.com. That will be the only place you can watch. And if you do want to watch, in order to see the Red Arrows about to arrive here, but performing a full display on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, then head over to watch.planestv.com, sign up, use the discount code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months subscription. That code, I should add, expires on Thursday night, so don't hang about too long. Nice to see the colour red, white and blue from the Red Arrows as they make their arrival into RAF Fairford. 11 aircraft today. And that's all we'll get from the Red Arrows today. They'll now all land in stream. We'll see a similar movement from them tomorrow. They will depart and head off to perform a display elsewhere and then return to Fairford in similar style, albeit as a 9-ship rather than as an 11-ship team. But Friday, Saturday and Sunday we will be getting those full displays, and in order to watch them you will have to sign up to watch.planestv.com, use the discount code RIAT24, and for the duration of your subscription you will get ad-free access to all of our live broadcasts. That includes RIAT This Week, it includes other air shows at which the Red Arrows will be performing later this year. We're going to go up to Scotland in early September for the International Airshow Festival of Flight. Oh, the Red Arrows won't be there, they'll be in Canada. We will get one more Red Arrows display later this year. The Duxford Flying Finale, though, we'll be broadcasting that live, and I think that will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. But plenty of other air shows without the Red Arrows, the Airshow Festival of Flight, a few Duxford Flying Days, the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show. There might be one more, but we're not finished confirming the details of that yet, so I'm not going to talk about it for now. So the Reds touching down with 11 aircraft, 9 which they'll use in the display. They are back to 9 ship displays this year after a couple of years flying as a reduced formation. Red 10 and 11 also arriving in their jets as well. Red 10 will almost always fly with the formation for a 10-ship formation during these transit flights, but for multi-day deployments, if you like, away from their home base at Waddington, such as this one, it is common to see Red 11 joining them as well, and they're going to be here for 5 nights or so. It's atypically long trip away from Waddington by Red Arrow standards, although they've got a far longer one coming up in a few weeks' time. In mid-August they're off to Canada. They're going to be performing at a number of shows in eastern Canada. And we've got a large aircraft on approach, which we will show you once the Reds have cleared this shot. A rather interesting aeroplane, the Saudi Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. The Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport coming to us from 24 Squadron of the Royal Saudi Air Force based at Al-Kaj. It is a military version of the Airbus A330-200. It can carry up to 280 passengers with seats installed, or 45 tons of palletised cargo with the seats removed, but its main role with the Royal Saudi Air Force is aerial refuelling. Like the RAF Voyagers, this A330 MRTT has two underwing hose and drogue systems for refuelling Saudi Arabia's Typhoons and Tornadoes, but unlike the RAF Voyagers, it also has a rigid boom under the tail, and that is because Saudi Arabia's F-15s do not have a refuelling probe and need to be refueled via the rigid boom method. Unlike older refuelling platforms like the KC135, the boom is controlled remotely from the cockpit rather than by a boom operator sitting in the rear of the aircraft facing backwards. Saudi Arabia operates 6 of these A330s. They began entering service in 2013, and this is the second time we have welcomed one to the air tattoo, because a Saudi A330 participated in the static display last year as part of the Sky Tanker theme, marking 100 years of aerial refuelling. Got a couple of lighter aircraft arriving from the right hand side, and there's a contrast of Pipistrel and B-52. Pipistrel Velis Electro in your frame now, operated by Nebo Air. This aircraft, designed in Slovenia, it became the world's first electric-powered aircraft to receive a type clearance certificate in 2020. And as a result, the aircraft can be used commercially or for formal pilot training. The battery can be charged from 30% to 100% in under 2 hours, and it gives the aircraft endurance of 50 minutes at a maximum speed of 113 miles per hour. Nebo Air, who are providing this aircraft, the official UK distributor of the Velis Electro. They are participating here as part of our Pushing the Boundaries theme at RIAT 2024. But we have seen Velis Electros on the airshow circuit before, and I cast my mind back to Old Buckingham last year when we saw the public debut of the first all-electric formation aerobatic team, not aerobatic team, but formation team, flying 2 Velis Electros. And that entire performance was not only powered by electricity, but powered by renewable electricity, which was generated on site by solar panels installed at Old Buckingham Airfield itself. There's a network of fast chargers being installed around the UK to accommodate aircraft such as this one, the likes of Aerovolt, who I believe have a presence in the static display here, installing those fast chargers. And in due course, opening up a network of airfields into which electric aircraft will be able to fly and reliably recharge. Also out to our right hand side, and silhouette in the distance at the moment, is a CH-53G from the German Air Force. The CH-53 was developed for the US Marine Corps during the Vietnam War to provide heavy transport support for airborne assaults, with an ability to carry howitzer artillery cannons or Hawk surface air-to-air missile or surface-to-air missile systems into battle. However, new variants have been produced ever since then, and it remains very much in service today. Germany operates the CH-53G, a license-built version with a larger cabin, capable of transporting 55 troops, and it also features an improved transmission. The 112 CH-53Gs were produced for the German Army, but they were handed over from the Army to the Air Force in 2013. They're now getting a little elderly though, and Germany intends to procure 60 Chinooks to replace them. The sight of a looming B-52, which has appeared to be almost hovering there for quite some time and not getting an awful lot larger. And visible mainly for that telltale trail of smoke drifting away in its wake. Still a good few miles from us at the moment. We have some very, very long lenses available to us here at RIAT, which is why we can push in on that and make it fill the frame, but let me assure you it's probably going to be at least a minute until it touches down. An incredible 774 B-52s were produced, the last of them rolling off the production line in 1962. Around a tenth of them are still in service. All of them are of the B-52H Stratofortress model, and nowadays they are very different beasts to those early examples. They've been fitted with more efficient engines, still not very efficient, but more efficient, upgraded avionics and electronic countermeasures, a new fire control system and greater weapons integration. But a much more economical platform to operate financially than either the B1 or the B2, or indeed the upcoming B21. So the B-52 continues to be the primary bomber of the US Air Force in situations where supersonic speeds and stealth are not required. B-52s have been used in the last few years for strikes against the Taliban and also as a test platform for the new generation of hypersonic missiles currently under development. And it's thanks mainly to the B-52's relatively low running costs compared to the other heavy strategic bombers that it has far outlasted not only its contemporaries but also several far more advanced, more recent bomber concepts, some of which had even been touted as potential B-52 replacements. I'm thinking particularly of the B-58 Hustler, which bowed out of service in 1970 after just 10 years of use, the cancelled B-70 Valkyrie project as well, and of course the B-1 and the B-2 themselves, which are both due to be retired in the 2030s, while the B-52 just keeps soldiering on and on and on. The most recent upgrade package was delivered between 2013 and 2015, and there is more to come. The next stage will be replacing the Pratt & Whitney TF-33 engines, the same family of engines you'd find on a Boeing 707, with Rolls-Royce F-130 turbofans to increase range and efficiency. And in that upgraded configuration, the youngest B-52s are expected to continue serving into the 2050s, and they could potentially become the first aircraft type to reach 100 years in regular military service. US Air Force Hercules now on final approach from the right hand side. One of two American Hercules that we're expecting to see today. This a standard one, but we'll also be seeing at some point, I believe, an MC-130J from the 352nd Special Operations Wing in Mildenhall, with all of its underwing paraphernalia attached as well. And we do have some more landing lights out to our right hand side. I couldn't possibly tell you. It's Cirrus SR-22. A voice in my ear helpfully informs me. Of course, the aircraft most famous for being fitted with a CAPS ballistic parachute system, which is fitted underneath the rear passenger seat. It fires out of the rear window in the event of an engine failure where there are no good options to make a forced wing-borne landing, and thus the entire aircraft will be carried down to safety under a parachute. So that SR-22 just about to touch down on our right-hand side, and we still have some interesting movements to come. I did hear, I couldn't see it on the list, I did see a message in the chat about a Serbian C295 being due, so heading in our direction on flight radar, and they were wondering if it is heading our way. Well, we are expecting to see a Serbian C295 at the Air Tattoo, the very first time that Serbia has sent an aircraft to us. But in the meantime, let's take another look at some archive footage from our streaming service. I've mentioned it a lot. If you want to watch the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we will only be broadcasting at watch.planestv.com. Go and sign up. Go to the website, use the discount code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. It will get you ad-free access to all of our live broadcasts for the duration of your membership, including our upcoming broadcasts from the airshow days here at RIAT, but it will also get you access to our archive of programmes as well, stretching back 35 years, and we have here a little taste of the sort of thing that you can expect to see.
And this is an incredibly difficult manoeuvre to perfect. Each of the turns at the corner around about 8G, unloading down to 1G for each of the rolls.
The Belgian Air Force displayed the Fouga Magister.
Dawlish Air Show and Biggin Hill. That's a blast from the past, isn't it? So yes, if you want to avail yourself of access to that streaming service, watch.planestv.com, use the discount code RIAT24. That discount code expires on Thursday at midnight, so don't hang about, and I would suggest get on that streaming service just as soon as you can, because if you watch this stream on the streaming service rather than on YouTube, you won't get interrupted by any adverts. Backtracking down the runway now, we have the Saudi Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport, and that will continue all the way down the runway. It won't proceed onto the taxiway. Well, I suppose it could turn off the runway into the static display at the midway intersection, but I think it's coming all the way down. We'll find out fairly shortly. Sorry about the lorry, that happens. We're still in build mode here at Fairford, and there's lots of vehicles moving about. There we are, that's better. So the A330, if it is indeed coming all the way down the runway, it will not be able to go onto the parallel taxiway because there are building works on the north side of the airfield restricting the width of that taxiway, and the wingspan of an A330 will be too large, I believe, to use that taxiway. Thus we will see it parade all the way down in front of us, and good to see the F15 there as well. For a relatively common aircraft in military service, it's pretty rare to see an F-15 at an air show. I know numerous static display appearances and the occasional flypast in the United States, but that really is about as good as it gets. Very few F-15 displays. Oh, they are turning off at the midway intersection. I didn't expect that, but that is what we have got in the end. Let's see if the A330 follows the F-15 or if that continues all the way down as well. And there's actually another A330 in the air at the moment. It might be nothing to do with us at all, but it's come just close enough to be able to make out the paint scheme on it, and the Royal Air Force VIP configured Voyager Vespina is flying around in the distance over Brize Norton. I can just about see with the naked eye that it is that special scheme aeroplane, mostly white, but with glinting bits of red and blue as well. So we are surrounded by A330 MRTTs here. Other movements that we might see, and I'm prefacing this with the word might because I don't know, we are overdue to see the arrival and subsequent departure of a Swedish Air Force TP-84. We are also overdue for the arrival of a Belgian F16. There was a Belgian A400M hovering around at one point. But now we are going into the next of our validation displays, well, validations. I think this is a rehearsal. It's not a validation, it's a rehearsal from the German Army NH90 arriving from our right. This helicopter was developed by NH Industries, a consortium involving Airbus, Fokker and Leonardo, although it's now been absorbed fully by Airbus. And it was developed in response to a NATO requirement for a multi-role helicopter suitable for use on the battlefield and at sea. There are two primary versions, the NFH, a specialised shipborne variant, and the TTH, or Tactical Transport Helicopter, and that's the one we see here. In the interest of time, I imagine, because we are about 10 minutes behind schedule, we appear to be only getting the second half of the NH90 display today. Either that or the order of the manoeuvres has changed considerably since I last saw this performance a year ago. This TTH version is capable of transporting up to 1.5 tons of cargo or 20 troops, or up to 12 people on stretchers in the case of medical evacuation missions. It can also be used for search and rescue missions or as an airborne command and control post. One of the other key features of the NH90 is its rather unusual shape, a diamond-shaped hull constructed from carbon composites, and we'll see that here as the aircraft comes towards us and exposes its underside to us in a belly-up pass. And the advantage of that shape and method of construction is that this aircraft has a very low radar cross-section, the lowest radar signature of any helicopter in its class. It also gives the aircraft a very low empty weight, and Airbus estimates this has improved the NH90's range by 30%. Another interesting feature, at the top of the fuselage, on many helicopters you can clearly identify where the engine intakes are located, but that's not so on the NH90. They've been quite cunningly disguised, and likewise the engine exhaust is suppressed by heat deflectors. All of this helps to substantially reduce the aircraft's infrared conspicuity and its susceptibility to heat-seeking missiles. Reversing 360-degree turn. I cannot imagine the combination of control inputs required to complete this manoeuvre. The NH90 has 14 military operators, many of them being European NATO members, which gives those air forces a high degree of interoperability. But it's also flown by Qatar. We saw a Qatari version arriving earlier, Oman, Australia and New Zealand. It's fair to say that not all those operators are completely thrilled with the NH90. Australia, for example, has suffered numerous accidents and serviceability issues, as well as severe delays in obtaining full operating capability. They have grounded their entire NH90 fleet and will remove them from service later this year. Likewise, Belgium is retiring half of their NH90s early. And Norway is divesting itself of its NH90s as well. So it's not controversial to say that this helicopter has had a troubled service career, but that being said, things are looking up for many NH90 operators who have chosen to stick it out, and serviceability rates have improved massively over the last few years. A lovely nose over there into descent. Deliveries of the TTH variant of the NH90 to the German Army began in 2006, and their operational debut followed in 2013 when 4 were deployed to Afghanistan in the medical evacuation role. And since then, Germany has actually chosen to order more NH90s, but this time a navalised variant known as the NFH Sea Lion, which will serve with the German Navy. The first one made its first flight in 2023. Those naval variants will be known as the NFH Sea Lion in German service. Deliveries will begin at the end of next year, allowing the retirement of the Sea King from the search and rescue and vertical replenishment roles, and later a second batch of Sea Lions will replace the Lynx Mark 88 in the anti-submarine warfare role within the German Navy. got numerous NH90s here at RIAT this year, Dutch and Qatari examples in the static display. And another very interesting one, a Norwegian SAR King in the static display as well, which is yet to arrive. The first two that I mentioned have already arrived here at Fairford. A bow and a wave, which I suspect marks the conclusion of that display, and it was not a shortened routine as I speculated, rather a reordered routine. It's just mere coincidence that it happened to start with a succession of 3 manoeuvres that came bang in the middle of last year's sequence. And this opens our second batch of practice displays and validations. We will be seeing the other German contributions next up. That will include their Eurofighter EF2000 solo display, their A400M performing flypasts, and then we're going to have some more helicopter action courtesy of the Black Cats before handing things over to the Spanish Navy. They will be performing 2 back-to-back Harrier practices. Now it does look that rather than the German Air Force EF2000, it is their A400M that is taking to the runway next, so I wonder if that display practice has been either rescheduled or cancelled. And now it is on the roll. At one point we expected to see a full display, but instead we're going to get flypasts from this A400M. 3 passes, a fast pass, a topside pass, and a slow pass. But here it goes, on the roll for takeoff, from the German Air Force 62nd Air Transport Wing. Or perhaps I should put that into German, Lufttransportgeschwader 62. I can't count in German. But I can do I can do the most important word. Lufttransportgeschwader, probably hopelessly mangled pronunciation. I apologise. And already an indication that these flypaths might be quite exciting on the basis of the roll rate and the speed of the roll onset as well. That looked like full deflection rolling into the corners there. The aircraft that would become the A400M started out as a collaboration between Lockheed of the USA, British Aerospace, Aerospatiale of France and MBB of Germany. The intention was to develop a brand new aircraft that would replace the C-130 and the C-160 across all of NATO's member states. That didn't quite work out. The A400M ended up being so much bigger and so much more capable in some ways, so much more complex and yes, more expensive than the C-130, so it didn't really replace the Hercules at all. In fact, Lockheed left the project in the late 1980s to develop an improved version of the Hercules, the C-130J, and that now operates alongside the A400M in many air arms, including, it must be said, with the German Air Force. After Lockheed left the programme, further European manufacturers joined in their place, CASA of Spain and Alenia of Italy. The project will be spearheaded by Airbus Military, the pan-European defence conglomerate that would, in the end, acquire several of the other participating companies. The resulting aircraft flew for the first time in 2009, christened the A400M Grizzly. The production variant, known as the Atlas, entered service in 2013, initially with the French Air Force. The A400M is a both strategic and tactical airlifter, and we discussed earlier on the distinction between those two. Tactical airlift involving those highly specialised, high-precision roles, often in very challenging, austere environments. Strategic airlift is more to do with volume and frequency, and its capabilities include airdropping supplies, operating from unpaved runways and so on. In terms of payload, it sits roughly halfway between the C-130J and the C-17, with capacity for 37 tons of cargo, 116 fully equipped troops, or any combination of the two. And it appears we're now getting the slow pass. There's some comments about the sound made by the A400M, and the engines are one of the things that really set this aircraft apart from other turboprop transport aircraft. When the A400M was being developed, there was no turboprop engine on the market that was powerful enough to give it the required performance, and so a pan-European group of engine manufacturers, Rolls-Royce, Safran, ITP and MTU, came together to set up a brand new company called Europrop International, tasked with developing an all-new engine to power this enormous aircraft. The engine they came up with, the Europrop TP400, was the most powerful single-shaft turboprop engine ever produced, giving the A400M a total of 44,000 horsepower. And that TP400 is responsible for the A400M's incredible performance. It has roughly double the payload capacity of the C-130J, and yet it can take off from shorter runways, it can climb faster, cruise higher, and fly farther. Cruising at 420 knots, it is also substantially faster than the C-130. Ten nations operate the A400M, the 7 European partner nations, as well as Kazakhstan, Malaysia and Indonesia. Germany, though, is the largest operator, with 53 A400Ms on order, most of which have been delivered. And as well as providing transport capability, Germany's A400Ms also fly in the aerial refuelling role, as we saw here at RIAT last year, with 2 hose and drogue pods installed under the wings, allowing up to 2 probe-equipped aircraft to be refueled simultaneously. This aircraft based at Wunstorf near Hanover. A unit that consists of 4 individual flying squadrons. One is primarily tasked with strategic transport, one tasked with tactical transport, one tasked with special operations and humanitarian missions, and the remaining squadron provides type-specific conversion training. The wing previously operated the C-160 but transitioned to the A400M between 2014 and 2015. Currently, they are the only German Air Force wing flying the A400M, but they will soon be joined by a German-led multinational air transport unit, which will operate a small fleet of A400Ms that have been deemed surplus to Germany's requirements. So we wait to see whether the German Air Force Eurofighter EF2000 will display. It was scheduled to validate before the A400M flew. I'm afraid I don't remember where it parked. I'm scanning all of the possible hold short points to the runway, of which I can see 2 out of 3 from where I'm currently sitting, and I can't see any sign of it. So we may get that EF2000, but if we don't, then there's still 3 practices scheduled to happen, at least according to the list in front of me. The Black Cats with their 2 Wildcat HMA2s. Gosh, that'll be the first 2-ship Black Cats performance that I've seen in many years. Oh, since 2014, 15? Wow. And then after that, 2 back-to-back rehearsals by the Spanish Navy's EAV 8B Matador 2s, the Harrier. The 2 Wildcat HMA2s of the Black Cats hover taxiing behind the A400M, and that would indicate that it is the Black Cats that we will be seeing next. And I'm afraid during this display the commentary may get a little bit ropey because they haven't done much in the way of pairs displays of late. In fact, they only reformed as a pair this year after something like 5 years flying as a solo act, and their first pairs display was 4 days ago at Southport. And at the time that I wrote my commentary notes, I didn't have a sequence card for the Black Cats. I do have sequence cards for some of these displays. I don't have one for the Black Cats. There were no videos on YouTube at the time of what they did at Southport, so I really don't know what manoeuvres we're going to see. I assume it's going to be fairly similar to the Black Cats pairs routines of old from circa 2015, but my memory is not nearly good enough to recall what they did with any deal of precision. And the Black Cats, while they are not necessarily very well known outside the UK, they are the official aerobatic team of the Royal Navy, part of 825 Naval Air Squadron based at RNAS Yeovilton. And they fly Wildcat HMA2s drawn from the regular in-service fleet. The team was formed in 2001, originally under the name Lynx Pair, and they flew the Lynx HMA8 at that point. They were renamed the Black Cats in 2004, and the name comes from the Navy term black catting, which means to one-up your opponents. The swap from the Lynx to the Wildcat began in 2014, when the team displayed with 1 Lynx and 1 Wildcat. In 2015 and 2016 they flew with 2 Wildcats, but since then that's when things have become a bit patchy and we've had solo displays at best. Great to see them back as a pair. The Wildcat is a modern light helicopter that is an advanced development of the Westland Super Lynx. The Wildcat is being produced in two main versions, a battlefield support and maritime support version. Both of them share structural and airframe commonality. The Wildcat can be produced as a new build airframe, or it can be built from a Lynx or Super Lynx donor airframe, which comes with lower costs. The Wildcat only actually shares about 5% of its parts with the Lynx, though. The UK ordered 34 Wildcats for the Army and 28 for the Royal Navy to replace the Lynx in service with both of those air arms. The Army variant is known as the Wildcat AH-1, and it is primarily used for battlefield reconnaissance and transport. The naval version, the HMA-2, is used for transport roles, but also for anti-surface warfare when operating from other naval vessels. In addition to being equipped with sea-scanning radar, the Wildcat HMA-2 can also carry a mix of up to 20 Martlet short-range and 4 Sea Venom short-range missiles, I should say, and 4 Sea Venom heavy strike anti-surface missiles. And they're also, to an extent, fitting in with our Pushing the Boundaries theme as well, because in September 2022, a Wildcat HMA-2 laser designated a target, which was then attacked by an RAF Typhoon with a Paveway 4 bomb, and that was fairly groundbreaking for the Wildcat fleet at the time. It's not just flown by the UK, but also by the Republic of Korea Navy and the Philippine Navy. And I think now we're going to get into the display proper, and given that, as already mentioned, I don't actually know what they're going to do, I'm going to fade my microphone out and let you enjoy this one without me rabbiting on. So the Black Cats appear to have finished at least the main part of their display. We may get another pass as they return to their parking position, but their parking position is off on the right, isn't it? They'll probably just go straight there. Now, we are still expecting to see the Spanish Harriers. They're due in something like half an hour's time, and potentially the odd arrival as well. But while we wait for those Spanish Harriers, we are going to speak momentarily to Adrian, who has been hard at work all day, initially going to Bristol to pick some equipment up for us to use over the coming days, but subsequently you've been here, you've spent some time on camera, and it's been a busy day for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, 34 years ago, hang on a minute, 35 years ago.
I think you need to get your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth.
Okay. Try that.
That's better. That's better. Okay.
So 35 years ago, when I was on my own doing everything, the cameras, the sound, the merchandising, the editing and whatever, and today I fetch everybody their lunch and and just keep an eye open for things that are appearing from a distance that nobody's spotted, and yeah, it's a nice feeling.
You've done a few good shifts on camera though. You were up on the roof for a fair amount of time.
Yeah, the roof's the wide camera. That's the fairly easy one. The powerful lens camera is, boy, is that an art. It's really got to be set up for each individual cameraman how they like it, because there's so many elements to it. You know, the drag, the tilt, where the viewfinder is, where you put the zoom control, whether you push your thumb to zoom in or push your thumb to zoom out. Everybody likes it different, and of course you swap cameras halfway and it's configured for someone else, and so you have to sort of rejig it quickly. But I think the end result is we get great shots, and what I've been looking at in most of my idle moments on what's been live streamed has been great.
Now, talking of looking back through footage, yes, you've been able to glance some of today's, but we've been discussing over the last week or so, you looking back on footage not just from the last few days, but from the last 30 years, last 35 years, and some of your favourite moments from that time, and you wanted to present a list of your top 10 favourite air shows ever of all time.
Yeah, as if it was even possible to do that, because I kept adding something, and I forgot about
we got up
that
to a
show,
top 20 at one point, and then the top 20 became top 20 plus also the other highly commended but technically disqualified.
Yeah. I mean, if there's people out there, if there's anybody watching this now, we want to know what your best air shows are, because chances are we filmed it. If not the things that you liked at that show, we probably filmed somewhere else. And we've just got so much stuff on the archive, and I'm sorry to say, a little bit shocked that only about half of what we've ever filmed is actually on the channel to view at the moment. And we're uploading stuff all the time, but there's a lot of stuff, and what order do we do it in? And some of my top 10, top 20 air shows are actually, we haven't uploaded yet. And we were only saying this morning, I said, Adam, did you get the EAP? And of course Adam says, what's the EAP? Because
I knew what their EAP was.
All right. I grant you all your modern stuff, but it only flew at 2 air shows, once at Farnborough and once a surprise appearance at the Red Arrow's 25th anniversary in 1989. Extraordinary day, and that's on well, I've given one of the shows away now, haven't I? That was an extraordinary day, but yeah, best air shows. It isn't just because of the aeroplanes that were there. It's because of the weather. It's because of the ambience, the surroundings, the importance maybe of the event. There may be personal stuff in there, aircraft that I've had associations with. But we've just been talking about the Red Arrows one, so it isn't in the top. Crikey, where did I put Red Arrow's 25th anniversary in the list?
Ooh, I'm not sure. What was the venue for that?
At Scampton, RAF Scampton.
I don't remember a Scampton show featuring at all, unless it was down in the caveats, the technically disqualified but also highly
it's
commended.
Not on the site for people to view. It will be, but there's an example of one that isn't. And it was built. It was the 25th anniversary of the Red Arrows. It was billed as a almost like an RAF Families Day, really, not much more, on a Thursday in October. But gradually the event grew, and it was before the days of the internet where people would order their tickets in advance, and they expected 2,000 people to come, and 25,000 came. And one of the display items was the EAP. Extraordinary.
We're going to interrupt momentarily because we've got an extremely rare aircraft arriving now, the 58th nation ever to participate in the air tattoo, touching down here at RIAT for the very first time, a C295 MW from the Serbian Air Force. Serbia operates 2 of these aircraft in the basic non-specialised cargo configuration. They were delivered only last year, and they replaced the Antonov An-26 in various roles, including cargo, medical evacuation and VIP transport. Compared to the An-26s they replace, the C295 MW offers 50% more payload and 50% lower fuel burn as well. Sorry to interrupt with that rather important arrival, but it was a big one, the 58th nation ever to participate in the air tattoo. But let's get back to, you were talking about Scampton.
Yeah, that's got to be, it's certainly in my top 20. I can't remember if I put it in my top 10. But it's not on our channel yet, it will be. And in fact, some of the top 10 probably aren't. But you're going to have to remind me now which ones I picked, because I kept changing them and I kept sending you emails saying,
okay,
have we got such and such? And
so number 10 that you settled on, it was in Scotland, and it was in 2010.
The Heart of Scotland Air Show, it was a one-off. It was run by the lady, and I forget her name, this is crazy, I'm old, who ran Squadron Prince. They lost a huge amount of money on it, just because it was the first one, and obviously the message hadn't got out. But the stuff they had there was I don't mean sort of supersonic jets from Europe. It was really unusual things. I have never ever seen a Cessna 152 Aerobat display at an air show. I mean, isn't that crazy? And they had a wonderful display, aircraft from that part of the world. Well, like Spitfires, but not the ones that we normally see. And it's an area that the Lucas show ran every year in Scotland, but that really was the only one. So it would have been a great addition to the airshow calendar. It was great weather as well. At the Air Atlantique crowd went up with their Anson and, well, what else? Rapide was it? And without that list in front of me, I just remember it as being an extraordinary, refreshing show. Really quite different from others that we were used to going to. And it's a great DVD, and it is on our channel to view. But it is the Cessna 152 Aerobat that I remember particularly from the show. So that's number 10, is it?
Yes, and we've got a short clip of that, which we can play now.
Oh, right.
So that was your number 10. But seeing as we have a bit of a wait before the Harriers, let's continue working our way through the list. What comes next?
Well, that was a standalone air show at Heart of Scotland. What comes next is Shuttleworth Collection. We've done so many shows there that were good. And we used to make a programme called the Shuttleworth Year, which, because they have like 6 or 7 air shows a year, a super compilation. So to pick an individual Shuttleworth show is really difficult. Actually, it isn't really difficult, because in their 50th anniversary, 60th anniversary, we're talking 1994, so that would be, come on, brain, 44 to 94. 50th anniversary, yeah. 50th anniversary. They had a pageant, and you can imagine Shuttleworth aircraft, they're very pernickety. Sometimes they like to fly, sometimes they don't. Sometimes the weather's just doesn't suit it, certainly the Edwardians. But they flew just about everything in the collection in glorious weather, and that was unique, really. I don't think they certainly hadn't done it before, and I don't think they've done it since. And that was, everything just came together at a magical location, and our video at the time, then DVD, sort of with them in a bit of a cavalcade, starting at the oldest and ending up with the newest. There were a couple of guests, but the programme's dominated by their own aircraft. Later Shuttleworth shows did have really special things. I remember the Harriers landing on grass.
Late 90s.
Yeah, well, 96, 95 I think, maybe. And the Vickers Vimy landed on, with the giant, relatively giant bomber with diesel engines. That was a bit special. Lots of other special things as well. Yeah, the Shuttleworth Golden Anniversary Pageant 1994.
Well, we have the title sequence from that programme, which includes quite a nice overview of the flying display lineup, which we can play out now to give everyone a feel for it. And this is another programme that is available on the streaming service.
Aviation pioneers had been experimenting for more than 100 years before this, but it was the development of light, reliable engines at the turn of the century that made the first man-carrying powered flight possible. Power in these pioneering aeroplanes was very limited. The original Anzani engine fitted here only develops 24 horsepower. So the aeroplane's only allowed to do short, straight hops in calm conditions. There's consternation in the audience as a gust of wind picks up just as the Blériot begins its takeoff run. With no ailerons to call on, the pilot uses the wing warping to extricate this priceless gem from a tricky situation.
And we've got a monster of an air show coming up next, one of the names that a lot of people will remember very fondly, which is Mildenhall at number 8. Which year?
Well, that is a good question, because it's another one of those, every Mildenhall show was a great show, and I think the most successful programme we made and sold on video was something called The Best of Mildenhall. Which is on the channel?
A two-parter, I think.
Both
parts are on the channel. There's one part for the early 90s and another part for the late 90s.
Yes, well, we came to 97, and then they decided they weren't going to run any more shows. So we then made a programme of the last few shows, obviously, that didn't appear in the first one. But pick one Mildenhall show. Do you pick the one where the F-117 Stealth appeared for the first time? Do you pick the one where the Blackbird did a flame out? Do you pick the one where the RAF regiment did an airfield attack, which was a bit of an unusual thing for, I think the Army got a bit upset about that, actually. That's our job, they said. But either way, that was fun. But I've picked 1996. Why have I picked 96? I think for the mix, we had F15, of course. We had Phantom flying. We had MiG-29 flying. Oh, of course, we did have the Tomcat in 1992. But not in 96, fortunately. And B-52, of course, B-1, of course. The B-2 came the following year, so wouldn't it have been great if I could have added that? But yeah, pick a Mildenhall show. F896 is the one that I'd probably pick as my all-time favourite.
And the other thing that struck me about that show, watching back bits of the programme, is the sheer number of national aerobatic teams that were there. There must have been about 10 of them, and that included several that aren't around today. The Slovak national aerobatic team was there with the L39s, BL Albatrossi, among many, many others that you will still recognise. And I think, again, we've got the opening sequence to the Mildenhall 96 programme.
The Saturday and Sunday of the spring bank holiday see RAF Mildenhall invaded by hundreds of thousands for the annual Air Fete, making it the biggest military air show in Europe. F896 at RAF Mildenhall was probably the best for 10 years. Thanks partly to a big contribution from the United States Air Force, but also to debut appearances by 4 air forces and some exciting aircraft. And we keep narration short in favor of hi-fi stereo location sound, but devote a little time to hear from some of the crews. Here's a taste of the action coming up.
So that was Mildenhall, which at the time was the biggest military air show in the UK. But the next item on your list takes us to its successor as the biggest military air show in the UK after the Mildenhall shows stopped being held.
Which is, of course, RIAT, or IAT in its early days. I think my first IAT, not as a professional cameraman, was, I think, 1979. But I was shooting video, and one day we'll probably drag that out and possibly show it. But yeah, RIAT's got to be in there somewhere, and again, it's which one do you pick? They're all good shows, but I have to say I've always had a love affair with the Vulcan. It's from the days when it used to fly over my house daily, and yeah, that takeoff. So it was Vulcan's last year flying, 2015, International Air Tattoo. And Kev Ruman's tipped us the wink. He says, "Don't miss the takeoff." I wasn't sure what he meant, but I hope he told the crew what he was doing. But that was extraordinary, and it was the first one we live broadcast as Plains TV, so it was a big, big deal for us. And yeah, Mildenhall 2015.
So we will watch a clip of that takeoff, but we'll wait for the Harrier to pass us first, and as soon as the Harrier has passed us, we'll watch that takeoff from RIAT 2015, and then we'll go back to the live action here at Fairford for the first of 2 Harrier practice displays.
Let me just have a little sign off before.
So as the Harrier turns around, or is about to turn around when it gets to the end of the runway, we shall just show you that brief clip from RIAT 2015.
So here she goes.
That is the great Kev Rumens flying in the way that we know Kev Rumens likes to.
Okay, so yeah, that takeoff. And of course the reason we're doing this, showing you these clips, is you're watching now presumably for this year's RIAT and hopefully at the weekend, but there's so much more to see on the channel, and we'll be doing the top 5 tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be continuing with the list,
and we want everybody else to tell us what are your best air shows.
Yes,
chances are we've got that as well.
Yes,
and
indeed.
One of them includes the Harrier.
Yes, we'll push ahead with the list tomorrow. We'll see how busy tomorrow is. We might not get a gap like this. We could find ourselves extending it into Monday during departures. We'll see how things go. But in the meantime, getting ready to roll from the right-hand side is the Spanish Navy EAV 8B Matador 2+. In the 1950s, the UK identified a need for a new jet fighter that could take off and land vertically, meaning that it would be invulnerable to attacks on major runways. In 1957, the Bristol Engine Company developed what they called the Pegasus, a brand new vectored thrust engine from which the jet efflux could be directed through 4 rotating nozzles that could either point rearwards for forward wing-borne flight or downwards for vertical operations. This was the first practical realization of a VTOL jet engine concept that had previously been imagined by the French aeronautical engineer Michel Uibo. Upon completion of the Pegasus engine, Ralph Hooper of Hawker set about designing a theoretical aircraft that could use that engine. Their design, which they called the P1127, was funded privately to begin with, but in the 1960s it began to attract the attention both of the RAF and of NATO. That interest was initially in both supersonic and subsonic versions of this aircraft. The supersonic version proved problematic and was later abandoned. And so it was that the RAF placed an order for this hypothetical aircraft in the subsonic version, and an initial production batch of 9 of these aeroplanes, then called the Kestrel, was produced for use as test and evaluation platforms. The RAF quite liked them, and in 1969 the first operational aircraft, by this point renamed as the Harrier, entered RAF service. The Royal Navy later began operating their own version, a navalised Harrier, called, logically, the Sea Harrier, around a decade after the Air Force got theirs. And it was a versatile naval choice because it could operate from small carriers and amphibious assault ships which didn't have to be equipped with catapults or arresting gear. And with the Harrier being virtually unique, certainly as operational aircraft went, rather than prototypes, it's only logical that export orders followed to India, Italy, Spain and the United States. Thailand was another operator. They got theirs second hand though. But what we see here today is a highly modified version, the McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier II, which was a joint British-American project aimed at developing a new generation of the Harrier. The upgraded aircraft first flew in 1981. The key differences between this and the original Harrier is that this aircraft has a more powerful engine, a larger composite wing with extra hardpoints, a better structure and an elevated cockpit. The Harrier II entered service with the RAF as the Harrier GR5. It was later upgraded and renamed the GR7 and the GR9, and they were eventually retired in 2010. So we've seen so far the aircraft operating in wing-borne flight, but now the thrust nozzles have been tilted not all the way downwards, but to an intermediate position, and we're going to see the aircraft in this next pass flying at very low speed, held aloft by a combination of air passing over its wings, but also vectored thrust as it proceeds slowly along the crowd line. And then very shortly after that, we're going to see the aircraft entering the hover. Some of those new McDonnell Douglas Harriers have been through further upgrades, eventually creating two sub-variants, including a night attack version And what we see here, the Harrier 2 Plus, which features APG-65 multi-mode radar, giving the aircraft the ability to carry the AIM-120 advanced medium-range air-to-air missile. In fact, I think the AIM-120 is a beyond visual range air-to-air missile. I've written something wrong in my notes there. But now the nozzles pointing fully downwards, and this is where we'll see the hovering phase of the display, and I don't think I'll be able to talk over this because it's quite loud. This is an aircraft that really draws out the photographers, isn't it? And somewhat amusingly, I now have a photograph of me taking a photograph, of Matt taking a photograph, of Adrian taking a photograph, of Ian filming that display for you. And that, I believe, the first of two back-to-back Harrier performances that we shall see. The second will be virtually identical, if not completely identical, because the Spanish Navy, as is typical, has brought two Harrier display pilots, both of which will fly the same routine. Fascinating, or it will be fascinating, to compare this directly against the F-35, because we're going to see the Royal Air Force's new F-35B roll demonstration over the weekend and see the difference in the way the two aircraft hover. The Harrier is basically balancing on top of 4 columns of air, over which there's very limited control, so it really is down to the pilot to use the pitch and bank of the aircraft to position it. in a stable manner. The F-35, meanwhile, has numerous highly controllable, highly customizable columns of air on which it sits. It's got the lift fan, it's got the main vectoring nozzle at the back, which has several degrees of freedom, and it's got roll posts under the wings as well. All that means is that when we do see the F-35 in the hover, yes, it should look considerably more stable, although the Harrier looked pretty stable. The F-35 should be more so, and it will require far less pilot input in order to achieve that. The Spanish Navy was the first international customer for the AV-8B, the McDonnell Douglas version. They ordered 12 aircraft in 1983 to replace their aging first-generation Harriers, which were in turn sold to Thailand. Those original Harriers were known as the AV-8S Matador, so it was only logical that their replacement would get the name AV-8B Matador II. A further order for 8 AV-8B Plus Matadors followed in 1993, and in 2000 it was decided to send the oldest AV-8Bs back to the USA to be remanufactured and upgraded to AV-8B Plus standard. That included the aforementioned multi-mode radar, the new engines, avionics, and integration with the AIM-120 that I was mentioning a few minutes ago. Today all of the remaining Spanish Harriers have been upgraded to that standard. They are operated by 9 Escuadrilla, who are based at Rota, and they can also be stationed aboard the Juan Carlos I amphibious assault ship. Within a couple of years, Spain will be the last remaining operator of the Harrier. They are due to remain in Spanish service until 2030, and a competition is currently underway to find a replacement for them, with the F-35B being the sole competitor. We've been very lucky to see quite a bit of interesting Harrier action over the last few years here at RIAT, and that included in 2019 when we had a 2-ship Harrier display from the Spanish Navy, and then last year when we had one of their Harriers flying in formation with Royal Air Force F-35B, which was an absolutely terrific sight. And both of those displays can be watched on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, where we have full highlights programs from both of those shows, plus you can also relive the live broadcasts if you so wish. So there's considerable action occurring at the moment of a surprising nature, because firstly we have a Hercules on the runway to our left, which I didn't anticipate, but secondly, out to our right, holding short of the runway, we have what appears to be a German EF-2000. Yes, there it is, in that special Tiger paint scheme, and I am starting to wonder if that German EF-2000 validation was not cancelled, but was simply postponed, and perhaps we'll be seeing it in a few moments' time. Welcome to Flint, our new Planes TV supporter here on YouTube. Thank you very much. Being a YouTube channel supporter encourages us to go out and do more of these free-to-view YouTube broadcasts, in addition to the ones that we output on our streaming service, of course. That aircraft, a C-130H, coming from the Transport Squadron of the Moroccan Air Force. It's here supporting the Moroccan F16s, which are on static display. However, it would appear not staying for static display itself, and instead being tasked elsewhere or heading for home. Morocco originally received a total of 19 C-130H Hercules between 1974 and 1984. Today, 16 of those 19 remain operational, and that includes a pair of aircraft which have been fitted with aerial refuelling kits converted to KC-130H standard, and they also operate a single specialist EC-130H used to collect electronic intelligence. One thing that is clear from this point is that we are going to be live broadcasting rather longer than we originally expected, as does sometimes occur at RIAT arrivals days. We thought that before we started today that the airfield might close at 6, then we got the schedule and it was clear that we'd keep on going till 7. Well, now it is just past 7 and it looks like we still have some movement still to come, including at least one more practice display stroke validation. But now the departure of the Moroccan Air Force C-130H Hercules. German Eurofighter EF-2000 has just been instructed to line up and wait, and indeed it has just started moving forward onto the runway. There were several failed attempts to launch a pan-European fighter aircraft program in the late 70s and early 80s. The Eurofighter program itself began in 1983, and this, of course, as you can see now, was a successful attempt. The program involved the UK, Germany, France, Italy and Spain. France, though, later left the program to develop the Dassault Rafale on their own. The production work was shared between the remaining partners according to the total number of aircraft that each nation expected to procure, although actually no nation has ever got particularly close to those projected total numbers. The earliest flying prototype was the British Aerospace EAP, which first flew in 1986. This was used to test the basic configuration of the forthcoming Typhoon. And it was also used as a technology demonstrator as well for some of the systems that would be implemented on it. As with many multinational projects, disputes and uncertainty dogged the program at points, but particularly in the early 90s. partly due to the geopolitical fallout from German reunification, which resulted in some influential German politicians pledging to leave the programme. But the project did in fact continue, with the first Eurofighters taking to the air in 1994. The official production contracts were signed in 1998, and the first examples entered service in 2003. Germany is the largest operator of the Eurofighter Typhoon, or the EF2000, as it is officially known in German service. 143 of them have been delivered, of which 141 are in active service, and further deliveries are imminent. Here comes one of them on the roll in that gorgeous tiger paint scheme, taking off from the right. The F2000s are operated from 5 different bases around Germany, but the largest of those bases is Neuburg, home of the 74th Fighter Wing, also known as the Bavarian Tigers, and it is that wing which is providing the display that we see today, as you could probably work out from the Tiger-inspired paint scheme. In German service, the EF2000 was purchased primarily to replace the MiG-29s from the German Democratic Republic and the F4F Phantoms from the Federal Republic of Germany that the reunified German Air Force inherited after the fall of the Berlin Wall. The first was delivered in 2004, and their operational debut came in 2008 when the new Eurofighters took over from the F4 in the Quick Reaction Alert role. Now in at the slow from the right-hand side for a high alpha pass, and this moment of silence right now is pretty much the only respite in what is otherwise a very compact, twisting, turning display with barely a quiet moment. The worldwide Eurofighter fleet currently has an interesting conundrum, and that conundrum is around the ageing Tranche 1 jets, which aren't full multi-role aircraft due to structural and software limitations, and they're difficult to upgrade. The various customers are tackling this in different ways. We here in the UK are retiring our Tranche 1 jets without a replacement. The Spanish are embarking on a very complex upgrade programme to retrofit their Tranche 1s to Tranche 3 standard. The Germans have elected to retire the Tranche 1s but replace them on a one-for-one basis with brand new Eurofighter Tranche 4s. Delivery of the 38 Eurofighter Tranche 4s will commence in 2025. The most notable change being that these new models will be fitted with active electronically scanned array radar from the factory. It is expected that the improvements made up to Tranche 4 standard will be able to keep Germany's EF2000s operationally relevant up until 2060, if not longer. Another interesting German development, 15 of their existing Eurofighters will shortly be converted to Eurofighter EK standard, a forthcoming electronic warfare variant. It is likely that the Eurofighter EK will be fitted with 2 escort jammer pods, wingtip mounted AGM-88 emitter locator systems, and a fully integrated electronic warfare suite from Arexis. They'll be compatible with Spear EW air-to-ground missiles, which are currently under development. Those Eurofighter EKs are expected to be operational by 2030, and they will replace the Tornado ECR in German service. Lovely to see that performance, and indeed the German Air Force jets in general are very rare sights on the airshow circuit. This is the first time we've seen a German Air Force EF2000 display at a British airshow. The team that performed this display is relatively new, and indeed it was only formalised into an official demonstration team in the last couple of years. But even after being formalised, it remains an elusive sight. It performs at just 2 or 3 airshows last year. And in 2024, I believe there are 6 air shows scheduled from this display team. So we are very lucky that RIAT is one of them. And the aircraft got turned around very quickly there and is backtracking the runway as it heads back to its parking space at the far right-hand end of the showground. So, we think that is probably our last movement of the day. And I would like to remind you that we'll be live again tomorrow, simulcasting on YouTube and our streaming service, with adverts on YouTube, advert-free on our streaming service. But then, once we hit Friday and the start of the airshow proper, we will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. If you want to watch that, head over to watch.planestv.com, sign up, use the discount code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription. That discount code is only valid until Thursday night, so don't hang about. I'd say use it as soon as possible so you can get access to that ad-free version of the stream tomorrow of the second day of arrivals and practices, which we are expecting to be even busier than today. While you are subscribed with us, for the duration of that subscription, you'll get access to all of our live broadcasts ad-free, and that will include upcoming events from Duxford, the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow, the Duxford Flying Finale, the International Airshow up in Scotland, maybe one more as well, but we're still planning that, so we'll talk more about that later if we can. And you will also get access to our 35-year archive of programmes, which we were showing you some clips of earlier with Adrian. But most importantly, subscribe now to get access to our live broadcasts from the official show days here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, where you'll get the full 7.5-hour flying display rather than just the occasional ad hoc practice as we've seen today. And here is a little look at some of the acts that you can expect to see coming up. And that's it. That is the end of our live broadcast from RIAT today. But before we go, I do want to say thank you for joining us, not just from me, but on behalf of the entire Plains TV team. It's just my voice that you've been hearing for most of today, but we've got a big team here. We've had Matt, our invaluable spotter, keeping us somewhat informed as to what's going on. We've had Adrian and Ian and Andy on camera. We've got Andrew in the trailer pressing all the buttons that make all of this work. It's been a real team effort over a very long time period where none of us have really had a break. So thank you for your company. Thank you for all of your comments, and we'll see you again tomorrow. But until tomorrow morning, when the arrivals resume from all of us at Plains TV, it's goodbye for now.